How long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that individual.
It looked like a comeback, but the Bills ultimately fall short to the Houston Texans by a score of 23-19. They now drop to 7-4 on the season. The Texans defense was dominant. Allen was able to complete 24 of 34 attempts for 253 yards, but scored no touchdowns. James Cook did score a touchdown in the first quarter, and Ray Davis scored a 97-yard kick return touchdown as well. Allen did throw 2 interceptions and was sacked 8 times. Multiple Bills players were injured in the matchup. The blue tent was busy. Cornerback Maxwell Harrison with a concussion did not return. Terrell Bernard with an elbow injury did not return. And Spencer Brown with a shoulder injury left the game and did not return. The Bills get some extended time off on a so-called mini bye after the short week as they prepare to head to Pittsburgh next Sunday with kickoff set for 4:25 p.m. on November 30th. The Sabres in action tonight against Chicago at KeyBank Center, looking to rebound after their loss to Calgary. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock, and you'll be able to catch all of the action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson with an ankle injury fully practiced yesterday. Packers running back Josh Jacobs with a knee injury was limited in yesterday's practice. Colts quarterback Daniel Jones appeared on the injury report after the bye week with a calf injury and was limited in yesterday's practice. And Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers with a wrist injury was limited in Thursday's practice. And Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow with that toe injury had another full day at practice as well. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's all Bills all day. Buffalo Bills Football Friday, exclusively on WGR Sports Radio 550.
Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. By Celino Law. Car crash? Call Celino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922.
Not the result we were looking for. I'm proud of the players, the way they battled. Had some guys go down. Guys gave it all they had, and we came up short.
Pocket collapsing, fires, and it's complete for a first down, but the ball is fumbled by Shakir, scooped up by Houston, and coming the other way.
Yeah, it's not fun. I got to be better with throwing the ball away and living to see another down.
Steps up in the pocket collapsing, and he's wrapped up, and he's going down for another sack. Way back at his 35-yard line.
23-19! You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, everybody, it's Buffalo Bills football. Monday on a Friday. Whatever.
Yeah.
The fact that the Bills got absolutely dominated up front is also unusual. Doesn't happen as often. So here we are on a football Friday, we'll call it, and we'll chat with you about the Bills game. Their loss to the Texans, 23-19. Houston gets their third straight win over the Bills. Josh Allen sacked to career high 8 times. Yeah, 8 times. First time in his career. And I'm being told he just got sacked again.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, the joke is right there. I have to go for it. Wait.
Yeah. Use that one at work today.
And another one. They just had another one.
Yeah.
We're up to – no, sorry. Well,
how was it only 8 is my question.
You know?
Does it feel like it was,
100?
Yeah, 100 of them?
I mean,
8? It was only 8?
I had on 2 of them him writhing in pain. So,
man, the amount of times I thought, like, he's down.
Yeah.
Like, this is something. And then I'm sure he has something.
And
I'm sure he is in rough shape this morning.
Yes. Which is not unusual for the season. It has been a season of Josh getting beat up. And, I'm sure, we'll have our share of things to talk about every element of this game and the season and the context. 803-0550. Jump in with us. Let's go. Let's have it. One of the things I want to think is Josh the same guy?
Is Josh the same guy?
Is Josh Allen the same guy? You want to go mentally? You want to go physically? I want to ask that question. Because who on earth thinks he can turn backwards and run away from Will Anderson?
Mm-hmm.
Why does he think he can do that?
Mm-hmm.
Did he used to be able to do that?
He did do it against Miami 2 weeks ago.
Okay, that's Miami.
Right.
And he runs away from... Had you scouted this team? Have you seen their rush and their defensive ends? In what world are you ever going to turn your back? Man, I'm going to go to a.
You're talking the one where he gets to the sideline and he signs that's when you could throw it away.
Yes.
That's why he does it. It's because it's third down. His option there is I throw it away or I try to get away again. Like that. Those are his only, unless he's forcing a ball to someone who's probably covered.
Or try an arm punt. Is anybody down there for an arm punt?
Yeah,
I would settle for an arm punt.
Chuck it as far down the field as possible.
An arm punt might be 30 yards better than what they do out there. I mean, he continues to look like the guy that turns back here and there, and it's like, is he the same guy? I remember a time when Josh Allen stiff-armed Aaron Donald in the face.
Mm-hmm.
Is he the same guy? And it's not exactly his fault if he's not. But to the Bills, this kind of gets to the breaking down of Allen. Is he losing a half a step? Is he losing some stuff? Because did the Bills just think that their quarterback was going to be the kind of guy that should throw 300-pound men to the ground with regularity and they'd be like, yeah, that's fine. That's what we got. That's the plan. The plan is for him to stay Superman all the time and we'll be fine. And he is not that right now. Last week he looked like that, largely unpressured and made a bunch of great throws and a couple great runs. But what we're getting at now is the Allen that had kind of eliminated negative plays. Last year, barely any turnovers and 14 sacks on the year. The number of negative plays out of this world. Now what do you have? Now you have a guy that does throw picks and takes a ton of sacks might be wrong because the league standard might be different. But for his standard, he gets sacked all the time.
Yeah.
Do you know his sack rate on third down is 15%?
For what, the season?
The season. 15%.
Wow.
Pressure on third down sacks. Benjamin Solak had that stat.
I mean, he is nearing he set his career high in sacks. He is at 28 on the season, which is already the third highest of his career. 28 sacks, and there are 6 games to go. So he's going to be up there in that number. I think this is kind of what there wasn't the plan. McDermott, the way he sounded last night after the game, multiple times, like this is an unhealthy way to go about it. Having Allen get hit 12 times was the number he was not happy with. And to me, like that is a result of not what they planned on, but you accidentally backed your way into him having to do more and having to, try to create things that sometimes will result in negative plays because you went about it the wrong way, building an offense where he doesn't have to do all that.
Right.
Because while Cook got the big run early on, you were getting behind a lot on first down. Like you were getting 2-3 yards. Now it's second and long, or maybe you were even throwing a screen that went for negative. They had a lot of negative plays, I feel like, in this game. Either it was run game or the screen game, or sacks, of course, too. And when you get put behind like that constantly, then that's when Allen's got to do more, and that's when he gets hit. Especially against a team like that. So I think they did this to themselves, in part. I don't know if yesterday was the receiver game for that, or was it just the line could not hold up?
Well,
like I haven't seen yet. Like how long was Allen taking? Was it Anderson and Hunter getting through because they needed to give the receivers an extra second or two? Or was it just no? Those guys were getting through right away,
right? Like
because it seemed pretty quick.
Time to throw.
It seemed quick watching it.
Yeah. I'll find that when I can. The average time to throw. What was this game? This game was a coming together of if you play great defense, you're going to get bodied. You're a great offense against bad defenses.
Yeah.
You can be a great offense against patsies. But what does Houston have in common with Atlanta and New England? Miami does not have this. But the other games they've lost, they have corners that can cover. And not even like cover average receivers, but cover good receivers. They can swallow up anybody the Bills have on the outside. So, I don't think the entire game comes down to receiver, but what I think it does come down to, and this is where it's like, how is a team going to play you? What do the Texans do? Put 10 on the line of scrimmage in single high safety and think we have no fear.
Yeah.
The Bills have been an offense where the only player to fear has been Josh Allen for is this the second year?
2.5.
2.5. 2.5 year, the only player to fear is Josh Allen. And right now, he looks like he's got to run scared. I don't know. I
guess the good news is I don't think that you will have to worry about a team or a defense like that unless you run into Denver in the postseason, because that pass rush is definitely the best in the league. And even if Houston makes the playoffs, Bills are going on the road.
Right.
The Bills are going on the road. So the teams that we got to start thinking about are Denver, New England, Indianapolis, and then either Pittsburgh or Baltimore. And of those 5 teams, the only one that I think has anything close to what you saw last night by the Texans is the Broncos. If you see the Broncos,
they're nasty.
Yeah. It could look like last night.
Yeah, for sure.
You see any of those other teams, and I don't think it'll look quite the same.
Well, the Broncos will likely be home in the opening round of the playoffs. The Bills are also bad on the road.
They are bad on the road. Yesterday that they are 11-12 since the start of the 23 season on the road.
Well, Joe Brady's offense is 11-12 on the road.
And into Dorsey a little bit. But, I mean, that is almost 3 full seasons now where they have a losing record on the road.
803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. You have a series of factors playing in very predictable offense. I mean, how many games are we going to watch where a national commentator is watching the game saying, like, man, they do the same thing all the time?
Yeah, Nate Tice yesterday was the one where he's watching the game. Nate Tice is the Ringer, right? Yahoo. And he tweeted out, like, somewhere in the fourth quarter that all the Bills ever do on third down is run mesh. So all the mesh concept where guys are crossing, they're running mesh on so much on third down, and they're using 5-man protection to make them so predictable. And then 20 minutes later on the last play of the game, 4th and 6, what did they do? Exactly what Nate Tice described.
Yeah.
You think the Texans didn't know that was going to happen?
And why does the team run mesh? Because they need to work to get somebody open?
Yeah.
Because they can't get somebody open.
Right. That play, they were purposely trying to. I mean, Davis didn't sell it very well. The design of that play is Davis is going to run into the guy that's covering Dawson Knox, and that's going to make him open. And that's what there would have been a penalty in the play. If he had thrown it to the right guy, Knox is wide open, then it would have come back offensive pass interference. They would have got another try at it.
Yeah.
Maybe they would run another hook and ladder or something. But that, right, like their plan
was to cheat.
Was kind of to cheat and hopefully get away with it.
Yeah.
And Davis just destroyed the dude, so it was too obvious.
Let's set an open field block for the tight end.
Right. That was the play.
Yikes.
Yeah, Stingley, did they target Stingley at all in this game? They did one time that I remember, and it was the Davis play at the end where he almost got the second foot down. That's what's funny. It was
a good catch.
3 inches away from they've got 1st and goal, and they probably win the football game. Maybe they win the football game.
Are they going to get those 3 yards? Their short yardage is not too good.
What would their win probability have been? 1st and goal at the 3, 89%.
Yeah,
somewhere around there.
In any game ever played, maybe. In this offense against that defense, are you sure they're getting 3 yards?
No, I'm not sure. That's why I said I'm not automatic, but they would have had a good shot.
This game is in the 11% of losses there, maybe.
But that play was the only one I could remember them going at Stingley. Otherwise, like, just they couldn't. Yeah. A lot of their pass plays also were... It was one of two things. They either didn't get the ball in the air because Allen got sacked, or they were the screens, which I think are driving people nuts.
Have an early text that the Bills should have gone 5 wide, but the receivers aren't good. I want receivers that come up with more food. A little everybody eats shout out.
Do you think they could block?
No.
With just 5 yesterday?
It almost never happens. This is a game where the thing I'm watching is how on earth are you going to go empty backfield as often as you did?
Like, I might have thought going into the game you could.
Sure.
Like, Dawkins and Brown is one of the strengths of this team. And you're going up against Anderson and Hunter. It's like, all right, I got 2 tackles that can do that. But by the time you got to the second quarter, it's like, that's not happening tonight. Right. So, no, I can't go 5 wide. And I got to have guys chip. I got to keep backs in to protect. Like, I can't just go man-to-man there.
You probably can't even chip. You probably needed, what you really needed was like Dawson Knox and Jackson Hawes in the backfield going max protect. But again, the problem with that ends up being that your receivers are not going to get open on the outside. If there are only 2 receivers in the formation because you're on max protect, then, all right, you're going to look and see if Josh Palmer can uncover or Tyrell Shavers, who did not get a target in this game, can uncover. So, man, it was a tough game. It was a tough loss. Like I always do, thought the whole time the Texans are not pulling away. They're going to win this game. They kicked the field goal on 4th and 10. I'm like, they're going to get this ball back. They're going to be just fine. And then 4th and 27, they gave you a gift. A gift. They spent the whole day punching you in the face and stealing your wallet. And then on 4th and 27, they decided to just lay down and back off. What a gift. You know what they should have done?
Well, it would have been fine as long as the one guy that was covering Palmer didn't he went way too far inside.
Sure, fine.
That's the guy they fooled. There was one guy in the Texans they fooled. Although, to be fair, when you back off like that, it only takes one guy getting fooled. I thought for sure they were going to win the game after that.
Mm-hmm.
How could you not? I mean, you converted a 4th and 27. I was waiting for Herb Street, by the way, who's like, they've never seen that. That never happens. You cover college football for a living. That's the only place you've ever seen it. Boise State. Say it. He never did.
He flat out said he's never seen that before. Have you watched football?
You are a college football broadcaster. Come on, man. I thought for sure they were going to win that game after that happened. There's a lot of things to get to that are more of an annoyance. I'm not sure this will come up, so I want to get on now. I was almost furious when I saw them not come out and tush push for 4th and 1.
Of course.
4th and 1, you've got a timeout in your pocket. There's 25 seconds left. Get yourself to first down at the 15, and you can run 3 plays. And you guarantee, as much as you can guarantee a tush push, you can guarantee yourself, I'm going to get 3 more cracks at this.
Yep.
And they never were intent on doing that at all. I don't know what they were going to run. Maybe they're going to run the same thing on 4th and 1. They ran on 4th and 6. But they should have just ran to the line and tush pushed and called timeout.
That's the
and you would have had 1st and 10 at the 15.
The false start on Dawkins. Yeah.
Yes.
Without a kick return touchdown, are they a double-digit loss?
No, because it was a wash. If they don't return the kick, Houston doesn't score a touchdown.
Well, I mean, if they don't return the kick, the Bills go 3 and out and kick it back to Houston, who scores?
Houston would have no timeouts with 50 seconds left. They're not going hard.
No, I mean in the
first half.
The rate they had no timeouts. They went 6 plays, 75 yards on the ensuing drive.
Yeah,
in a minute 48.
I'll look back. I thought it was not a bad thing, but I thought getting the kick return touchdown, you should not have let them march down on you like that. But it took a minute 38. Did they use timeouts along the way?
I don't know, but that drive they started running the ball and not thinking they were going to go down the field and score a touchdown, and they did. Anyway, we're all over the place, but that's okay. I'm sure a lot of you will be as well. Bills lose. The AFC East is yikes. Great day for the Patriots yesterday.
Yeah, they used 2 timeouts. They used a minute 38 out of a minute 43. I mean, a 3 and out.
Right,
You're taking some time. I don't think Houston was scoring if the Bills go 3 and out. Right. I think the score would have been the same.
803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Let's go to Dan in Buffalo. Hey, Dan, good morning.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I just want to start off by saying, wow, what a defense Houston had. I didn't get a chance to see Houston until yesterday.
Yep. Did you find yourself kind of remembering oh, wow, that's what that looks like, a nasty, amazing defense? I've seen them before, but it's been a long time.
Yes, and I feel Houston and Seattle have the 2 best defenses in the league. You brought up a good point about they should have went with a tush push or Cook up the middle, and they would have had 3 shots to the end zone. But this might sound a little old school to me because I'm 50, and I don't believe in going for it all the time. When there was 10 minutes and 30 seconds to go in the game, Houston was not going up and down the field the way Baker Mayfield was. I would have kicked the field goal when Cook got stuffed on that long 4th and 1. We would have only been down 4. Because the next drive we stopped them, we went down and kicked the field goal. Now we would have only been down 1, and we could have kicked the game-winning field goal. I just felt like the way the flow of the game was, our coaches don't recognize. Houston, they were playing lights-out defense. They weren't marching up and down the field on us.
No, they're going 3 and out. In that moment, yeah.
I know a lot of people are like, this new world of football, go for it all the time. I would have kicked the field goal, and we would have only been down 4 points with 10 minutes to go in the game.
Yeah. Thanks, Dan.
All right. Thank you.
They had a decision later in the game that they did kick the field goal, and I've got the ESPN or the Ben Baldwin numbers on this, what they should or shouldn't have done.
Did they not like the field goal?
No, it was fine. It was actually the right call. Yeah. On 4th and 10, it's a field goal. The one that Dan's talking about, 4th and 1, 10-14 remaining, down 7, and at the 23, it was
4th and 10.
The one Dan's talking about is 4th and 1, where Cook got stuffed.
Right.
Now Cook got stuffed after running the ball 4 straight plays, trying to check himself out of the game because he's tired.
Yeah.
And they put him back in, and he ran on fourth down and got stuffed because Osiris Torrance got blown up. On that one, it was a 5.4 plus 5 win percentage. Go for it. On the kick, the field goal, the numbers of Ben Baldwin, if you want his, I mean, there are a bunch of different models, whatever. You could go Gutalytics all you want to. I mean, a missed extra point is a big factor here. If they don't miss an extra point, you could have kicked both times and been tied. But in both cases, by the numbers, they did what they probably should have done for win probability, if you care. You don't get to hang a banner for that, so I apologize. I'm not going to give you a ring that pops open and says, you did the right field goal call for win probability. Anyway, thanks, Dan, for the phone call. Mo in New Jersey is up. Hey, Mo.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning.
It was, this was a victory Friday, but it's just not. I called yesterday. I don't trust this team, especially on the road, and the road ahead is going to be on the road. We're not winning the AFC East. When we got that gift on 4th and 27, I thought we're actually going to do this. Like, we're going to steal this victory. And, just to lose the way we did is very deflating. I'm not one of the guys. I've learned not to get too high, not too low. The way things are going this season, I think that we are just wasting yet another year of Josh Allen's prime. And I did not expect him to get sacked 8 times last night. I thought our offensive line was a little bit better than that. And then, granted, I give all the credit in the world to Houston's defense. Their defensive line is incredible. Going forward, we're not running the table, right? I know we talk about if we run the table, we're going to face another defense like this when we play the Eagles, right? Their defense is almost as good, if not I want to say better, but almost as good. And, that's another loss right there in my eyes. So we got to start looking at, even if we're going to make the playoffs, I think we will make the playoffs, but like, what are we going to do?
I'll try to, hopefully with what you'd think you could do is if we don't run into somebody like that, we might be okay.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, and there's only so many teams like that. I mean, I thought that last night, though, like, isn't that the thing that Bean has been chasing for 7 years now?
Oh, yes.
He's been chasing what Houston has. That type of game-wrecking pass rush from 2 dudes. And maybe they've never had anything close to what we saw last night.
No, maybe they tried to sign Danielle Hunter when he was a free agent. He signed a 2-year, $50 million deal with the Texans, and Will Anderson was the 3rd pick.
Right.
So
you weren't getting him.
That's it. Joey tweets in, the defense only gave up 23, but they couldn't get to Mills, and they need to throw that safety blitz into a black hole. The safety blitz did work really well on at least one play.
Can I say, too, Mills and the Texans pass game, like, this was first half probably a little bit more. They left a lot on the meat. They left a lot of meat on the bone.
Tons. It was
him
Davis
and
Mills.
Hutchins, was it? Or no, him and Higgins.
Higgins, yeah.
They had
Higgins
4
doesn't get
or
a foot
5
down,
plays
and there's
that should have been converted.
Absolutely. He was 2 yards light on every throw.
Higgins was 4 for 38 on 9 targets. And I want to bet, like, of those 5 incompletions, right, it was a foot just out of bounds here. That actually happened in the end zone, too, with him. Or
it hit
Mills,
the defender. It hit the
Mills
defender
hit
on
Max Hairston in the back.
Yep, that could have been a touchdown.
Yeah.
Right, they did leave a lot out there.
The part of that is that Mills is not a very good quarterback.
No.
You saw that. Like everyone saw that yesterday. Like, he is very inaccurate.
It was, though, to this point exactly about what the defensive line was able to do. It was the lowest pressure rate the Texans had allowed since 2023.
Yeah, wow.
A team that is known for its disaster of an offensive line had a fine day against your defensive line.
Right.
So they lost this game in the trenches. I don't think there's any doubt about that. 803-0550, a bunch of injuries as well, and short week. Listen, respect to Spencer Brown, who's battling, playing hard, playing through it, and had to ultimately come out of the game. We'll see how long he's going to be out for. But, man, it's tough, real tough. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, it is Buffalo Bills Football Friday. It is not a Victory Friday. It's a Sack Parade Friday. We should title it something.
For the bad guys.
Yes, that's right. An absolute sack parade for the Texans. We'll get your calls in. What you think of this team now, if it's any different or if it's just, listen, that's the nightmare matchup. And as long as you don't see them again, you don't have to see that again. 803-0550, our number here on WGR. Jeremy White here for Wayland Brewing. Wayland Brewing, 3740 North Buffalo Street in One of the things I want to think is Josh the same guy?
Is Josh the same guy?
Is Josh Allen the same guy? You want to go mentally? You want to go physically? I want to ask that question. Because who on earth thinks he can turn backwards and run away from Will Anderson?
Mm-hmm.
Why does he think he can do that?
Mm-hmm.
Did he used to be able to do that?
I mean, he did do it against Miami like 2 weeks ago.
Okay, that's Miami.
Right.
And he runs away from... Had you scouted this team? Have you seen their rush and their defensive ends? In what world are you ever going to turn your back? Man, I'm going to go to a...
You're talking the one where he's like he gets to the sideline and he signs the... And that's when you could throw it away.
Yes.
That's why he does it. It's because it's third down. His option there is I throw it away or I try to get away again. Like that. Those are his only... Unless he's forcing a ball to someone who's probably covered.
Or try an arm punt. Is anybody down there for an arm punt?
Yeah,
I would settle for an arm punt.
Chuck it as far down the field as possible.
An arm punt might be 30 yards better than what they do out there. I mean, he continues to look like the guy that turns back here and there, and it's like, is he the same guy? I remember a time when Josh Allen stiff-armed Aaron Donald in the face.
Mm-hmm.
Is he the same guy? And it's not exactly his fault if he's not. But to the Bills, this kind of gets to the breaking down of Allen. Is he losing a half a step? Is he losing some stuff? Because did the Bills just think that their quarterback was going to be the kind of guy that should throw 300-pound men to the ground with regularity and they'd be like, yeah, that's fine. That's what we got. That's the plan. The plan is for him to stay Superman all the time and we'll be fine. And he is not that right now. Last week he looked like that, largely unpressured and made a bunch of great throws and a couple great runs. You have a series of factors playing in very predictable offense. I mean, how many games are we going to watch where a national commentator is watching the game saying, like, man, they do the same thing all the time?
Yeah, Nate Tice yesterday was the one where he's watching the game. Nate Tice is the ringer, right? No, Yahoo. And he tweeted out, like, somewhere in the fourth quarter that all the Bills ever do on third down is run mesh. So all the mesh concept where guys are crossing, they're running mesh on so much on third down, and they're using 5-man protection to make them so predictable. And then 20 minutes later on the last play of the game, 4th and 6, what did they do? Exactly what Nate Tice described.
Yeah.
We think the Texans didn't know that was going to happen?
And why does the team run mesh? Because they need to work to get somebody open?
Yeah.
Because they can't get somebody open.
Right. And on that play, they were purposely trying to. I mean, Davis didn't sell it very well. The design of that play is Davis is going to run into the guy that's covering Dawson Knox, and that's going to make him open. And that's what there would have been a penalty in the play. If he had thrown it to the right guy, Knox is wide open, then it would have come back offensive pass interference. They would have got another try at it.
Yeah.
Maybe they would run another hook and ladder or something. But that, right, like their plan
was to cheat.
Was kind of to cheat and hopefully get away with it.
Yeah.
And Davis just destroyed the dude, so it was too obvious.
Let's set an open field block for the tight end.
Right. That was the play.
Yikes.
The Bills unable to make the comeback happen as they ultimately fall short to the Houston Texans last night by a score of 23-19. They now drop to 7-4 on the season. The Texans' defense was dominant. Allen completed 24 of 34 attempts for 253 yards with no touchdowns on the day. James Cook did score a touchdown in the first quarter early, and Ray Davis scored a 97-yard kick return touchdown as well. Allen did throw 2 interceptions on the day and was sacked 8 times. Multiple Bills players were injured in the matchup. The Blue Tent was busy with cornerback Maxwell Hairston dealing with a concussion, Terrell Bernard with an elbow injury, and Spencer Brown with a shoulder injury. They all left the game and did not return. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Bills get some extended time off on a mini bye after a short week as they prepare to head to Pittsburgh next Sunday with kickoff set for 4:25. The Sabres in action tonight against Chicago at KeyBank Center, looking to rebound after their loss to Calgary. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock, and you'll be able to catch all of the action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Late motion from Hawes, handoff to Cook, cuts it inside, he's got the first down, through a hole, 30, 20, 10, 5, touchdown, James Cook, 45 yards to the end zone for a Buffalo touchdown.
Chris Brown on the call, highlights of the game brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. Get you some stats of the game. Brought to you by Skyworks Equipment Rental, building America from ground up. The Bills lose in Houston, and the offense had a rough go of it. You know how many yards Josh Allen lost on sacks? Want that one?
On 8 sacks, I'm going to guess he lost like 50.
70.
70. Worse.
70 yards.
Sweet.
And
70.
There's a million things on earth that are tracked about football. It was about 2-3 weeks ago I saw tracking that, we do have sacks, but sacks are not all the same. And it was that Cam Ward had lost, I'm just going to make up numbers here, 300 yards on his sacks.
Yeah.
And Drake May, sorry to mention Drake May so early, we shouldn't do that. Drake May, who does get sacked a lot, doesn't lose a lot of yards on his sacks. So if it's 2nd and 10 and you get a sack, is it 3rd and 19 or is it 3rd and 11? Because it makes a difference.
Yeah.
And Allen
Allen had a sack yesterday for +2. It didn't go down as a sack.
That's right.
The one where we thought he got hurt.
He got chased down from behind.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, 803-0550. Defense, offense, take your pick. There's
the defense, though, at least had a good half.
Sure.
I feel like the offense didn't have even a good half.
No, they didn't.
The defense, no doubt. That drive at the end of the first half, is that's an embarrassing drive to give up to Davis Mills in that offense.
It's brutal.
It's an embarrassing drive. But if I put it this way, this has happened a lot. This happened in the Atlanta game. This happened a little bit in the Miami game. There are these games where the Bills' defense is giving the Bills opportunities, the offense, to claw back into it. If I told you, let's go back in time, and I'm the defense, and I'm going to tell you're the offense, hey, it's halftime, we're down, I'm going to hold them to 3 in this half. They're going to get a bunch of punts. You're going to get 6 chances to score 7 points. There you go.
Yeah.
That's my gift to you. You had a bad first half. I didn't have a great first half either, but I'm going to show up to work, and I am going to give you 6 drives to score 7 points in the second half. That's what the defense gift wrapped to the offense yesterday, and the offense couldn't do it.
Stops. How many stops did the defense get overall?
In the second half, I know they had 4. I think the Texans had
5.
Houston had 4 3-and-outs in the second half, right? The Bills' defense in the second half was dominant almost.
The Bills forced 6 punts.
There you go.
Granted, it's Davis Mills. They forced 6 punts. That is a good number. You should never lose when you force 6 punts. And they didn't. Whatever.
Oh,
Anyway, 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803-0550. 803 was going to ask this. Was Tim Settle always that good?
Yeah, he was a bit of a monster last night.
Tim Settle, I remember.
Tim Settle was pretty good.
Former Bill Tim Settle.
I mean, the play where he hits Ty Johnson, I thought that was about to be the Jadeveon Clowney South Carolina play, if anyone knows it. I mean, yeah, he was a beast yesterday.
Wayne in Batavia. Hey, Wayne, what's up?
Hey, how's it going this morning?
Good.
Good. Dial things back to the first quarter when Prater missed that extra point after a touchdown by Cook. When we got the 97-yard touchdown, why didn't we go for 2 when the offense was already geared up to come on the field anyhow? And try to get that math right.
Right. That's a good question. Can I give you a guess? They've not been very good on 2-point plays this year, right?
Mm-hmm. How many have they run?
They've run.
Baltimore, there was a couple that they failed on, wasn't there?
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that. They could have. That's a spot where people will sometimes say you're chasing points. Maybe McDermott thought a 6-point lead against this team, I'm in good shape. Like 7, whatever. 6.
Right.
Like they could have gone for 2, but I like a 6-point lead. If that's the fourth quarter, is it different? Maybe. But in previous instances in this season, it feels like a spot they've gone for it. Like, let's get the full score up. So they could have gone for it. They might have gotten it, maybe not. I'll get their 2-point conversion rate in a minute. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. On the season right now, the Bills in 2-point conversions, they have made, I've got it at 0%.
So 0 for however many they've tried?
Yeah.
I'm probably like 2 or 3.
Yeah.
All right.
Did they make one last week?
I don't think they attempted one.
TeamRankings.com has them as 0 on the season. So, Rob in Connecticut. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. How you doing?
Good.
Man, last night I felt like that couple in the car from Plane, Trains, and Automobiles. You're going the wrong way. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
It was just one of those games where even before it started, you're talking about riding this wave. And, yeah, I've been riding the wave as a fan. Sometimes I'm hanging 10, but last night I was caught in the undertow. And it just – that's a defense. And I mean, I think of the Bears. I think of the Ravens back in the day. And then that hook and ladder. I mean, come on, Herbstreit was like, I've never seen it before. Well, obviously he doesn't know the history of Epic in Miami. When we had that hook and ladder, I jumped out of my bed because I thought for sure we were going to win that game when that happened. I mean, it was ridiculous. But my question to Shope and the Bulldog yesterday, I didn't get on, but how do you feel going into this game? And my thoughts on the game going into it was, is Josh going to be comfortable going against this defense? And he wasn't comfortable last night. And I mean, there was so many things. It's sad that we had 3 beautiful explosive plays and we still walked away with the loss.
Yeah.
And I mean, everybody talks about it. It's disappointing. How do we move forward from this?
The thing I think about this game is I knew it would be tough. We thought the defense would be tough. This is not just an example of, although it used to be where the Bills would play the number 1 ranked defense and it wouldn't matter. Josh would carve them up for, 310. Mm-hmm. That's not in the cards in this game, of course. I guess what I thought is that James Cook would get more carries. James Cook got 27 carries against the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
He got 17 in this game. And why would they have ever shut that down? It was working. It was okay. Outside of the big run, the numbers are still respectable. It ends up being, 16 for 70?
Okay.
You're doing fine. You're doing fine in the run game with James Cook. Only 17 carries. That's a team you needed to run against just because you needed your quarterback to take fewer hits. On the drive that they get down to the 4th and 1, they hand off to Cook. Maybe he should have had 16 carries because that one carry he was not maybe prepared for. I don't know. The empty backfields, 5-man protection schemes where, sure, there's a back there, but they're going to move out. The formation where they have a back in the backfield but way off to the side, I don't know what that formation is called.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever it is. You got a back in the backfield that is not going to block. Let's not even put a back in the backfield. Let's put him over there. So they know this person cannot pick up a rusher. The whole thing looked to me like you didn't know that the Texans had a nasty pass rush. Could you plan anything? You've got Knox and Hawes that are out there that you could use them a little bit more. I was just blown away how many times they went empty.
I'm doing a quick count real quick. I think part of the reason why Cook didn't get more carries is he had the 145-yard run. He had another 20-yard run on the day. I think I count 7 first-down runs, and he never went for more than 4 yards.
Okay.
So they did. I think maybe they were trying, but after every, and again, this is part of their predictability and a Joe Brady complaint, right?
It does not have to be a first down run.
Why is it always first down run to Cook? Why haven't you passed for 7 yards and now I'm, it's 2nd and 3 and handing it off or something like that? But I think it's 7 first down runs and none of them went for more than 4. You got back-to-back ones here on the same drive that went for 1 and then 0. And if you're getting to 2nd and 9, that you're not handing the ball off.
Yeah.
That's actually what McDermott said yesterday. He got the question, is this offense too predictable? And his answer was, you become predictable when you get into 2nd and long. And maybe it does go beyond that. The mesh, conversation online yesterday, or when they run screens to Shakir, and that has not worked really for weeks now. There's, I think, more than that, but I think some of the Cook not getting more carries was because he actually had 2 big runs really in this game and a lot of first down runs that didn't work.
Yeah. 803-0550 is our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe will continue to blast through your phone calls. Sal's going to join us at 8, and Chris Brown's going to join us on Monday. These guys all got back very late from Houston. Mm-hmm. Bills got beat up, now have a mini-bye to lick their wounds, and they might need the extra time. Injury list lengthy. They had a lot of guys go into that blue tent. And could be some significant losses along the way. 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. The Bills, horror in Houston. We'll call it that?
The horror in
Houston. How do you like it? The House of Pain.
I mean,
you don't remember that.
That's what?
They used
House of Pain?
Yeah, when the Oilers played in the Astrodome, they called it the House of Pain.
Well, I believe it's right to call it that again, especially for the Bills, because, again, they have not won there since 2006.
Sure.
Have they gone longer? What's the longest they've gone without winning in a stadium?
Good question.
Because especially for one that they play in semi-regularly, they lose a lot of games at that place, even when the Texans, with Davis Mills at quarterback.
Yeah. 803-0550, the phone number. We'll get more of your calls on WGR. One of the things I want to think is Josh the same guy?
Is Josh the same guy?
Is Josh Allen the same guy? You want to go mentally? You want to go physically? I want to ask that question. Because who on earth thinks he can turn backwards and run away from Will Anderson?
Mm-hmm.
Why does he think he can do that?
Mm-hmm.
Did he used to be able to do that?
I mean, he did do it against Miami 2 weeks ago.
Okay, that's Miami.
Right.
And he runs away from... Had you scouted this team? Have you seen their rush and their defensive ends? In what world are you ever going to turn your back? Man, I'm going to go to a...
You're talking the one where he's he gets to the sideline and he signs the... And that's when you could throw it away.
Yes.
That's why he does it. It's because it's 3rd down. His option there is... I throw it away or I try to get away again. Those are his only, unless he's forcing a ball to someone who's probably covered.
Or try an arm punt. Is anybody down there for an arm punt? I would settle for an arm punt.
Chuck it as far down the field as possible.
An arm punt might be 30 yards better than what they do out there. I mean, he continues to look like the guy that turns back here and there and just is he the same guy? I remember a time when Josh Allen stiff-armed Aaron Donald in the face.
Mm-hmm.
Is he the same guy? And it's not exactly his fault if he's not. But to the Bills, this kind of gets to the breaking down of Allen. Is he losing a half a step? Is he losing some stuff? Because did the Bills just think that their quarterback was going to be the kind of guy that should throw 300-pound men to the ground with regularity and they'd be like, yeah, that's fine. That's what we got. That's the plan. The plan is for him to stay Superman all the time and we'll be fine. And he is not that right now. Last week he looked like that, largely unpressured and made a bunch of great throws and a couple great runs. You have a series of factors playing in. Very predictable offense. I mean, how many games are we going to watch where a national commentator is watching the game saying, like, man, they do the same thing all the time?
Yeah, Nate Tice yesterday was the one where he's watching the game. Nate Tice is the Ringer, right? No, Yahoo. And he tweeted out, like, somewhere in the fourth quarter that all the Bills ever do on third down is run mesh. So all the mesh concept where guys are crossing, they're running mesh on so much on third down, and they're using 5-man protection to make them so predictable. And then 20 minutes later on the last play of the game, 4th and 6, what did they do? Exactly what Nate Tice described.
Yeah.
You think the Texans didn't know that was going to happen?
And why does the team run mesh? Because they need to work to get somebody open?
Yeah.
Because they can't get somebody open.
Right. And on that play, they were purposely trying to. I mean, Davis didn't sell it very well. The design of that play is Davis is going to run into the guy that's covering Dawson Knox, and that's going to make him open. And that's what there would have been a penalty in the play. If he had thrown it to the right guy, Knox is wide open, then it would have come back offensive pass interference. They would have got another try at it.
Yeah.
Maybe they would run another hook and ladder or something. But that, right, like their plan
was to cheat.
Was kind of to cheat and hopefully get away with it.
Yeah.
And Davis just destroyed the dude, so it was too obvious.
Let's set an open field block for the tight end.
Right. That was the play.
Yikes.
Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922.
Well, when they hit their quarterback 12 times, you know, that's I don't like that. I don't like that stat at all. It's not a healthy way to play or a healthy way to keep our quarterback healthy through the remainder of the season. So that's just not a good formula right there.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott. Sometimes it takes 50 minutes into the show the day after to kind of give the overarching thought I want to give. And I finally got myself to it, which sometimes it happens like 3 days later. But here we go. You ready for it? Here's my take. Understanding that there are prisoner of the moment days and potential, I think surveying, talking with everybody that calls us, being online, just, whatever. We're all immersed in the Bills world. I think that if and when this season falls short, it'll be a year that moves lots of the satisfied fans to wanting to see a big change. This one looks different. And we hear McDermott should be fired. We hear a little bit of this and that about the coach, and they'll never win with this guy. And sure, there's that section of the fan base. I think a year like this pushes a lot more people to go with them. And the other obvious part of this conversation is that the general tone and mood around the GM has never been like this before.
Correct.
So
yeah, never.
It might just be because now that there are two people that are catching a lot. But I think this offseason, a non-Super Bowl year offseason, which, again, like I just got to keep saying that because could they get it right and find matchups? Sure. But I think this offseason could sound panicked. Like it all sets in. Wait a minute. Do we have the right formula? Do we have the right vision? I feel like this is a year, Joe, that is pushing the limits for a lot of people that would call themselves reasonable. I think they do a good job over there, fans. It's time for something else.
It's going to depend how the playoffs go. Right?
Anything short of a Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Can they go to the AFC title game and lose to Denver?
That's the right game to pick. I think if they go to the AFC Championship game and lose, I don't know that what you just said is fully going to come to fruition. I think if they lose any point before that, I think you're probably right.
Okay.
And definitely if they lose like in the wild card round on the road because New England won the division, then I'm totally with you. I think a lot of people are gonna be like ready for something.
What if they go to the AFC Championship game and lose a game like that? Allen,
where the offense can't do anything.
Yes, smacked around.
Well, that maybe could do it.
Yeah.
If it's embarrassing, like if they score. I mean, really, the offense scored 13 points yesterday, right? If they score 13 points in like an AFC Championship game. It could depend on who it's to also, but I think that's possible. But how would they have gotten to the AFC Championship game? They're going to win a couple games on the road? That's the thing. Maybe I'm wrong in thinking like that even matters. Maybe it's just simply you've been caught in the division and that's the point. That's the part. If New England not only wins the division and goes further than you, and the Bills look like this, and they lose a game where, man, your offense is just totally constipated and everything looks predictable, and your Allen's getting hit all the time, and you couple that with the team in your division beat you for the division and went further than you, then that'll exasperate everybody that would be thinking that way. I think it'll only be magnified.
We're wide open next segment. Usually we talk to Sal. They got in late, so if you're on hold, we'll get right to your phone calls. Larry, Anthony, Chris, Matt, our takes as well. We'll get some tweets in. We'll get it all in. We'll get Alt, Joe, and Owen. What are you thinking after that game? Man, this is a family meeting kind of mood.
Yeah.
Family meeting. What are we doing here? Josh Allen sacked 8 times under pressure, under assault throughout the game. It's Buffalo Bills Football Friday here on WGR. One of the things I want to think is Josh the same guy?
Is Josh the same guy?
Is Josh Allen the same guy? You want to go mentally? You want to go physically? I want to ask that question. Because who on earth thinks he can turn backwards and run away from Will Anderson? Why does he think he can do that? Did he used to be able to do that?
I mean, he did do it against Miami like 2 weeks ago.
Okay, that's Miami.
Right.
And he runs away from... Had you scouted this team? Have you seen their rush and their defensive ends? In what world are you ever going to turn your back? Man, I'm going to go to a...
You're talking the one where he's like he gets to the sideline and he signs the... And that's when you could throw it away.
Yes.
That's why he does it. It's because it's third down. His option there is I throw it away or I try to get away again. Like that. Those are his only... Unless he's forcing a ball to someone who's probably covered.
Or try an arm punt. Is anybody down there for an arm punt? I would settle for an arm punt.
Chuck it as far down the field as possible.
An arm punt might be 30 yards better than what they do out there. I mean, he continues to look like the guy that turns back here and there and just like, is he the same guy? I remember a time when Josh Allen stiff-armed Aaron Donald in the face. Is he the same guy? And it's not exactly his fault if he's not. But to the Bills, this kind of gets to the breaking down of Allen? Is he losing a half a step? Is he losing some stuff? Because did the Bills just think that their quarterback was going to be the kind of guy that should throw 300-pound men to the ground with regularity and they'd be like, yeah, that's fine. That's what we got. That's the plan. The plan is for him to stay Superman all the time and we'll be fine. And he is not that right now. Last week he looked like that, largely unpressured and made a bunch of great throws and a couple great runs.
I mean, the defense, though, at least had a good half.
Sure.
I feel like the offense didn't have even a good half.
No, they didn't.
The defense, no doubt, that drive at the end of the half, the first half, is that's an embarrassing drive to give up to Davis Mills in that offense.
It's brutal.
It's an embarrassing drive. But if I put it this way, this has happened a lot. This happened in the Atlanta game. This happened a little bit in the Miami game. There are these games where the Bills' defense is giving the Bills opportunities, the offense, to claw back into it. If I told you, let's go back in time, and I'm the defense, and I'm going to tell you're the offense, hey, it's halftime, we're down, I'm going to hold them to 3 in this half. They're going to get a bunch of punts. You're going to get 6 chances to score 7 points. There you go.
Yeah.
That's my gift to you. You had a bad first half. I didn't have a great first half either, but I'm going to show up to work, and I am going to give you 6 drives to score 7 points in the second half. That's what the defense gift wrapped to the offense yesterday, and the offense couldn't do it.
The Bills unable to complete the comeback as they ultimately fall short to the Houston Texans by a score of 23-19. They now drop to 7-4 on the season. The Texans' defense was dominant. Allen was able to complete 24 of 34 attempts for 253 yards with no touchdowns on the day. James Cook did score a touchdown early in the first quarter, and Ray Davis popped a 97-yard kick return touchdown as well. Allen threw 2 interceptions and was sacked 8 times. Multiple Bills players were injured in the matchup. The Blue Tent was busy, but Maxwell Hairston with a concussion, Terrell Bernard with an elbow injury, Spencer Brown with a shoulder injury all left the game and did not return. The Bills get some extended time off on a, quote, mini bye after the short week as they prepare to head to Pittsburgh next Sunday with kickoff set for 4:25. The Sabres in action tonight against Chicago at KeyBank Center, looking to rebound after their loss to Calgary. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock, and you can catch all of the action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson dealing with an ankle injury practiced fully yesterday. Packers running back Josh Jacobs with a knee injury was limited in yesterday's practice. Colts quarterback Daniel Jones appeared on the injury report with a calf injury and was limited in yesterday's practice. Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow with the toe injury had another full day of practice, and quarterback Aaron Rodgers with that wrist injury was limited in practice yesterday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
And Josh Allen comes to the sideline to Trubisky. What are we doing? Kind of frustrated there.
So everyone saw that. What are we doing, right, after a 4th down call? And Allen was asked about that, why he did that, why he said that on the sideline. You can see him saying it to Mitch Trubisky. Here's his answer.
On the 4th down play, it appeared on the sidelines on the TV broadcast that you might have been saying, what are we doing on that play? Was there some miscommunication, or were you just not happy with the play? Or,
just frustration on my part. Just in a situation like that, probably should have just banged a timeout. We got the play in late. Didn't give ourselves a chance there.
Play comes in late. We didn't give ourselves a chance there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This will be the second loss in a row. They didn't lost 2 games, no, they won a game in between. But the second loss in a row where I'm going to want to live in that pause.
Yeah.
As he's deciding whether or not to say the play came in late. Yeah. We were not prepared.
Or trying to think of some other way to put it.
Right, just
other
frustrated.
Than what actually happened.
The play came in late.
Yeah.
Okay, so the offensive coordinator, you didn't get to play in time. And you couldn't get things set. You couldn't get where you wanted to be. Play came in late. Okay?
And basically then he's kind of saying, I didn't have an opportunity to change the play. Right?
If he wanted to, sure. Just didn't give ourselves a chance. He's deciding if he wants to say it, and then he's saying it. The play came in late.
Yep. Or maybe not even just change the play because he didn't like the play, but because you could have looked up and saw Texans are about to sell out to stop a run up the middle. Maybe you don't do it.
Yeah,
maybe you run something different.
If Osiris Torrance wins his block, they might be just fine.
Maybe. Didn't he get by 3 guys at the same time in the backfield?
It really is just the overhead view. It sure looked like it was just Torrance that would have been the issue. Gilliam gets out there and seals that guy, and he probably gets through. I'm no line coach, so I don't know. But anyway, 803-0550 is our phone number. It is Buffalo Bills. Football Friday. You can join us here on WGR. It wasn't all bad, but it was a lot of bad. Ray Davis, a punt return touchdown. Nice play from him. Turns out the secret to the kickoff return. The secret to a kickoff return touchdown, run into your own guy and spin off him.
Yes. Springboard.
It's kind of nice. Yeah. It kind of worked. So Ray Davis on his birthday gets a kick return touchdown. That was great. Matt Prater missed an extra point. That was not. Sal coming up at 8 o'clock. No Chris Brown today. We'll talk to him on Monday. And the Patriots can further their stranglehold on the division on Sunday when they play the Bengals in Cincinnati. However, they might have Joe Burrow for that game. 803-0550. What do you take away from it? I think you could say, and you started to allude to this, Joe, if you want to say it's an optimist's view, if you want to say it's a pragmatist's view, the idea would just be like, listen, they're not going to face a defense like that again unless they play Denver. There aren't that many that play like that. And if that team makes the playoffs, if Houston makes the playoffs, maybe they give some teams some trouble because of that. They could certainly take the Bills out, no doubt about that.
But the odds you would see them,
right? You're just probably not going to see them.
You're both going to be low seeds. You wouldn't play Houston until late in the playoffs.
We don't think so, unless if New England drops a couple games and all of a sudden you're home, whatever. The point is, the playoffs are match play. Who are you matching up against? You don't have to beat everybody. You have to beat who they put in front of you. And if somebody beats your biggest threat, then that's great. But I mean, it's tough. It's tougher and tougher to believe. The offense is incredibly inconsistent.
Yep.
And that's where we are.
What happened to me last night is that the division is poof. Goodbye. Division, and we'll see Sunday. Burrow's going to play right against the Patriots, and maybe they equal that out. But for now, I'm considering the division toast. So I think you're going on the road. That does not have to be the worst thing. I mean, if you really want an optimist view, you probably became less likely of playing the AFC North winner last night, right?
I don't know. It's just too far on the road.
Because 6 or 7 is a lot more likely if you're going to drop a couple more games than if you had run the table, but so did New England, and then you're guaranteed to be the 5.
Yeah, I mean, you could talk to me about that on Tuesday of next week.
Well, it's just the odds of it changed a lot last night from that happening. And there's no way that you're going to see Baltimore catch Indy in New England. So that would be the best way. Your odds of playing Baltimore in round 1 did go down yesterday. That happened.
I don't know that I agree with that. Because your odds...
6 or 7's more likely, and Baltimore can't really get to 2 or 3.
No, because 5 just became more likely.
No, 5 became less likely.
No.
5 was their most likely chance, I thought.
And what was their second most likely chance? 2?
The 2.
Right.
5
became more likely because 2 became less likely.
But how much? But your odds of 2 weren't that high in the first. You went down like 2%, like 10%.
I don't know. I don't really care about any of this, to be honest. I mean, I kind of do, but I don't think it's a conversation for today.
I do. I think your odds of playing Baltimore went down, and that is big.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. You got to go on the road. You lost to Miami.
You're gonna have to go on the road.
You lost to Atlanta on the road. I mean, this team could. Let's go through the division winners if they're going to go on the road in the playoffs. Could they lose to Indy? Definitely.
Yep.
Could they lose to Denver? Definitely.
Yep. Could they lose to New England and Foxborough? I think
definitely.
you have to say definitely.
Right.
That.
And then the last one is Baltimore. If you're a wild card team, you have to beat 3 of those teams on the road, probably.
Yep.
Unless Kansas City comes in and knocks somebody off. Anyway, we'll get your calls in. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Bills they got smoked by 4. Can I say that? Like they got absolutely dominated on their offensive line. They lost by 4. Felt like a game they could and should have.
Not only are they losing on the road, they've lost on the road this year. And I know defenses are important here in Houston last night. It's not about Davis Mills, but the defense. But they've lost road games to Michael Penix, Tua, and Davis Mills this year. This was the team that used to they had the bad quarterbacks. Right?
Yep.
Always beat the bad quarterbacks. And this year, to lose 3 to guys that are not good. I mean, Mills is a backup and the other 2 are not. But this team did not used to lose to quarterbacks of that caliber.
Well,
it was rare at least.
17 days ago, Brandon Beane said he believed it was a championship roster.
McDermott didn't, though.
That's right.
The coach would not.
17 days ago, the GM said he believed it was a championship roster.
Yep.
Larry in South Florida. Hey, Larry.
Hey, good morning, guys. You asked earlier, what is your take from it? And I'll get to the point. My take is we need to change. And let's just look at some real numbers here. So, Brandon Beane in the offseason signs Joey Bosa, Larry Okeechobee, Michael Hoyt, brings back Phillips, brings back Poyer. We have all these injuries, but so does everybody else. So let's stop with that garbage. I know you guys aren't making that excuse.
Mm-hmm.
And with all the 5 draft picks, the first 5 draft picks in the draft, first 5 on defense, we don't even sniff the backup quarterback, not once. While our MVP quarterback's getting crushed. And while this is happening, he totally ignores what Josh Allen needs on offense. We have the same 5 offensive line, which is crazy. The gentleman who just gets the key to the city jumps off sides on 4th and 1, which just kills that drive. I don't know the play you're referring to when Josh said, "What are we doing here?" Luckily,
That's the 4th down when Cook got stuffed on the 4th and 1.
Yep.
Got it. The thing that I really want to congratulate is Joe Brady. Because if you throw one more wide receiver screen, and I already think he's done it, you're game planned yourself out of any head coaching job, which means we're stuck with this guy again.
Oh no, they're not. They're not. I'll tell you, Larry. I don't think he's coming back no matter what. I don't think there's a scenario. I don't think there's a scenario where Sean McDermott is going to do it again with Joe Brady.
Well, I hope you're right, Jeremy, because I can't stomach this anymore. You know, Josh Allen's at the point where he's starting to get. You look like it. He's hesitant to take off. On that first hit where it looked like he got hurt, there was a window there that if he just would have put it down and gone, he would have got the first down. He probably would have got hit, but not that bad because that team is so fast. How do you not game plan to say, Josh, you can't hold the ball against this defense? It's 2-step drop, 3-step drop, boom, gone.
Yep.
You have to make that decision quickly. Sal Kapacio laid it out. You must attack up the middle. What do? Stupid wide receiver screens. So here's the problem. We're not going to get rid of Bean because Terry Bagula won't get rid of Kevin Adams. How are you going to get rid of Brandon Bean? And I have no idea what the answer is, but we are wasting Josh Allen, gentlemen.
Thanks, Larry, for the phone call.
The one difference there might be McDermott's presence. Right? McDermott's presence could make that a little bit different.
Yeah.
And I agree. Like, I think every game that passes, the odds that Brady is back next season.
I think it's
I can't picture it.
I think it's definitely not happening.
How could you sell? Like, what do we think the offense would look like next year? I think it would just morph into this totally different looking thing, or they would just keep rolling out the same types of concepts and like the screens and everything would just come right back. Because that's where I think it would be. Mm-hmm. And who wants to sign up for that again? The coach also has. About play calling being too cute earlier in the year, right? Like,
sure. His comment yesterday about getting the quarterback hit. Like, think of it this way, right? If you have an offensive lineman that you can't count on because he's getting your quarterback hit, what does he do? He gets benched. Yeah. And if it goes on long enough, he's gone. What you have with this situation is an offensive coordinator. I mean, I know it's not directly his fault. Allen's taking all these hits, but hey, you run the offense and our quarterback is getting lit up. Yeah. You don't have answers for that? His third down sack rate is being sacked on 15% of his third downs.
That's the craziest number I've heard today.
Yeah.
15%.
15% of his third downs. He's being sacked. Like,
that's nuts.
The numbers last year, you know what that number was last year? 4%.
Man.
More than
triple.
Almost quadruple. From 4 to 15, almost 16% of his dropbacks on third down is being sacked. He'd never touched 15% before. In his rookie season, it was 11. In his second season, it was 12. It is at 15. And if you are the offensive coordinator and you can't protect my billion-dollar guy over there, you got to go. And I don't know what their plan is to protect him. Is it to run more? Every time they lose like this, what do we get to? You know what it's got to be? It's got to be an offensive run through James Cook.
They, have that this year. They have that this year. Right? Like, he passed 1,000 yards last night.
I know.
It's the 11th game of the season. He's over 1,000. They're doing it. They can't really run much more, right?
Or much better, right?
Like, is there a pivot the other way? Is it, well, we did do this and we thought it was working, but maybe actually it is more about giving him quick options that get open? That man, if you really want them to believe or go back to, man, maybe we need to make receiver our fastball again. Maybe it is trying everything else and Allen getting pummeled throughout an entire year to kind of beat them into, okay, maybe we should do this.
Yeah. According to OptaStats, Josh Allen's the first quarterback. We got a lot of Josh Allen's the first quarterback in NFL history to blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
This is a little bit of good and bad. First quarterback in NFL history to account for 6 touchdowns in one start and then 0 in his next. Since Tommy Kramer in 1986 with the Vikings. Apparently he did that.
Okay.
From 6 to 0.
Can't be many opportunities for that.
Anthony in Long Island. Hey, Anthony, good morning.
Hey, how are you guys?
Good.
Dude, the GM's killing me, man. He came on your show and was talking about how he doesn't need wide receivers, and now midseason we're going outside McCole Hardman and not drafting guys. It's just, gosh, there's nobody to throw the ball to. I know you guys didn't think this game was a big deal, but we don't have anybody to take off the top. So he's just running around for his life, and the roster construction's just been poor. We've been chasing DNs forever, signing old guys that just, I don't know. Nobody's getting home. And it's I think it's on Beam now.
Thanks, Anthony.
I got some numbers for you on time to throw from yesterday, because I thought watching the game, it seemed like that it was happening faster. That Anderson and Hunter were just this wasn't just the receivers taking forever to get open and Allen's trying to buy time. Like, there were a couple of those.
Yeah.
But it was more of, no, the tackles just got beat clean. Ryan Vandermark tackled a guy at one point. Was that Anderson? Because he got through like in a flash.
I did laugh at that holding penalty. They showed the replay.
Unbelievable throwing penalty.
It was hilarious. And, credit Ryan Vandermark, because might as well take the penalty because the guy was going to destroy Josh Allen.
Did you see the ref on that play? Watch that back and watch the ref. I think I only saw it the once on the one replay, but I thought he didn't look like he wanted to throw the flag. It was a big spot. Was it third down?
I think so.
It was a big spot late in the game. I don't think he wanted to call holding, and it looked like he kind of hesitates. Like, it's so egregious. I have to. I have to throw this flag. He tackled him. You want to compare it to the Miami game? The Miami game, Allen time to throw. How long it took him to throw the ball? 3.53.
Yeah.
In this game yesterday, he was at 2.55. A full second difference from what it looked like in the Miami game. So you had two games where he was getting hit a lot and getting sacked, and maybe you had two very different reasons. I think one of them you could more squarely blame guys weren't getting open. Yesterday, it would have had to be quicker. Like Gabe Davis and Shavers and Palmer, like they would have had to have been getting open a lot faster than the guys against Miami did.
803-0550. We'll continue to take your phone calls. 1-888-550-2550. We've talked a lot about Josh. We'll call it Eye on the Quarterback, brought to you by Great Lakes Building Systems. We keep an eye on your business so you don't have to. Our business is protecting your business. He got sacked 8 times and lost 70 yards. That stadium, flashbacks, right? Turning, running backwards, you can't do it. I don't know how you ever think you could do it against that team. Anyway, tough one. Tough one for Allen. He ran on a 3rd and 13. Where was the rest of that? Were there no other opportunities to run?
Did you think he slid too early on that play?
A little bit.
I thought they weren't going to give it to him.
It was close.
Yeah.
It was close. Chris is in San Antonio and on with us. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Good morning. Look, I love this team more than my cholesterol levels love our chicken wings back home there. But we've hit the moment where hope isn't a strategy anymore. It's literally a coping mechanism. Jeremy, you rightly tweeted out last night the holes that this team has, and I'm sure we could add a few more, but every week we're slapping more and more patches on this boat. The defense has holes that you can drive a snowplow through. The offense looks like it's playing musical chairs without the music and the chairs. And to be honest, the MVP last night, and deserves the arrow up, is the blue tent operator. How sad is that? I agree with Larry, who was one of the previous callers. Our owner, I feel like, is in the witness protection program in 2 different leagues. We need a one Buffalo cleansing press conference to rid ourselves of the GMs in both organizations so that we can move forward. But here's the question. Given the holes that we have, a rebuild is going to be needed, and that rebuild will take 2 to 3 years. Is it right to have Josh, who is in his prime, who's in his window, while we're looking more like a construction zone that needs help? Is it right to ask him to stick around for that?
Yes. I mean, Chris, it's ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
The idea they're 2-3 years. I mean, listen, you can be upset, but they're not 2 to 3 year of rebuild away.
No.
Not even. I mean, New England last year picked 3rd.
And now they're going to be the 1 seed.
Yeah, it's absolutely not. They're not. They don't need a rebuild. They need better decisions. They need better coaching. They might need a new offensive coordinator. They definitely need some. Here's what they need. Ready? I'm going to give it. It's November 21st. Here's everything they need. They need 2 receivers. They need a new starting linebacker. They need a nickel cornerback, and they might need some young stud offensive linemen in the middle to replace McGovern and Osiris Torrance if Torrance leaves and they don't want to pay him. They need
What they
some
need-
defensive linemen.
Yeah.
They need some edge rushers that come cheap and are surprising.
They need to also not be counting on so many guys where I'm watching the 2019 Bills-Texans playoff game, and I saw the same people playing last night trying to make stops. I saw them not be able to stop a team from Houston 6 years ago. And last night, I got Milano and Taron Johnson both not being able to wrap up behind the line of scrimmage on a fourth down.
Right.
Or maybe one of them was the third down.
Right. What I need next,
Johnson was a fourth down.
What I need next year is not the 3 practice squad guys that you sign as, well, they know the system. We think like, really, wow, these guys are on the practice squad. Don't worry, they're not going to play. They all play.
Right, they get in.
Jordan Phillips, Jordan Poyer, Gabe Davis. All are upgrades from things they had. They needed those players to be better. They need a good draft. They need a really good draft. We went to this offseason, the entire mindset of this offseason was not about like, oh, they need a receiver one. It was they need more great players. That's what they're going to need, some great players. And I guess this offseason, who'd that bring? Nobody for this year. Cole Bishop is
Bosa's close.
Bosa might be close.
Yeah.
Cole Bishop has appeared to me to turn into a great player. Good to great player. I think Cole Bishop continues to be great.
Yep, he was great last night.
He got his revenge on Nico Collins for last year's bomb.
I cannot believe Collins stayed up. Did you see the tackle Bishop made after?
It's an amazing play.
It was. I don't know if anyone. Okay, so you noticed.
They showed it on the broadcast. Yeah,
Collins was maybe going to run away there.
Yeah,
and Bishop had the wherewithal while he's down to make this weird little motion with his arm to trip him up. Yeah, he saved maybe a lot more. Did they score on that drive anyway, though? Was that the end of half drive?
It's a blur.
Whatever. Bishop's been great. He was great again yesterday, I thought.
Allen picked off twice.
I'm looking right now, by the way, for the last time Allen had a lower number in time to throw than he did last night, and I'm midway through last season and I haven't found it.
Well, that would
so it's
fit.
been a long time.
That would fit. The Texans got to Allen without having to blitz.
That's the other thing.
That's the thing. This team is for
there it is. Week 10 of last year. It was the lowest time to throw for Allen since week 10 of last season.
A couple times this season we've seen they don't have answers against the blitz, and last night they didn't have answers against just that pass rush. And that comes down to personnel, of course, but like the coordinator. The coordinator, he had a great year last year, right? A lot of positive scripts, and like right now it is just kind of gone. It really feels like he's been found out and doesn't have answers. And whether it's Chris Collinsworth, Nate Tice, Benjamin Solak, you name it, any Twitter NFL analyst is saying, like, they kind of run the same stuff all the time. They're super predictable. And if they know that, the good defensive coordinators are going to know that. 8030550. More of your phone calls. Sal at 8. His arrow up, arrow down column is available at our website. We'll be back in a snap. It's brought to you by Snapdragon Apples, the official apple of the Buffalo Bills. Jeremy White here.
I mean, the defense, though, at least had a good half.
Sure.
I feel like the offense didn't have even a good half.
No, they didn't.
The defense, no doubt, that drive at the end of the half, the first half, is that's an embarrassing drive to give up to Davis Mills in that offense.
It's brutal.
It's an embarrassing drive. But if I put it this way, this has happened a lot. This happened in the Atlanta game. This happened a little bit in the Miami game. There are these games where the Bills' defense is giving the Bills opportunities, the offense, to claw back into it. If I told you, let's go back in time, and I'm the defense, and I'm going to tell you're the offense, hey, it's halftime, we're down, I'm going to hold them to 3 in this half. They're going to get a bunch of punts. You're going to get 6 chances to score 7 points. There you go.
Yeah.
That's my gift to you. You had a bad first half. I didn't have a great first half either, but I'm going to show up to work, and I am going to give you 6 drives to score 7 points in the second half. That's what the defense gift wrapped to the offense yesterday, and the offense couldn't do it. I agree. Like, I think every game that passes, the odds that Brady is back next season.
I think
I can't picture it.
I think it's definitely not happening.
How could you sell? Like, what do we think the offense would look like next year? I think it would just morph into this totally different looking thing, or they would just keep rolling out the same types of concepts and like the screens and everything would just come right back. Because that's where I think it would be. Mm-hmm. And who wants to sign up for that again? The coach also has, talking about play calling being too cute earlier in the year, right? Like,
sure. His comment yesterday about getting the quarterback hit. Like, think of it this way, right? If you have an offensive lineman that you can't count on because he's getting your quarterback hit, what does he do? He gets benched. Yeah. And if it goes on long enough, he's gone. What you have with this situation is an offensive coordinator. I mean, I know it's not directly his fault Allen's taking all these hits, but hey, you run the offense and our quarterback is getting lit up. Yeah. You don't have answers for that? His third down sack rate is being sacked on 15% of his third downs.
That's the craziest number I've heard today.
Yeah.
15%.
15% of his third downs. He's being sacked. Like,
that's nuts.
The numbers last year, you know what that number was last year? 4%.
Man.
More than
triple.
Almost quadruple. From 4 to 15, almost 16% of his dropbacks on third down is being sacked. He'd never touched 15% before. In his rookie season, it was 11. In his second season, it was 12. It is at 15. And if you are the offensive coordinator and you can't protect my billion-dollar guy over there, you got to go.
The Bills unable to complete the comeback and fall short to the Houston Texans by a score of 23-19. They now drop to 7-4 on the season. Texans defense was dominant, only allowed 24 of 34 attempts for 253 yards from Allen. They didn't allow any touchdowns on the day. James Cook scored a touchdown in the first quarter, and Ray Davis scored a 97-yard kick return touchdown as well. Allen threw 2 interceptions and was sacked 8 times. Multiple Bills players were injured in the matchup. The blue tent was busy, but Cornerback Maxwell Harrison with a concussion, Terrell Bernard with an elbow injury, and Spencer Brown with a shoulder injury all left the game and did not return. The Bills get some extended time off on a mini bye week after the short week as they prepare to head to Pittsburgh next Sunday with kickoff set for 4:25. The Sabres in action tonight against Chicago at KeyBank Center, looking to rebound after their loss to Calgary earlier this week. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock, and you'll be able to catch all of the action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Fields it at the 2, out to the 10, 15, coming up the middle, 25, bounces off a tackle, spins, and he's out to the 40, cuts it back 50, he's gonna go the distance! Happy birthday, Ray Davis! All the way for a flip into the end zone for a touchdown!
One of the highlights of the game, brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. It is Buffalo Bills Football Friday, kind of Football Monday. They play the Thursday night game. And for the second time this year, a primetime game that will lead to a elongated break is a maddening loss. First, Atlanta, right? We had to sit with that for 2 weeks because of the bye.
Yep.
And this one you have to sit with through the mini bye because they lose to the Texans. Josh Allen sacked 8 times, lost 70 yards. We'll get to Sal at the top of the hour coming up at 8 o'clock and chat about it with you. What did you think of the Texans' uniforms?
I like them.
Okay.
I like them. I don't like their Navy. Their Navy's boring to me. I'm always anti-Navy with teams. So you give me all red. I think the chrome helmets work too, don't they?
Maybe.
I'm into them. I like them.
All right, fair enough.
By the way, Ray Davis, after that return, it's funny, 2 weeks ago, the Bills signed McCole Hardman. We talked about how kind of the Bills' numbers in the return game have not been good all year. Ray Davis now leads the NFL in yards per return.
Sweet.
After the last 2 weeks.
Well, good job by Ray Davis there. 8:03:05, 52nd straight game for Keon Coleman being inactive.
Yep.
And McDermott's answer was a little bit of everything. To say short week, get him in the game plan, doesn't really hold up. Elijah Moore was posted into the game plan this time.
No.
Right? Like he did not dress last week. He did dress this week. For Curtis Samuel's role, he had 1 catch for -3 yards.
McDermott did get around to eventually answering with, we went with the guys that give us the best chance to win.
Right.
Which, that's kind of, did he really say whether, he got asked specifically, it was an extension, was being inactive an extension of the punishment for missing a meeting, basically. And I don't know that he fully went there. I guess he kind of left it open-ended. But he did get to best chance to win the guys that we had. So I don't know. I'm still skeptical that he'll get back in because I think it would take Shavers or Davis going out. And did we see something yesterday that should have that happen? Should Davis not be active because he only had 1 catch yesterday?
He's got to be in there. He made 1 nice play.
He played the second most snaps, by the way, 55%.
Yeah. Well, give us your thoughts on it. 1-888-550-2550. The thing I've got for you today is that I just think that this season, whenever it ends, however it ends, if they don't make the Super Bowl, if they make the Super Bowl, which, stranger things have happened, and they're still a good team that played really poorly last night, then this doesn't apply. And you might, Joe, you said like the AFC Championship game appearance, this might not apply. Mm-hmm. Anything short of that, I think it'll be universal's wrong, but I just think that the temperature is really dialing up. And the fan that thinks I'm a reasonable person, I would thank Brandon Beane for a job well done and thank Sean McDermott for a job well done. I think more and more people, it's inevitable over year, are being pushed to a new set of eyes. Someone else somewhere in a very prominent position needs to be a part of the next chapter.
And I don't think that just moving on from the offensive coordinator will suffice a lot of those people. Like, that's a big change, but that's not quite the change I think that you're talking about McDermott or Bean, right?
I'm just saying, without even saying it would happen or what the idea would be, I just think that it is starting to really teeter critical mass towards something's got to change. Something's got to feel different.
But that's what I mean. Is the coordinator enough for that? If people get to that place, is Joe Brady being gone enough for that?
It depends. I mean, is it another first-time coordinator? Is it another hire from within? Is it Brian Daboll? I mean, I don't know. Right. I don't know. We're kind of just guessing how people will react in a month or two. But that loss last night is tough. And Dennis in Lockport. Dennis, good morning. You're up.
Hey, good morning, guys. I love the show. Hey, I'll tell you what. There's some things to look at here. We're lucky Josh didn't get hurt, as bad as it almost looked like it was going to happen. But I'm sorry. Our offensive coordinator, you know what? Yeah, you got the number one defense you're going to be playing. You view the game plan. I'd rather see DeBoll come back in here, get the Josh Whisperer going back on, because he had an offense that was scary. The other part is, when it comes down to Bean and McDermott came here as a defensive guru or defensive-minded coach. We have yet to have a defense that's worth even watching.
Well, I don't agree with that. I mean, he's had a lot of really good defenses. I mean, prior to, the entire secondary, kind of aging out, he definitely had several really good defenses. Maybe not in the playoffs, but he's had good defenses.
Well, good, but not the type you're going to go to a Super Bowl with. Like they're going to beat the Kansas City Chiefs with, or the Philadelphia Eagles with. And, they keep going after the same old guys. Hey, how did this draft work out? How did all the offseason work out? And honestly, Babbage being our defensive coordinator, I don't see it. He's another reason I think they need to do some cleaning too, because there's a guy who's been found out.
Thanks, Dennis. I just, you could say McDermott's a defensive coach. I think Sean McDermott is piecing together a defense with players that are not all that good. I mean, look at his defensive roster. Tre'Davious White, Matt Milano, a limited Terrell Bernard who's also hurt, Oliver out, Hoyt out.
Taron Johnson's got a lot of mileage.
Taron Johnson, Jordan Poyer.
Bosa with one hand.
Right. They are holding things together.
TJ Sanders is playing out of position at defensive end.
Yeah, this thing's being held together with painter's tape.
And again, not a great offense. They shut them down for an entire half yesterday.
Right, a bad offense.
You're getting some results.
Yes, the defense did the job. 12 drives, 20 points. You would take that in almost every game you play this year. You should take that. But your offense was not up to its challenge. The defense did not have that tough of a challenge, and they did a decent job.
The defense also bailed them out for the second week in a row on an interception that set up the opposing team inside the 20-yard line.
That's right.
Or around the 20-yard line. Almost Allen's first pick six, by the way, in a very long time, because he's approaching the NFL record.
Yeah.
And I knew that, and I thought that it was over, and then the yellow flag kept that alive, and then they stopped him.
That's right. The yellow flag, by the way, that illegal block did not have to happen.
It was not.
That was a bailout for the Bills. That should have been a pick six, and the illegal block brought it back.
Right. So, your defense did show up in moments.
Yep.
It's not the best in the league, but commentary of you can't go to a Super Bowl with a defense like that, I believe you can.
Absolutely.
Teams do it a lot.
Be real. Who's the defensive guru? Name the person that's going to come in with the 11 players they put on the field defensively last night and pitch a good performance.
Do we think DeMeco Ryans would have done better last night with the Bills roster?
Maybe you could argue he'd have done better. Maybe you could also argue,
McDermott would do better if he had Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter.
That'd be a part of it. I was just going to say, maybe you could argue that the scheme or the concepts or the skill sets that the Bills want have flaws built in. You could make a lot of cases, but one thing I don't think you can say is that they have this defense that's just laden with talent. It's just not. It's old guys and rookies and
Bishop.
And Bishop's the second-year player I almost feel like is a rookie, and he's been great.
Yep.
Randall in Blaisdell. Hey, Randall, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
So, real quick story. Guys were talking about John Wendling yesterday. Golfed with him. Great athlete, horrible golfer. But I digress.
Did he jump over a car, though, on the golf course?
He didn't jump over a car. So, I golfed with him and Jabron Handon. And Jabron... He played well, left after 9 holes. John, he struggled. Great dude, but he struggled.
Bad golfer.
But I digress. Anyhow, looking at that game last night, I'm just thinking, is McDermott and company just getting outsmarted by younger coaching staff at this point and just understanding scheme more? My concern at this point is everybody else, as you just said. Are we looking a couple months out and coaching staff changes and whatnot? I just feel like we're at like a Tony Dungy point where we've hit that wall, and do we need to make that change? I'll listen to your guys' thoughts.
Thanks, Randall.
What was the moment, though? Like, I guess he said the scheme. What were the moments last night where you thought McDermott got outcoached? Because, the offense, you want to say that about the fourth down play call, or you want to yell about they didn't kick a field goal on 4th and 1. Like, they also completed a hook and ladder yesterday. So, like, I don't know about, like, if yesterday was the day for, they got outcoached in the biggest moments.
If you're mad at it might be a confirm your priors kind of thing. If you think McDermott is no good, you might call today and say McDermott's no good. I just don't know what you want more from a defense that is missing as many pieces as it is missing. And you got TJ Sanders playing defensive end.
Right. The only moment I was upset with, like a defensive, especially like coaching moment or game management moment, is that play at the end of the half. I wanted them to drop all 11 players into coverage. Why are they rushing? There's 8 seconds left. They have no timeouts. Stand back there, rush all 11, wait for the clock to run.
What happened on the play?
They scored a touchdown. Cam Lewis got beat one-on-one. Why are you rushing 4? The ball's going to be out quick. You don't have time to get to him.
Yeah.
But that was a little thing.
We'll get a break in. Sal coming up top of the hour. Bills lose 23-19 in the House of Pain.
And the offense scored 13. Sorry, the offense scored 12. Six, and then 2 field goals.
Which is always, to me, like as we remember that fateful day where we talked with the GM about receivers, it was more than receivers to me. It was always, you should never have a belief you're just going to be good again and not evolve. And the Bills didn't look like this offseason they had any vision of evolving offensively. And they haven't. 803-0550 is our phone number. 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, Football Friday on WGR.
Hand off to Cook, through a hole on the left side, busted to the sideline, 45-40, up the sideline, 35, and tackled out of bounds at the 32-yard line. James Cook is cooking.
So everyone saw that. What are we doing, right, after a 4th down call? And Allen was asked about that, why he did that, why he said that on the sideline. You can see him saying it to Mitch Trubisky. Here's his answer.
On the 4th down play, it appeared on the sidelines on the TV broadcast that you might have been saying, what are we doing on that play? Was there some miscommunication, or were you just not happy with the play? Or
just frustration on my part. In a situation like that, probably should have just banged a timeout. We got the play in late. Didn't give ourselves a chance there.
Play comes in late. We didn't give ourselves a chance there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This will be the second loss in a row. They didn't lost 2 games, no, they won a game in between. But the second loss in a row where I'm going to want to live in that pause.
Yeah.
As he's deciding whether or not to say the play came in late.
Yeah.
We were not prepared.
Or trying to think of some other way to put it.
Right, just
other
frustrated.
Than what actually happened.
The play came in late.
Yeah.
Okay, so the offensive coordinator, you didn't get to play in time. And you couldn't get things set. You couldn't get where you wanted to be. Play came in late. Okay?
And basically then he's kind of saying, like, I didn't have an opportunity to change the play. Right?
If he wanted to, sure. Just didn't give ourselves a chance. He's deciding if he wants to say it, and then he's saying it. The play came in late.
Yep. Or maybe not even just change the play because he didn't like the play, but because you could have looked up and saw Texans are about to sell out to stop a run up the middle. Maybe you don't do it.
No,
maybe you run something different. I agree. Like, I think every game that passes, the odds that Brady is back next season.
I think
I can't picture it.
I think it's definitely not happening.
How could you sell? Like, what do we think the offense would look like next year? I think it would just morph into this totally different looking thing, or they would just keep rolling out the same types of concepts and like the screens and everything would just come right back. Because that's where I think it would be.
Mm-hmm.
And who wants to sign up for that again? The coach also has, talking about play calling being too cute earlier in the year, right? Like,
sure. His comment yesterday about getting the quarterback hit. Like, think of it this way, right? If you have an offensive lineman that you can't count on because he's getting your quarterback hit, what does he do? He gets benched.
Yeah.
And if it goes on long enough, he's gone. What you have with this situation is an offensive coordinator. I mean, I know it's not directly his fault Allen's taking all these hits, but hey, you run the offense and our quarterback is getting lit up. Yeah. You don't have answers for that? His third down sack rate is being sacked on 15% of his third downs.
That's the craziest number I've heard today.
Yeah.
15%.
15% of his third downs. He's being sacked. Like,
that's nuts.
The numbers last year, you know what that number was last year? 4%.
Man.
More than
triple.
Almost quadruple. Like from 4 to 15, almost 16% of his dropbacks on third down is being sacked. He'd never touched 15% before. In his rookie season, it was 11. In his second season, it was 12. It is at 15. And if you are the offensive coordinator and you can't protect my billion-dollar guy over there, you got to go.
What's next? Get started at Northwest.com. By Salino Law. Car crash? Call Salino. McDermott out, Shakir coming back here. Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel. Game day ready since 1922.
He's a heck of a football player. Big part of our team. Made some big plays for us as well. Obviously, he'll want that play back. He's usually sure-handed, and in particular when he's carrying the ball. So I don't know who it was that came in there. It was an underneath cover guy and played with what we call violence and violent hands and violent arms, and he made a good play on the ball right there on the tackle.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott on Khalil Shakir, who had a costly fumble in this game. Bills turning the ball over. All that turnover regression chatter is, boy, is it ever real. They put the ball on the ground, they throw picks, and they are sloppy with the football this year in a way that they were not last year. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe, and we'll chat with Sal coming up top of the hour to get the Barnes Firm injury report. Injured, for help, call 1-800-8-million. The Barnes Firm injury report, of course, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. So the blue tent was busy. Yeah. Very busy. Allen never went to it despite being visibly in pain multiple times.
Did they go to commercial break while he was laying down?
Okay. Yeah, I think so.
And then he got up on the way back.
And just walked to the sideline.
It ended up being the thing I think he had 2 years ago or something similar to it. Because I only remember this because this is something I had when I was in high school, is if you hit your funny bone hard enough, There's something you can hit where your whole arm feels like it's on fire. And Allen had that happen to him 2 years ago against the Jets maybe. And yesterday, the way he's like whipping his arm around and then they taped up his elbow, I think that's exactly probably what happened to him. Is like there's like there's a nerve somewhere in your funny bone where if you hit it hard enough, it feels like your whole arm is on fire.
Rico in Buffalo. Good morning, Rico.
Good morning, Jeremy. I felt like I watched the same play all night long. Okay, wide open backfield, 5 down linemen. Your tackles are getting destroyed on every play. You got a receiving core that can't get any separation. They have no speed. And watching your future Hall of Fame quarterback take a flat-out beating. Okay? The other thing is this, Jeremy. At some point, try something. The Texans were substituting on defense on every down. I'm sure you noticed that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how am I going to a hurry up?
Well, they did try that a couple times.
Once.
And it took a sack.
Okay, but you know how to stop that separation thing. Go to a hurry up. Joe Brady's just I'm sure he's a nice man, but he's a terrible offensive coordinator. Our defense played a decent game against a terrible offense, and they gave us a huge break early in the game. They were running all over us. They got down to the 3-yard line, and instead of running the ball, they threw 3 passes that were incomplete, and they had settled for a field goal. So we are a poor tackling team. We have no imagination on offense, and you said it right, Jeremy. We have no talent. The team is so under-talented, and what I really need is good old-fashioned Jeremy rant that we used to get. So stop being so passive, Jeremy.
The thing about that, Rico, is I'll tell you what I said in the break. What I said in the break. The thing about ranting is sometimes ranting about this stuff comes on because something has happened and there's an immediacy to what you're upset about. And
right.
What I'm upset about has not been immediate. What I've been upset about, I've been talking about on the radio for 3 to 4 years, and that's what got the GM hot. What I'm upset about is, and I feel like you got Josh Allen. So anytime you say the Bills are in trouble, it sounds like you're betting against Josh Allen, or you think that they can't do anything and they're not successful. I think they're going to make the playoffs. I think they could still win a lot of games. But I still think that after 13 seconds, it's been a parade of missteps offensively. That's what I think. I think structurally, I think conceptually, they went the wrong direction offensively and have tried to thread a needle. And what we're seeing is their quarterback is sometimes able to lift it up when he's perfect and when he doesn't turn the ball over and doesn't take sacks and doesn't take negative plays. But I think they took missteps. I didn't like when they drafted James Cook. I don't like that they spent 4 draft picks on running backs over the years. That's insane to me. They spent more draft picks on running backs than receivers. This doesn't make any sense from a roster construction standpoint. Their cap is kind of a mess because they forego the most valuable position that's not quarterback, and that's receiver. They spent a ton of money at receiver on guys that don't play and don't contribute. And it's the reason I kind of, I don't know if this counts as a rant. I don't want to rant about it. Is because I sound like a one-trick pony talking about wide receiver all day, every day, but it's been an all-day, everyday thing even when Diggs was on the team. It's been very, very clear that this team has decided they need to be something that they envision, as opposed to just like, I don't know, have the dude that is amazing at throwing it, wing it all over the field to fast receivers. Other teams give their quarterbacks freak shows out there. And the Bills, I mean, it's like they're writing a book with cool characters. I mean, this is pro football. This is a window of an MVP. I also have this feeling that losing the division might be good for them because maybe they'll get off their butts and act like there's some urgency to any of this. Where's the urgency? Where's the urgency at the trade deadline when you could have Waddle, but it's going to be a different year's first-round pick? Like, all right, never mind. Where's the urgency for any of it? So I don't know if that counts as a rant, but I feel like missteps. I feel like they went in the wrong direction. The day they shifted to a team that became obsessed with Yak, I never understood why. Did we ever think that the Josh Allen years when he was amazing, like, you know what, not enough of these yards are after the ball's in the receiver's hands? Whoever cared? I didn't. I feel like it's been a series of missteps, and Josh Allen's been holding it together for a while. And on defense, I mean, they just kind of miss from a talent standpoint. Their drafts have
despite the investment.
Their drafts have not been good. They've missed a lot. They've wasted resources. They've overcommitted to the defensive line. Look at the guys that are on IR. I got Landon Jackson and Dwayne Carter on IR. They're 2 third-round picks that never contribute, and even when they weren't on IR, they didn't contribute. They throw so many assets at the defensive line that you have diminished returns because only so many of them can play. So is that a rant? I don't know.
That's ranty. Two Jerry references today.
Listen, real ones. You are
2 Jerrys.
You are allowed to call the show Jerry and Joe.
Yeah,
that is okay.
Well, we're getting that today a little bit.
Yeah, it's a secondary reference. Sal's up next. So I don't know if any of that's inbounds or fair or ranty enough for you, if that's going to give you what you want, Rico. But, man, I just feel like, hey, let's be a run-heavy team with a bunch of, short throws. All right. Hope Josh Allen can hold that together. Let's play guys on the out. Let's treat the outside receiver position like it literally doesn't matter. Bold choice, Cotton. Let's see how it plays out. All right. Sal's next here on WGR.
It's another pitch play left. Marks. They cut him off, and he's stoned at the 5-yard line.
I think that
dropping
one went back
in there
a
is
half yard.
Deion Walker.
I mean, the defense, though, at least had a good half.
Sure.
I feel like the offense didn't have even a good half.
No, they didn't.
The defense, no doubt, that drive at the end of the half, the first half, is that's an embarrassing drive to give up to Davis Mills in that offense.
It's brutal.
It's an embarrassing drive. But if I put it this way, this has happened a lot. This happened in the Atlanta game. This happened a little bit in the Miami game. There are these games where the Bills' defense is giving the Bills opportunities, the offense, to claw back into it. If I told you, let's go back in time, and I'm the defense, and I'm going to tell you're the offense, hey, it's halftime, we're down, I'm going to hold them to 3 in this half. They're going to get a bunch of punts. You're going to get 6 chances to score 7 points. There you go.
Yeah.
That's my gift to you. You had a bad first half. I didn't have a great first half either, but I'm going to show up to work, and I am going to give you 6 drives to score 7 points in the second half. That's what the defense gift wrapped to the offense yesterday, and the offense couldn't do it.
So everyone saw that. What are we doing, right, after a 4th down call? And Allen was asked about that, why he did that, why he said that on the sideline. You can see him saying it to Mitch Trubisky. Here's his answer.
On the 4th down play, it appeared on the sidelines on the TV broadcast that you might have been saying, what are we doing on that play? Was there some miscommunication, or were you just not happy with the play? Or?
Just frustration on my part. In a situation like that, probably should have just banged a timeout. We got the play in late. Didn't give ourselves a chance there.
Play comes in late. We didn't give ourselves a chance there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This will be the second loss in a row. They didn't lost 2 games. No, they won a game in between. But the second loss in a row where I'm going to want to live in that pause.
Yeah.
As he's deciding whether or not to say the play came in late. Yeah. We were not prepared.
Or trying to think of some other way to put it.
Right, just
other
frustrated.
Than what actually happened.
The play came in late.
Yeah.
Okay, so the offensive coordinator, you didn't get to play in time. And you couldn't get things set. You couldn't get where you wanted to be. Play came in late. Okay?
And basically then he's kind of saying, I didn't have an opportunity to change the play. Right?
If he wanted to, sure. Just didn't give ourselves a chance. He's deciding if he wants to say it, and then he's saying it. A play came in late.
Yep. Or maybe not even just change the play because he didn't like the play, but because you could have looked up and saw Texans are about to sell out to stop a run up the middle. Maybe you don't do it.
No,
maybe you run something different.
The Bills unable to complete the comeback and fall short to the Texans by a score of 23-19. They now drop to 7-4 on the season. The Texans defense was dominant. Allen did complete 24 of 34 attempts for 253 yards with no touchdowns, threw 2 interceptions and was sacked 8 times. James Cook did score a touchdown early in the first quarter, and Ray Davis scored a 97-yard kick return touchdown as well. Multiple Bills players were injured in the matchup. The Blue Tent was quite busy, but cornerback Maxwell Harrison with a concussion, Terrell Bernard with an elbow injury, and Spencer Brown with a shoulder injury all left the game and did not return. It's your Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. The Bills get some extended time off on a mini bye after the short week as they prepare to head to Pittsburgh next Sunday with kickoff set for 4:25. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
We bring in Mr. Sal Kapacio, who is back in town after a late arrival from Houston. The Bills losing on Thursday Night Football 23-19. Josh Allen sacked 8 times in this game. He lost 70 yards on the sacks. A rough night. Beat up, home late. Welcome back, Sal.
Yeah, thanks. I think the sun was coming up when I walked in my door last night.
Well, it's good to know the sun's coming up because on the football season, it's been a rough morning and a rough night.
It was for sure. Rough night in Houston last night. You know, going against the best defense in the league, you knew that for the Buffalo Bills. And, you know, we said this yesterday. I said this time and time again yesterday. The key was not getting in 3rd and long and allowing that pass rush to get you. And there were times where they did a nice job of that. And then when they got in 3rd and long, it just was disastrous. And Josh tried to do too much a few times, took sacks on himself, but most of the night the offensive line was dominated by that pass rush. And the Bills lost this game up front. And they have done a really good job in their offensive line in most games over the last few years, but in this year included. You know, the run game, pass protection though has been leaky a little bit this year, and it really showed itself last night. And that was a big reason why they lost this game, obviously.
Yeah. Well, let's get your arrow up, arrow down column and talk about what went right, what went wrong. Sal, we've also done the thing where we're like looking into how frustrated Allen is and reading his face after some of these losses. Here's one where he gets beat up and cameras catch him on the sideline. What are we doing? He's asked about that. He says the play comes in late. I wonder if, when, how we get to a breaking point or any sort of material change on the offense. They already shuffled their receivers. We know they did that. I don't know what the next card to play really might be for this offense because it's predictable, and I feel like the quarterback's frustration has become apparent.
It has, and that was the reason he gave for his frustration on the sidelines, saying that on that 4th and 1, now not the one at the end of the game, obviously there was a false start there, but earlier in that quarter, they go for it, and James Cook gets stuffed, and he said the play came in late, and he should have banged a timeout. Well, that's not good process. The play can't come in late. You got to be ready, and I thought the same thing on the sidelines. I thought to myself, boy, like you gotta get this thing going here. Like, make sure you have the right play, and you can't just get up to the line and call 4th down play if you don't have the right play. It just if you get out of the huddle late, it does not give you time for checks at the line of scrimmage. And maybe you like the play you call, but everything just goes so quick. And then let's remember, when the play clock is running down, that allows a defense to just tee off and know when you're going to snap it, and they could just get right after you on first movement even before that. So that's a reason why he was frustrated in that moment. And you say predictable. I agree. I don't know what the next answer is, but part of the reason they're predictable, I think they're limited as well, Jeremy, right? I think they're limited in what they can do. We saw that again last night as far as, receivers and pass catchers. A couple of times it was nice to see a couple of guys making yards after catch, but again, not much available downfield. Hard to get things available downfield, though, when your quarterback's under duress, and it's not like you can take 5-step drops and have him step back there inside the pocket. So that happened very rarely last night. So just a lot of things that have to go into quote-unquote fixing this offense, I guess, and if you want to pin it on Joe Brady, that's fine. You want to pin it on the receivers, that's fine. I just think it's a mix of everything. I think if there were more options available to Joe Brady, it wouldn't be as predictable. But he's got to do a better job as well of finding answers, and especially when you have a pass rush that's happening like that last night.
Real quick, Sal, so what you're getting at, when you zoom out like that, I think you're right to do so. Some fans might listen to want to go after one person, but what you're kind of laying out there is a systemic offensive problem. And I guess we'd get to who's responsible for that, right? Like why? How could they get to this space where going from one of the best offenses in the league last year to a systemic problem that keeps coming up?
Well, I think the first thing you look at is the fact that they don't have the pass catchers that we've talked about for months here on the outside to win. Evidenced by the fact that the GM reportedly, tried to trade for a really big-time one in Jalen Waddle, in that report that came out a couple of weeks ago. So I think even he believes, according to that, they needed help, and they don't have it. You have your second-round pick from last year that has not developed into the player that everybody hoped and thought he might, to the point where he's being disciplined and being benched, and because of a short week, he's being benched. And by the way, just so everybody knows, McDermott basically said that yesterday, which is what I figured, which is it wasn't like he did anything wrong again, but it's a short week, and it's hard to get him back in the lineup after you have the output you have last week, for what happened with Keon Coleman, obviously, talking about here. So I think there's a lot that goes into it, and I don't think the quarterback has played his best football this year. Is he trusting what he's seeing? I'm not really sure. It's hard for me to sit here and go, has Josh Allen regressed? I don't think that's what it is. I think that he's so good, it's hard to say that, but I do think that you have to question what he's seeing, what he's trusting out there, because of him knowing that they have maybe an issue on the offensive side that maybe he feels like he has to try and do more.
Well, and in this game, Sal, there was a new offensive problem that we're not used to, which is that Allen had the least amount of time to throw that he's had since week 10 of last season, and that was because the tackles couldn't block Will Anderson or Danielle Hunter. And I can't remember the last time we've had you on talking about how the tackles couldn't block the day before. Like, it doesn't really ever happen.
No, that's right. It wasn't a good night for the offensive line overall. I'm trying to think of several things that happened here. Deion Dawkins has the false start late in the game. Why does that happen? 4th and 1. Because he's been getting beat, and he wants to make sure on a critical 4th and 1 that he's in position to make sure he doesn't get beat. So he triggers a little bit early, right? He's kind of antsy because he wants to make sure he's in position. That's what happens when you put that kind of pressure on your quarterback. And from the Texans side, and we talk about from the Bills side sometimes, man, Joey Bosa's so good, he might cause a false start on a guy. Well, that's what happened at the end of the game. Spencer Brown gets hurt towards the end of the game. He wound up coming back in. He wound up leaving. He had his arm in a sling in the locker room. We talked to him. He said it does hurt. He hasn't had a update yet on, where that lies. But I think overall, Joe, but the simple point is they got beat. They got beat in the interior, too. You watch a couple of those runs. The 4th down run, Osiris Torrance got beat badly, if you look at it. Like, he got beat to the inside. He doesn't hold his block. If Osiris Torrance holds his block, there might be a lane there for James Cook. Maybe not, because everybody was closing pretty quickly, but he didn't have an opportunity there. And you're right, Joe. 8 sacks, 12 quarterback hurries. I mean, Josh Allen was down on the ground hurt, right? Remember last year in Houston, down on the ground hurt. I'm sorry, in Baltimore. This time, even longer. It did not look good. He is a tough son of a gun. We know that. Yep. But he got beat up badly last night.
Sal, let's get to the Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. For help call 1-800-8-MILLION. It was a long list. Like, it was a busy little highway there to the blue tent. Terrell Bernard, Spencer Brown, Max Hairston, Josh, Khalil Shakir. Who am I missing? Anybody else that you remember going to the tent?
Didn't Cook go in there for a second?
I think James Cook. Yeah, I think it might have been an equipment issue or something.
Okay.
I don't think James Cook. There was no official injury on James Cook.
Got it.
So sometimes that happens during the game. Equipment. Guys even go to the bathroom basically in there sometimes. I'm just saying, like, sometimes that happens and people go, guys in the tent. I'm like, yeah, I know it. He'll be out in a minute. Anyway, so the guys that we did have the injury updates on, though, yeah, you're right. It was Maxwell Hairston, head evaluation, didn't return to the game. Spencer Brown.
Can I ask you a question on that? When they said he's heading to the locker room for an evaluation for a concussion, to me, I thought once you're going to the locker room for that, you have one. That's just like a guess here. They would do that in the blue tent. If they're going to the room, they've decided.
Most likely correct. Okay. We never got an official out for the head evaluation. I believe it was just the evaluation. You're probably right on that, Jeremy, though. I also think it was late. When did he leave? Was it the late third quarter?
Yeah.
Late third, so he didn't come back in, so that's probably a good indication there because you can tie this together, what you're saying, Jeremy, which is Dion was evaluated for a head injury. He came out of the blue tent and went back in the game, right? So that's another one that you see there. AJ Epinesa had a neck injury. He went back in the game. He was cleared. I mean, the one that's really tough to see was Terrell Bernard, right? That's friendly fire from Matt Milano coming in, and Matt Milano's face mask hits Terrell Bernard's arm as it's engaged, and the elbow and arm just go the wrong way, and that's not good. He came out of the locker room with a sling on and watched from the sidelines the rest of the night. So I think that covers it all. Maybe there's more because there were a lot of guys.
Didn't Shakir go into the tent at some point?
Again, nothing official on that I recall that we had. I'm trying to remember. He did, though. I think he did walk in there for a minute. I don't think we got anything official on him.
Well, the other one that I don't think he ever went in the tent, Sal, but we all saw it, was Allen went down. I mean, he went down a couple times. The first time he was down, and that was the one where maybe most people thought he actually was injured.
By the way, I'm sorry. Khalil Shakir, now I remember. Sorry, it was a long night with this stuff.
Yeah.
I believe it was a shoulder cleared. Shoulder, I think, was clear. Khalil did go in, but he was cleared to return.
Gotcha. Okay. So on Allen, Sal, did you have any perspective on when he went down? And it looked like they wrapped his elbow, but it was his non-throwing elbow. But again, there were a couple of different little things it seemed like with him all night.
Okay, so on the one where he was down pretty early, the first quarter there, it looked bad because it looked like he kind of lost the ball when he fell, and then his hand got pinched under his face mask as he was reaching back, okay? So that looked like, the hand injury. He said after the game it was a shoulder, and his shoulder was numb, but then it was fine, and but that's what he said. And I think he's referring to the same play because he was banged up a few times in the game. But he said his shoulder was numb. He went on that one where he was down for a long time in the first quarter. He went to the sidelines. You could see him on the broadcast even say, "I'm fine" to one of the trainers, but they kept checking on him. I mean, I looked at his elbow. It looked like he left some skin on the turf. I'll tell you that. But he was shaking it out a little bit, but nothing ever seemed like he was in any sort of danger to not go back in the game at any point, to be quite honest.
Okay. We saw. The TV broadcast saw this too? I don't know if you did. It looked like he was shaking his right wrist on the final drive, maybe.
Yeah, I think so too. So, and I think again, maybe that was where he said the numbness from the shoulder because there was so many things that were happening with him, and that might have been what he was talking about. But he was Josh is a really tough guy. I mean, he prides himself on being available, and we've had these injury scares over the years. He's gone to the tent a couple times and things like that. But 10 days to lick the wounds here for everybody, and hopefully, be as healthy as possible against the Pittsburgh Steelers because they need these 10 days after that.
Did McDermott sound like in postgame to you, Sal, that might have been the thing that's bothering him the most about the offense? Because I think in listening to him, it was maybe 3 different times where he's mentioning it's not healthy to have our quarterback getting hit this much.
When he talked about that, I kept thinking about what we've talked about here, which is how many times I've said to you guys that we've talked about, it really feels like the Bills have played this long game all year about their main goal is to keep Josh Allen healthy. And why do they play offense the way they play offense sometimes? It's because they know they can't have that happen what happened last night. If they play offense where they have to have their quarterbacks getting hit, he's not lasting, and they have no shot to do anything. Their goal this year is to keep Josh Allen as healthy as possible, to have a healthy Josh Allen in the playoffs. That has translated in some ways to run the ball as well as we can. Don't put him in situations like that. Let's play that type of game. But also what that does is bring in for littler margin for error, right? And that's what happened last night. You have that little margin for error. And then when you get to 2nd and 8 and 3rd and 5 and 3rd and 6 and 3rd and 8, now he's got to drop back, and there comes your margin for error where now you got to put him in that position you don't want to put him in. And I agree, Joe. It's what he said last night. One of the first things he pointed to was that 12 quarterback hurries. He said our quarterback got hit 12 times. So according to the official game book from the NFL last night, I looked right after the game, 12 quarterback hurries, 11 tackles for loss by the Texans. I mean,
Negative
those are
plays.
monster numbers.
Yeah, disruption.
Some of those are too like the play calling is going to be, I think, on trial the next couple of days as we have the mini bye. There were drives where there were screens that were getting them into negative plays. Sometimes it was runs or it was sacks. Like yesterday really was a story of like how many times they put themselves in a second and long or third and long situation.
Agreed. You can't do that against that team. I mean, you look at the overall numbers for the offense, you're going against the number one defense in the entire league. You actually, the Bills had 19 points. That's actually higher than what the Texans allow per game, right? I mean, that's how good the Texans defense is. And I'm not saying
defense didn't give up 7 of those though.
Yeah, that's true. There you go.
Right,
there you go. So they only had 12. So they were held to lower. But I mean, it's a tough defense to go against. I think you have to remember that. You look at the overall numbers. I mean, the Bills did have 326 yards, pretty average, 4.9 yards a play. They outgained the Texans, 4.9 to 4.7. This game, to me, we knew it would be like that for the offense, where you're just going to have to find ways to get to positions to score some points. One of the areas where the Bills really failed this game was red zone, 0 for 2 in the red zone. I like the fact that they went early in on fourth down. That was a very big critical fourth down call. It was from their own 28. They get the first down. They get another fourth down later when they throw it downfield to Ty Johnson. What a great play call. Give them credit for that. But then later, 2 critical fourth downs that you need near the end of the game, and you don't convert, and that's where this game ultimately lies, on those critical critical plays and those critical downs.
Sal Kapacio on the Western Hotline. All right, Sal, arrow up, arrow down. I mean, there's a lot of down. We'll get to one of that. Who had the arrows up?
Let me get to you. How about the hook and ladder play? Nice play. I asked Khalil Shakir after the game, that's something you work on since training camp. He said, yeah, we go back, we start there. But he goes, we work on it quite a bit. We call it our gotta-have-it play and a gotta-have-it situation. Well, they had to have it, and that was really well executed. Ray Davis on the kick return. I mean, he has been waiting to bust one. They came close. Guys, a big story in this game was field position, too. I mean, the Bills field position, it's one thing to have bad field position against a bad defense. When you give yourself that kind of field position against that defense, you make the game so much harder. The average field position in this game between the two teams, the Texans, their own 36. The Bills, their own 20. And what a difference that is. And the Bills, again, and it's been an issue all year, penalties on returns. Punt return penalty early in the game. Kick return penalty early in the game. Ray Davis has had a few nice kick returns this year. That got against Miami, there was one. Gets called back. Finally, though, after last week, a few that came close, they bust one out. So on his birthday, by the way, Ray Davis with a long kick return, 97 yards. Yep, for the touchdown. Third down defense was great. Second half defense was great.
The Texans were 2 for 12 on third down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, third down. Second half defense was great, guys. I mean, the Texans had 60 total yards. 60 in the second half. And the Bills still couldn't win this game, obviously. I also gave one for doing a good job on Nico Collins. And this was the guy you had to stop, and they really did. 3 catches for 55 yards. You give me that all day, you're playing Nico Collins.
Yep.
On only 3 targets also. Really, the only complaint, Sal, all day I had on the defense was just that last drive at the first half. Like, that's a tough 7 to give
terrible.
up.
That's right, Joe. That was a really tough drive to give up. You can't – I mean, against that defense, against that quarterback, 1.5 minutes left essentially after the kickoff return, whatever it was, and they go down the field, score a touchdown, not even a field goal. They get in the end zone, right? I mean, that's tough. I did give one arrow up to one player. I thought Cole Bishop played a strong game on defense. I mean, he was confident. He was hitting. He was around the ball. He has just become such a really important part of that defense in the middle of the field, and the way he's playing right now is obviously really good. Bernie agrees, by the way.
There you go.
About Cole Bishop right there. And what was the other one I was going to bring up here? I don't know. Yards after catch obviously were very good as well. So, it's something that the Bills pride themselves on to do, but you can't rely on that all the time. You got to have answers down the field, and once again, that was something they didn't have in this game.
Sal Kapacio on the Western Hotline. All right, Sal, we'll let you go. And, thanks for coverage and a late night. I know it's an early morning for you, so we appreciate it. Yeah, take a nap.
Yeah, well, I'll have the Extra Point show today, so people can still call up and say what they need to say about this one, obviously. So, yeah, thanks, guys. Have a great weekend.
You too. Thanks, Sal. Sal Kapacio on the Western Hotline. It is Buffalo Bills Football Friday, but kind of Football Monday And we'll have a Football Monday on Monday, too. We'll do it all. This week, of course, it's Bengals and Patriots from Cincinnati with Joe Burrow looking like he might return. And then Colts-Chiefs is the other game of the week to keep an eye on. So we'll keep seeing what the AFC does. The Bills are very much in a good spot to make the playoffs. I'm not even entertaining the idea that they're going to miss the playoffs, but the division got harder. Now you need New England to drop another game somewhere. And that's counting on beating them and counting on them already losing to the Ravens. Now you need them to lose another one.
This could be the week.
Could be.
Joe Burrow's back, so he could do it.
Yeah. All right, we'll get your calls in. Jump on board with us, 803-0550. How about you guys rant? I got a request. Somebody asked me to rant. I don't know if it counted, if I did it.
Also, I've got a question to ask about Deion Dawkins from yesterday.
Okay, let's do it. It's coming up here on WGR. You have a series of factors playing in. Very predictable offense. I mean, how many games are we going to watch where a national commentator is watching the game saying, like, man, they do the same thing all the time?
Yeah, Nate Tice yesterday was the one where he's watching the game. Nate Tice is the Ringer, right? No, Yahoo. And he tweeted out, like, somewhere in the fourth quarter that all the Bills ever do on third down is run mesh. So all the mesh concept where guys are crossing, they're running mesh on so much on third down, and they're using 5-man protection to make them so predictable. And then 20 minutes later on the last play of the game, 4th and 6, what did they do? Exactly what Nate Tice described.
Yeah.
We think the Texans didn't know that was going to happen?
And why does the team run mesh? Because they need to work to get somebody open?
Yeah.
Because they can't get somebody open.
Right. And on that play, they were purposely trying to. I mean, Davis didn't sell it very well. The design of that play is Davis is going to run into the guy that's covering Dawson Knox, and that's going to make him open. And that's what there would have been a penalty in the play. If he had thrown it to the right guy, Knox is wide open, then it would have come back offensive pass interference. They would have got another try at it.
Yeah.
Maybe they would run another hook and ladder or something. But that, right, like their plan
was to cheat.
Was kind of to cheat and hopefully get away with it.
Yeah.
And Davis just destroyed the dude, so it was too obvious.
Let's set an open field block for the tight end.
Right. That was the play.
Yikes. So everyone saw that. What are we doing, right, after a 4th down call? And Allen was asked about that, why he did that, why he said that on the sideline. You can see him saying it to Mitch Trubisky. Here's his answer.
On the 4th down play, it appeared on the sidelines on the TV broadcast that you might have been saying, what are we doing on that play? Was there some miscommunication, or were you just not happy with the play? Or
I mean, just frustration on my part. Just... Yeah, in a situation like that, probably should have just banged a timeout. Just getting, we got the play in late. Didn't give ourselves a chance there.
Play comes in late. We didn't give ourselves a chance there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This will be the second loss in a row. They didn't lose 2 games, no, they won a game in between. But the second loss in a row where I'm going to want to live in that pause.
Yeah.
As he's deciding whether or not to say the play came in late. Yeah. We were not prepared.
Or trying to think of some other way to put it.
Right, just
other
frustrated.
Than what actually happened.
The play came in late.
Yeah.
Okay, so the offensive coordinator, you didn't get to play in time. And you couldn't get things set. You couldn't get where you wanted to be. Play came in late. Okay?
And basically then he's kind of saying, like, I didn't have an opportunity to change the play. Right?
If he wanted to, sure. Just didn't give ourselves a chance. He's deciding if he wants to say it, and then he's saying it. The play came in late.
Yep. Or maybe not even just change the play because he didn't like the play, but because you could have looked up and saw Texans are about to sell out to stop a run up the middle. Maybe you don't do it.
Yeah,
maybe you run something different.
The Bills, unable to complete the comeback, ultimately fall short to the Texans by a score of 23-19. They now drop to 7-4 on the season. Texans defense was dominant. Allen did complete 24-34 attempts for 253 yards, but scored no passing touchdowns. Allen did throw 2 interceptions and was sacked 8 times. Only touchdowns for the Bills. James Cook scored in the first quarter, and Ray Davis scored a 97-yard kick return touchdown as well. Multiple players were injured in the matchup, leaving the game. The blue tent was quite busy. Cornerback Maxwell Harrison with a concussion, Terrell Bernard with an elbow injury, and Spencer Brown with a shoulder injury all left the game and did not return. The Bills get some extended time off on a mini-bye after the short week as they prepare to head to Pittsburgh next Sunday with kickoff set for 4:25. The Sabres in action tonight against Chicago at KeyBank Center, looking to rebound after their loss to Calgary. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock, and you can catch all of the action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I know you guys pride yourself on being the more physical team. Did they get that to you tonight? Were they the more physical team? Is that what happened tonight? Did you see it that way?
It's a game of inches, right? If the end of the game, Gabe caught a beautiful pass. If his feet were just a couple more inches the other way, the energy would be a little bit different, right? Even though that those guys got to our quarterback, but the energy would just be a little bit different. So it's a game of inches. You would think that it was a full game, butt whooping, but it's just football, man. Thursday night ball.
I mean, respectfully, I think it was a full game butt whooping, but the other offense is so toothless that they couldn't pull away from you, and you were still in it. I mean, game of inches, sure. It's a game of inches. That's Deion Dawkins. You wanted to say something about him. It's a game of inches like it's a game of inches against Baltimore when you get a deflected 4th and 2 pass that goes to Keon Coleman to keep your comeback alive. Otherwise, you're not 7-4. You're 6-5. We could do that a lot in football, but it certainly was a butt whooping. 8 sacks.
Yep.
8 sacks.
The thing I'm noticing about Dawkins, and yesterday I think I finally saw other people noticing it, is I think the first time I saw it was against the Chiefs. I think there was a play against the Chiefs. It might have been a good play where Allen was buying time and Dawkins stopped halfway through and just stood there for a long time, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3, 5 seconds, a long time. And he just stood there. and watched Allen kind of roll around and try to find somebody down the field. And I thought, because it wasn't the first time I'd seen that, he's probably got a reason why that's happening. Like, is he not engaged with players that late in it because you could take a penalty? You could take a holding.
Yeah.
You could take a blindside block. Is that what that is? But I didn't know. And then yesterday, the Will Anderson sack in the first half, that's not that long into the play. He stops blocking. And I'm like, okay, there it is again. But this time it's earlier, and this time Allen's in the pocket. And then it happened again in the second half. Like, you're 3 seconds into the play, and sure, by 3 seconds, sometimes you expect the ball to be gone, and he's just pulling up. And, like, what is that? Is that, again, on purpose? Should that be an effort thing? Like, it's just a weird... I don't think he got asked about it in postgame because I don't know how many people noticed. I saw some people on Twitter. Nate was another one that, like, what's happening here? Why is he stopping in the middle of these plays? I wonder if he'd have a good reason for that and if it would have something to do with penalties. But the Anderson one yesterday, I feel like there's no good defense of it. Like, your quarterback is in the pocket. You're blocking Will Anderson, and you stopped in the play, and then your quarterback got hit by him. Like, that's bad. That cannot happen. So he does not have many bad days, right? Like, he has been here for 8 years, and he's an amazing person in the community for them, and he's been an amazing player. He does not have many bad days.
No, the line doesn't have many bad days.
Right, that's true. But between what happened on the field, that effort stuff that I'm seeing, and even the way he sounded in the locker room, kind of, like, I think it was not a good day for him all around.
Yeah. Their messaging sometimes falls short, and whether you're unsatisfied by Allen, I got to be better. There's Dawkins. Like, you gave up 8 sacks. Is anybody?
8 sacks. And really, it was 9 that one of them pushed Allen past the line of scrimmage.
And I ask this question from time to time. I ask it about the hockey team. I ask it about every sports team. Like, who's mad?
Who's mad?
You don't have to show us you're mad. I can also probably guess you are mad, but don't want to look mad.
Well, you like seeing Allen mad?
I like seeing...
Before Allen yelled, "What are we doing?" he did slam his helmet on the bench.
I like seeing anybody mad. Where's anybody that... You gave up 8 sacks and your franchise left tackle isn't... He doesn't say it's unacceptable. He says game of inches. And you can do what you want.
And he tried to feed before he even got to, like... The media was trying to, like ask him about how, like, did you feel like you were not the more physical team in this game? And he went right to, like, hey, man, like, Gabe Davis gets one more foot in bounds, and we have 1st and goal at the 10. Like, what is that?
Right.
Really? That's what you're going to point to in a game where your unit got destroyed?
Right. The story of the game is that you guys got absolutely destroyed. Johnny in Buffalo. Hey, Johnny, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning.
Morning.
Thanks for taking my call. Last night's just another disappointing night. Just seemed like this year was set up for an easy path to that 1 seed and that bye week that we've been chasing. And I look at the playoff picture today. If you just look at the standings, and truthfully, if we get in, which I think we still will, nobody really there scares you. But it's just another indication to say, like, hey, like, we could have had a great path to the playoffs. I mean, I guess last night's loss was kind of puts the Chiefs a little farther back, which isn't bad, but that's my optimism coming in.
Yeah, a little bit.
But the only thing I'm going to say differently, though, this might sound like a little bit of a rant, but we went into last season saying that we had probably the worst receiving core in the league and some of the least amount of talent on the offensive side of the ball. And what did we do in the offseason? Nothing. We signed Josh Palmer, who was a 3rd receiver for the Chargers, who couldn't make that roster, and they didn't want to re-sign him. And, we have the GM coming on saying, all you guys do is complain about receiver, this, that, and the other thing. But he's built, like, I put this on the GM. I mean, look at the roster. We have a bunch of average players on the defensive side of the ball. Yes, we have injuries. I understand that. Defense played fine in the second half, but offensively, man, it's the same story every single week. We have a generational quarterback who is an absolute monster out there, who the ceiling, or the floor, I should say, for him is what we are. Like, we are an 11-win team with Josh Allen no matter who's coaching, no matter who's on the roster. That's just how I feel. I mean, could we have a more predictable offense? You see a trip set and you see Shakir, do a little motion. You're like, oh, here comes the screenplay again.
Yeah.
I mean, if we can see this and we can predict it, what do you think other offensive or defensive coordinators can see?
So to that point, like the mesh concept. Thanks, Johnny. We're going to get to a break here and a couple more callers. I appreciate you. I want to pick up on that. Anthony Prohaska, Cover One, is tweeting some video of this. He does the podcast with Eric Turner. They do great work, and he points out that Brady calls the mesh concept as a drive starter, as a gotta-have-it play, as a feel-good play. And Nate Tice pointed this out as well. It is so predictable that the Texans defenders are running the routes for the Bills receivers. And on this one play, Shakir gets all the attention. It's the play that they bat down. Will Anderson might have had a bat down.
He almost picked it.
Yeah. Like, they run Ty Johnson to one side. Looks like this pass is actually going to go to, maybe is that Elijah Moore instead of Shakir? Whatever. Like, they're so on to you. Like, it's the Tecmo Bowl playbook, and you got 4 plays, and they call that one, and you're just ready for it. They call it all the time. And is it not, would it be too much of a leap to say their offense is built to call that play because that's the only way they can get a guy open, is get him through traffic? They're like the hockey team that can only score if it bounces off someone's butt. Like, you know what we got to do? We got to run our guy through a lot of people, and maybe the person that's on him will get lost. That's your offense. If
you're someone who plays a lot of Madden or NCAA, by the way, you know that you always make fun of the guy that only runs mesh. Seriously, like I'm not even kidding. I have group chats where like one guy runs mesh all the time, and you just dunk on it. All you do is run mesh. That's all you can do. And now that's the Bills' offensive coordinator.
I mean,
there's screens too.
It seems to be the review: mesh and screens, mesh and screens,
mesh and screens
with Josh Allen.
Right.
Anyway,
and then you have to try to devise like how much of that is Brady and how much of that is that's what he's got to work with.
Well,
I'm not fully there. I don't think it's all. He's just got nothing to work with. Might be a little bit of that, maybe even a good amount of that. But
the Palmer point,
I feel like there are no pivots that I'm seeing from this type of stuff that was happening last year and working to some degree. And just what is your plan B here?
Yeah, I'll move on. I don't really have a Palmer point. They paid him a lot.
2 catches yesterday.
Remember when whatever.
Does he have more than 2 catches in a game this year?
Maybe not.
Baltimore. He had 3. Every other game since 2.
He has
how much he cost? $11 million.
Josh Palmer has how many catches on the year?
He had 5 against Baltimore, but he has no more than 2 in any other game.
He has 18 catches,
and he cost $11 million a year.
Kevin in Liverpool. Hey, Kevin.
How you doing, fellas? Hey, I've come to my final grief stage of just accept. Brady's been running this offense since Diggs. He's throwing that same little play to Diggs that he's saying to Shakir, except Shakir to get a little, he can make moves with it. We got the same defense for 9 years. We're talking about why everybody keeps getting hurt. Guess what? When you have undersized people playing back there, you're going to get hurt, and that's just the facts. I'm always say is going to be your head coach, and it's going to get to the point, and being you're probably listening, that JA-17 is going to make you choose. You get rid of Bean, guess what? The new GM ain't going to put up with nothing McDermott says. He's going to make a choice. Do I take care of JA-17 or do McDermott's funky little defense? That's all I really want to say.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. I mean, whoever, hypothetically, the next GM that comes in is absolutely working with Sean McDermott, because I don't think they're a package deal, and I think if the owner ever made a change to one of the two, which I don't think he will, then whoever stays. Like, somebody would win that battle. And I don't know how that would ultimately play out. I don't even want to entertain it as possible until we get a report from somebody that says it is possible. Give me anybody suggesting it anywhere. It's never even brought up as an idea. Whether that's someone local reporting it, Schefter or Rappaport, any ounce of, they might be thinking change in Buffalo. Have you ever heard it anywhere other than from a caller?
Never.
And I don't mean you or I saying, I think they should. I mean the tiniest grain of sand of evidence.
Not a breath.
Never.
Not a breath about it. For either one.
Right.
Now, to be fair, isn't the question always made about the coach?
Yes, and the GM is...
one's ever, Schefter or, a reporter locally, it's very rare, I feel like, that you're getting the question about would he do it for the GM. It's always about would he move on from the coach. And then it's, no, I don't think so. I think the answer is probably the same, but again, I think that's why this year feels a little different, is I think that question is now starting to be asked about both. And to this point, it's only always been about McDermott.
803-0550. Yeah, Bean is freshly in the conversation now.
They lost to Davis Mills last night.
They did lose to Davis Mills. Last time they played Davis Mills, they won by 40.
Someone made a good point to me on Twitter. We really should reset to think about, don't be so worried about Baltimore. The Bills have beaten Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes so far this year, and they've lost to Davis Mills, Tua, and Michael Penix. Maybe Daniel Jones could beat them.
Yeah, I think so.
Right?
I definitely think so.
Daniel Jones could beat them, or, Drake May is not Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones or Bo Nix. Those would be the two. Those are quarterbacks I am not afraid of at all, and the Bills could lose those games.
Could Shedeur Sanders beat them?
No.
Myles Garrett might get 100 sacks, Joe.
I'm not. No.
All right.
He went 4 of 16.
No, I'm just making sure. All right.
If Shedeur Sanders beats the Buffalo Bills, that will outrank Urban Meyer. I'm going to say it right now.
He's getting first-team reps this week.
I don't care.
He's give him a chance.
Enough for the first-team reps. It'll be worse than Urban Meyer.
All right, fair enough. 803-0550 to join us. Next up, the Steelers.
Perfect timing.
Who I think will be
perfect timing to play the Steelers.
They will be able to. Hold on now.
No, they're going to smoke the Steelers. I'm with Howard. Howard's picked them to beat the Steelers every time he's picked all year.
Hold on. 2 things I want to give you. 1, Nick Herbig, who's number 1 in the NFL and actually pressuring quarterbacks, like pressure rate, and TJ Watt, who might be past, over the hill, and an offense that wants to road grade you. And I think they might be able to road grade these Bills. Anyway.
The quarterback's wrist is broken, too, though.
Okay. CJ Stroud had a concussion. 803-0550. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday.
That's a good point.
I don't think the Steelers' defense is particularly good, but they might do a couple things well. All right. We're talking it out. It's a Friday. TGIF. Hey, my snowblower started up first try. That's a great start to the weekend. You can't get me out of a bad mood. That thing started right away. Take more of your calls. 803-0550 on WGR.
4-man rush. Allen has time. Looks down the left sideline, and it's complete to Gabe Davis, who's wrestled to the turf, but he's out to the 28-yard line. It's a 22-yard pass play and a first down.
I agree. Like, I think every game that passes, the odds that Brady is back next season.
I think
I can't picture it.
I think it's definitely not happening.
How could you sell? Like, what do we think the offense would look like next year? I think it would just morph into this totally different looking thing, or they would just keep rolling out the same types of concepts and like the screens and everything would just come right back. Because that's where I think it would be.
Mm-hmm.
And who wants to sign up for that again? The coach also has, about play calling being too cute earlier in the year, right? Like,
sure. His comment yesterday about getting the quarterback hit. Like, think of it this way, right? If you have an offensive lineman that you can't count on because he's getting your quarterback hit, what does he do? He gets benched.
Yeah.
And if it goes on long enough, he's gone. What you have with this situation is an offensive coordinator. I mean, I know it's not directly his fault. Allen's taking all these hits, but hey, you run the offense and our quarterback is getting lit up. Yeah. You don't have answers for that? His third down sack rate is being sacked on 15% of his third downs.
That's the craziest number I've heard today.
Yeah.
15%.
15% of his third downs. He's being sacked. Like,
that's nuts.
The numbers last year, you know what that number was last year? 4%.
Man.
More than
triple.
Almost quadruple. From 4 to 15, almost 16% of his dropbacks on third down is being sacked. He'd never touched 15% before. In his rookie season, it was 11. In his second season, it was 12. It is at 15. And if you are the offensive coordinator and you can't protect my billion-dollar guy over there, you got to go. So everyone saw that. What are we doing, right, after a fourth down call? And Allen was asked about that, why he did that, why he said that on the sideline. You can see him saying it to Mitch Trubisky. Here's his answer.
On the fourth down play, it appeared on the sidelines on the TV broadcast that you might have been saying, what are we doing on that play? Was there some miscommunication, or were you just not happy with the play? Or,
just frustration on my part. In a situation like that, probably should have just banged a timeout. We got the play in late. Didn't give ourselves a chance there.
Play comes in late. We didn't give ourselves a chance there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This will be the second loss in a row. They didn't lost 2 games. No, they won a game in between. But the second loss in a row where I'm going to want to live in that pause.
Yeah.
As he's deciding whether or not to say the play came in late. Yeah. We were not prepared.
Or trying to think of some other way to put it.
Right, just
other
frustrated.
Than what actually happened.
The play came in late.
Yeah.
Okay, so the offensive coordinator, you didn't get to play in time. And you couldn't get things set. You couldn't get where you wanted to be. Play came in late. Okay?
And basically then he's kind of saying, I didn't have an opportunity to change the play. Right?
If he wanted to, sure. Just didn't give ourselves a chance. He's deciding if he wants to say it, and then he's saying it. The play came in late.
Yep. Or maybe not even just change the play because he didn't like the play, but because you could have looked up and saw Texans are about to sell out to stop a run up the middle. Maybe you don't do it.
Yeah,
maybe you run something different.
Looks right, now left, throws in the flat to Marks, who's buried in the flat. Matt Milano labeled him. for a huge loss at the 39.
Chris Brown on the call, one of the highlights of the game, brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. We owe you Around the League, brought to you by Dash's Market, serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer food. Shop Dash's Markets. Around the League is a good day for the Patriots. A little bit of a bad day for the Chiefs and the Ravens, who are both 5-5 and now behind Houston, who is 6-5. The Texans, is Xavier Hutchinson a rookie too, by the way?
I think he is. Pretty sure.
Because the Texans drafted then 3 receivers, or was Hutchinson he was a undrafted free agent? Because they drafted receiver in the second and third round, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Knoll. And Higgins could have made a couple plays here.
Sorry, this is Hutchinson's third year.
Okay, there you go. They're starting to throw to him more.
He was a 6th-round pick. Yes. He's getting more and more worked in. I think I've got him in a couple fantasy teams.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll get some more of your calls in. What else? What else from this game? It was a blur. They played in Houston. Did anything stupid happen on the broadcast?
Other than the Herb Street acting like he's never seen hook and ladder before.
Let's play the hook and ladder highlight. Al Michaels is like, oh, look at this, and it's a 44-yard gain. 44-yard gain on 4th and 27?
Yeah,
Win probabilities swung like, 80%?
I feel like uncomfortable going. I saw some Al going after Al last night. Like, what is this, NPR? Come on, Al.
He was asleep.
He's 80.
In his defense,
he's 81.
In his defense, there was a time in the second quarter where there was an injury on every single play, third quarter.
Right.
And
lulled him a little bit.
Lulled a lot. I thought that game was ending at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
It's going to be the longest game of all time. But come on, Al.
Can
you have
I
the clip?
Also ask Kirk Herbstreit to know guys' names?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, he does not follow the NFL.
He doesn't know anybody's name.
Oh, look at that number 7.
Ogunjobi made a tackle, and he's like, oh, there's 98. He doesn't even know that he's trying to say it's Sanders.
That's a great call.
Misreads that it's Ogunjobi, and then still doesn't even know who he's talking about.
I haven't picked up on that as much, but you're right. Like, I can hear him doing it last night. He's saying numbers.
If he can't pronounce a name, he's just going to say the number.
He's saying a lot of numbers. He might just not know who they are. Well, he's got to have sheets in front of him.
Sometimes it's not even numbers. He just goes, that guy. You're going with that guy?
Yeah, right. He's going with the numbers. Well, a nice pass by their Jaden Higgins. It was a nice catch by him.
It is seriously like that. It is driving me nuts. I could not believe how many that guys I heard from him.
Also, small critique of Amazon last night. They're all otherwise, I think, pretty great. They almost missed a touchdown. Did you see on the... Was it third down? Mills, they had goal to go.
Christian Kirk.
And Mills went to Christian Kirk in the end zone against Taron Johnson. And the cameraman, shot his camera up. Yep. So we missed it. I didn't know what happened until they saw the replay. I mean, we knew it was incomplete because Michaels told us. But they almost missed a touchdown.
There was a weird 4th down that I thought Houston might be going for, that they refused to show the field because they were in a close-up of some receiver's face.
I remember that too.
30 seconds.
Was that the one where it looked like they were going to fake the punt?
No, wait a minute. I'm thinking of a different play. The Bills had to call timeout in the first half. Shakir got taken off the field for the evaluation.
Mm-hmm.
And they were zoomed in on a Houston player, and the play clock was at 5, and we didn't know what happened. By the way, play clock stopped working on the last drive of the game.
Sure.
That happened yesterday.
It did, yeah.
I think it screwed the Bills on one of those plays. Because Allen looked up at the play clock, and there was 5 seconds left, and he's clapping like he had to rush. But the play clock was wrong because it wasn't working. So when they started it at 20 instead of at 40.
Yeah.
So Allen thought they had to rush, but it shouldn't have been that low.
While we're at it, I mean, I know it's probably your last drive when you get the ball. Very casual from the Bills. 2:48 to play, running the ball, take it to the 2-minute warning. Very casual. Yeah. And then you get your hook and ladder play, you get down to where Gabe is. I'll go back and check how much time there is left. But
on which one?
On all
I can tell you right now. On all of it. They get the ball with 2:30 to go.
Yeah.
Oh, no, 2:48 to go. You're right. After the hook and ladder play, there's 41 seconds on the clock, and I believe they had 2 timeouts.
Yeah.
And Shakir had gone out of bounds, so the clock was stopped. So you got 1st and 10 at the 26, 2 timeouts, 41 seconds left.
Just a little casual for me. But I guess you're trying trying to run some clock down. Again, that final drive, 2:30, 13 plays? 13. Oh, we're very late.
Yeah.
It's 13 plays to go 60 yards in a 2-minute drill.
13 plays.
13 plays. All right. Anyway, it's Buffalo Bills Football Friday. Frustrations, airing of grievances, complaint department. And, whatever. Hey, call. Fine. Sure.
I agree. I think every game that passes, the odds that Brady is back next season.
I think
I can't picture it.
I think it's definitely not happening.
How could you sell? What do we think the offense would look like next year? I think it would just morph into this totally different looking thing, or they would just keep rolling out the same types of concepts and like the screens and everything would just come right back. Because that's where I think it would be. Mm-hmm. And who wants to sign up for that again? The coach also has. Talking about play calling being too cute earlier in the year, right?
Sure. His comment yesterday about getting the quarterback hit. Think of it this way, right? If you have an offensive lineman that you can't count on because he's getting your quarterback hit, what's he do? He gets benched. Yeah. And if it goes on long enough, he's gone. What you have with this situation is an offensive coordinator. I know it's not directly his fault. Allen's taking all these hits, but hey, you run the offense, and our quarterback is getting lit up. Yeah. You don't have answers for that. His third down sack rate is being sacked on 15% of his third downs.
That's the craziest number I've heard today.
Yeah.
15%.
15% of his third downs. He's being sacked.
That's nuts.
The numbers last year, you know what that number was last year? 4%.
Man.
More than
triple.
Almost quadruple. From 4 to 15, almost 16% of his dropbacks on third down is being sacked. He'd never touched 15% before. In his rookie season, it was 11. In his second season, it was 12. It is at 15. And if you are the offensive coordinator and you can't protect my billion-dollar guy over there, you got to go. You have a series of factors playing in. Very predictable offense. How many games are we going to watch where a national commentator is watching the game saying, man, they do the same thing all the time?
Yeah, Nate Tice yesterday was the one where he's watching the game. Nate Tice is the Ringer, right? Yahoo. And he tweeted out, somewhere in the fourth quarter, that all the Bills ever do on third down is run mesh. So all the mesh concept where guys are crossing, they're running mesh on so much on third down, and they're using 5-man protection to make them so predictable. And then 20 minutes later on the last play of the game, 4th and 6, what did they do? Exactly what Nate Tice described.
Yeah.
We think the Texans didn't know that was going to happen?
And why does the team run mesh? Because they need to work to get somebody open?
Yeah.
Because they can't get somebody open.
Right. That play, they were purposely trying to. Davis didn't sell it very well. The design of that play is Davis is going to run into the guy that's covering Dawson Knox, and that's going to make him open. And that's what there would have been a penalty in the play. If he had thrown it to the right guy, Knox is wide open, then it would have come back offensive pass interference. They would have got another try at it.
Yeah.
Maybe they would run another hook and ladder or something. But their plan
was to cheat.
Was kind of to cheat and hopefully get away with it.
Yeah.
And Davis just destroyed the dude, so it was too obvious.
Let's set an open field block for the tight end.
Right. That was the play.
Yikes.
The Bills unable to finish the comeback and ultimately fell short to the Houston Texans by a score of 23-19. They dropped to 7-4 on the season. The Texans defense was dominant, allowed Allen to complete 24-34 attempts for 253 yards, but no passing touchdowns on the day. He threw 2 interceptions and was sacked 8 times. James Cook did score a touchdown in the first quarter early, and Ray Davis scored a 97-yard kick return touchdown as well. Multiple Bills players were injured in the matchup. The blue tent was quite busy. Cornerback Maxwell Hairston with a concussion, Terrell Bernard with an elbow injury, and Spencer Brown dealing with a shoulder injury all left the game and did not return. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. The Bills get some extended time off on a mini bye after the short week as they prepare to head to Pittsburgh next Sunday with kickoff set for 4:25. The Sabres in action tonight against Chicago at KeyBank Center, looking to rebound after their loss to Calgary. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock, and you can catch all the action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. In college basketball, Niagara is in Durham, North Carolina tonight. Tune in to our sister station, AM 1400, at 7 p.m. for Niagara at Duke, with pregame starting at 6:40. Sports Talk on WGR is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
And they've got him beat on the screen. Shakir racing, cuts it back, tries to shake a defender. He's got the first down. He's up the sideline. 35, 30, 20, and out of bounds at the 21-yard line.
Chris Brown on the call. One of the highlights of the game brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. It is Football Friday.
7-4.
7-4. 7-4, not that bad. 7-4.
No, not that. It's not as good when there's a 9-2.
No, that's right.
Around in your division.
3 games back of New England. You have to beat them by 3.
7-4 is not that bad. Is it bad for them against this schedule, though?
You would think so. Yeah, you would think so.
Like, you've won a lot of your tough games. This was kind of the story of the year going in, though, wasn't it? That all your tough games were at home?
Yep.
So if you took care of your business at home, then you could be looking at a great record. Like, great record. Like, 1 loss. And to lose these games on the road like this, 3 out of your last 4. You're gonna have to win on the road in the playoffs, probably.
Oh, I think but you definitely will have to. You're not going to be the 1 seed, so
right.
Even if you somehow win the division, it doesn't seem like it's going to be as the 1 seed. You'd need both Denver and Indy to lose 2 games, come all the way back. And do I include who else in there?
New England. Oh, you're right. Well, you're assuming that with winning.
The East is if you win the division with 4 losses, you need Denver or Indy to also both have 4.
Yeah, one seed is just another year where they don't get the 1 seed.
New York Times Playoff Machine puts the Bills at the 1 seed at 2%.
Yeah, good night. What's the division?
Division is,
I'm going to guess 8.
9. 9% chance to win the division. Mm-hmm. They are twice as likely to miss the playoffs as they are to win the division.
Road playoff game.
You're thinking about where you're going to watch that playoff game. I'm thinking about where we're going to have the upcoming draft party. Not that the season's over.
Start the bidding war.
No, they win the Super Bowl. But the draft party's going to happen one way or the other. Call WGR. Let us know. How about at a concert venue? We're going to need 20,000 people ready for that 27th overall pick or 30th overall pick.
They're looking for like a test event at the new stadium. Just saying.
Draft party
at the new stadium.
Jerry and Joe's draft extravaganza.
Yeah.
Daryl and Cheektowaga. Hey, Daryl, what's up?
Hey,
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call. The answer to yesterday's game was Jalen Waddle. I just believe that if he was on the field, Allen would have had someone to go to when the Houston defensive line was pressuring him. Also, he could have, made his read, before the snap of the ball and said, okay, if they come, I know I got Waddle right here. Guarantee you he only would have had maybe 5 or been sacked 5 or 6 times instead of 8. And, Waddle one-on-one, if he caught the ball, maybe could have took it to the house. And second point is, it just shows that Brandon Beane made a mistake not giving up that first-round pick. And we're going to see this Sunday. I hope Daniel Jones plays because everyone knows Sauce Gardner will probably travel with Rice. And, as far as Worthy on the other side, they'll probably cover him with a corner and have someone helping him out. So we're going to see what can happen when you make a move to try to go all the way.
Yeah.
But finally, if we have to face Denver in a championship game, based on yesterday's game, probably not going to beat them.
Yeah, thanks, Daryl.
Maybe. Those are low-scoring games. Denver plays, bounce here, bounce there. Is Denver as terrifying as Houston, too? They're pretty close to it.
They're pretty good.
They get sacks on 11% of dropbacks this year. The Broncos are getting sacks.
Yeah, which is nuts.
Yeah.
And the Bills give up sacks. It'd be a tough test.
So, yes, I think that would be extremely tough.
I'll say, I don't know that Waddle alone makes a difference. He certainly helps.
I think what he would help in a game like yesterday is a game like yesterday, you have to have quick answers. And it's tough to have quick answers when the whole secondary's on the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, right.
And if you had a guy that could get them to back up a little bit, then that makes it easier for everybody to get open within 2 seconds in a game where you have to get open within 2 seconds, your quarterback's getting hit.
Right. There's this self-fulfilling, repeating problem where everybody crunches down on the Bills because they can't beat anybody deep, so you got to throw it quickly, but all the defenders there, and you got to throw it quickly because the defenders that are there are going to go get Josh real fast, so you got to throw it quickly. But right. If Waddle's there, maybe he could pull a safety away. Maybe they'd have to play cover 2. And the Bills face man coverage and cover 1 all the time. And whatever. See, the All-22 reviews will tell us a big story, and often what the story is if you have a good defense, you say to the Bills, you guys can't beat our players. There's no reason to think that any of these Bills receivers could have beaten those 2 corners.
That's another thing to be looking at. Who do you play in the secondary? Because last week, Jamil Dean goes down early on, right, for the Bucs, so you have an easier corner duo to go up against, and you
the Bucs,
hit.
The Bucs are down two defensive linemen, or 2 pass rushers.
Right, that too.
Kalijah Kancey and Hassan Reddick were both out.
Last night you played Derek Stingley.
Yeah,
and you're not getting open with these guys against Derek Stingley. Who else you play like that?
Denver has Patrick Surtain.
Okay. New England's got Christian Gonzalez when he's healthy, right? They've got a guy like that. The Eagles have Quinyon Mitchell's having an amazing season, I believe, for them. You'll play a couple teams down the stretch that have guys like that. And in the playoffs, he brings up Denver. Denver's pass rush is great. Part of why they get home is because they got guys like Pat Surtain. And if you play Pat Surtain, they did get open against him once last year, didn't they, in the playoffs with Curtis Samuel? But more times than not, that it's going to look like what it did yesterday, where you just, whoever Surtain's covering, you get them locked up, and then it's harder for everybody else.
803-0550. Can you pull up the 4th down, the final play of the game? Timo Risk is tweeting about the final play of the game.
Okay.
That Gabe changed his route and cut towards the end zone, but Allen was already in his throwing motion. Is that the play where it's OPI? Gabe...
He does throw it to literally the only spot where there was nobody.
Right.
So that would make sense.
Let's maybe take a look and see if he was looking to go to Gabe, the guy he trusts, and Gabe did something he wasn't expecting.
Well, he definitely wasn't trying to go to Knox, and Knox was wide open.
Right. If he had, again, it would have been offensive pass interference.
But that would have been on Gabe. So Gabe was going to the end zone, or did Gabe change his route to try to drop the guy that was covering Knox?
That's what I'm asking you. Timo Risk has just tweeted on the All-22 that Allen was going to Gabe, but Gabe changed where he was running to. While you're taking a look at that, we'll go to Steve in Texas. Hey, Steve, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
at the game last night, and it is definitely a tradition in our house where I take every one of my children throughout the past decade to watch Buffalo lose to the Texans.
Yeah, they do lose there a lot.
Yes.
Or I shouldn't say a lot, but when they go there, they lose there.
Yeah. So, my whole thing is, it's whatever. They're 7-4. But the scary part for me is that, we've kind of got a little body of work where we think, okay, you would always give Josh Allen the ball down less than a touchdown, and you think they're going to win. And
they often don't. And you know what? In that scenario, they often do not. They say they would take it all the time. They often do not win in that scenario, right?
It's 100%, and everyone's going to blame people, and I'll listen to people blame people, but I'm just concerned about the orbit motion thing. It's like, guys, okay, that worked the first 2 times you did it. I'm glad you took it from Miami, but maybe try that on second down and not have that be your go-to play when everyone knows what's coming. And it's just getting really tough to watch. I mean, especially like in person, like there was no separation last night. I'm just looking at we're looking around at each other, and it's like, dude, there's 8 inches between a Texans defender and the Bills wide receivers. It was, and I can't do the whole thing where I think, hey, we have Josh Allen, let's just get to the playoffs and we'll be fine. It's like, you can't win these rock fights. Right. You're not going to win 4 rock fights in a row and hoist the Lombardi. It's a mid-level team talent-wise, and that's not something that's going to get fixed in one draft and one off season, and the clock's ticking on, you got 3 more years of Allen, and I'm going to say that athletically he is past his prime already. What we have now is closer to Matthew Stafford than Freak Show Allen that jumped over everybody. So I don't know what to think anymore.
Yep. Thanks, Steve.
Well, it's definitely not closer to Matthew Stafford because he doesn't run for 5 yards in an entire season. Watching back that last play, so it's not Davis, it's Palmer that does it. So as Allen is throwing the ball, he's throwing it to Palmer. Palmer decides as the ball is being released to cut up towards the end zone. If he had continued along the route he was running, he's going to be, it's going to be a 50-50 ball. There's a lot of things with this play, though, that are kind of crazy. Like, the Bills running multiple routes 5 yards underneath the first down on 4th and 6 is crazy. But it's the thing, mesh is predictable. Sometimes it does actually do the job. Obviously, it's why you run it. It's why it's a basic concept. I saw that. It's a good analysis from Cover One this morning that it's supposed to be, it's like a play thing that everybody has in their playbook. They run on early downs. But to do it in the most important moments is kind of the wild part. But what happens on the play? Knox is wide open.
Because Davis blocks a guy.
But even if Davis doesn't destroy the guy and he just kind of gets in his way on accident, Knox is going to be wide open. Allen makes the wrong call. There's no doubt about it. Palmer did the wrong thing too. Palmer's cutting up field as the ball's being released. That's a mistake. But Allen should have never thrown the ball to Palmer. Should have gone to Dawson Knox.
Right. It wasn't Gabe, it was Palmer. He's looking to go to Palmer. Palmer cuts away and he's already throwing?
Yes.
All right.
But as I said, if the play's not designed for him, the place that the safety is, you could see who is Davis setting a pick for that they're hoping to get away with. It's not for Palmer. It's for Knox. And Allen doesn't go there. Allen's trying for the big shot.
Well,
he's trying to get down around the goal line, and I'm telling you, if there's no penalty on the play and Palmer runs the right route, it's going to be a 50-50 ball between that safety who picks it and Palmer.
And he should go to Knox, what you're saying.
He goes to Knox,
so just
and
to be
it's
clear,
an easy first down.
But again, he goes to Knox, who is freed up because of contact.
Yeah, if you watch it, though, Knox is probably going to be open regardless. I would bet, let's say Davis doesn't make contact. You got to guess a little. I think Knox probably gets the first down, whereas the block makes it so that he's going to get inside the 10.
Does anybody want to say conceptually if you're gotta have it play of the game down to this or nothing, is a mesh concept to Dawson Knox, then maybe you're not doing something too well. Is that wrong?
No, I think it's.
I mean, I don't know if they were hoping to get it across and not get flagged for it, then sure. But
obviously that's the plan, right? It's create chaos, make it busy over the middle so that you can get just a couple of yards separation for a guy when you're trying to get 6. But Allen didn't throw it there anyway.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have mattered.
803-0550. Russ in Buffalo next up. Hey, Russ, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
Just a couple of things I want to talk about. And, after all these years of watching these Bills and everything, I just think I'm over the edge, so I need to be talked off the edge here. I'm confused with that 4th and 2 call with James Cook on 4th down. I mean, the way the game script was going, you can't run the ball there. I think you got to do some kind of RPO, get Allen on the outside. That's one. Number 2, I don't know if Allen has a lot of authority to call any audibles or his own plays.
He does. He changes the play quite a bit. He definitely has freedom. I shouldn't say quite a bit. I don't exactly know how often.
But it does happen. Remember the 3rd down last year in the AFC Championship game where they threw a screen to Cooper was something that Allen checked into.
Yeah, he definitely has the authority to check. He does frequently.
Yeah, but I think he has to do it more, especially in the crunch time. I just don't understand that call in that situation. And then 2 or 3, I think, they didn't make any second half adjustments in regards to the linemen. I think, you got to have. You got to have your running backs chip these linemen rushing, and they didn't make any adjustments in the second half. I thought that was just awful.
Even when they did chip, you see, I think Will Anderson had a pretty good quote about chips. Let me find this for you. He said, I'll get it for you. Whatever, I'll find it. But Will Anderson said, I eat chips for breakfast or something like that. If they chip block, if that was Danielle Hunter. If they chip block us, I eat chips for breakfast. That's what he said before the game.
It's amazing, yeah, and he tore them apart, so that's crazy.
Yeah.
And then, and I think all in all, I don't know, this is hard for me to say after all these years. I'm not a McDermott fan. I never have been. He's done great for us. I just don't think him and his coaching staff is just smart enough in crunch time. They seem to make the wrong calls, not have the players in the right positions, and you can't. I don't know. It's hard to, I don't blame all the players, the wide receivers. It's got to be part of the scheme. It's got to be some of the play calling and the receivers too. But I just don't think they're smart enough during this game planning. They didn't go any 5 wide, 4 wide to surprise this team. They played the typical muscle game against the Texans, and they can't do that. They're not that kind of team. They're a finesse team. They're not strong enough. They're not physical enough to outman a team like this.
Yep.
I believe they had the wrong game plan from the get-go.
Yeah, thanks,
I
Russ.
get your thoughts on that.
Especially once Spencer Brown is hurt and unable to play, you've got him in there, and you're still using 5-man protection schemes. How? I just still can't believe, there's a 3rd and 3 empty backfield. Why? How could you ever do that? You're a good run team. Make them think you might run. Get them under center. Mm-hmm. Play action. The idea that you would run the ball at 3rd and 3. 3rd and 3, the world is open to you as a good running team. And you're in shotgun empty backfield? That's not who you should be. That's who I want you to be, but that's not who it's definitely not who you should be.
Mm-hmm.
Because, all right, here come the text. Oh, hey, Hunter, Anderson, check it out. No one in your way. Go nuts. And Spencer Brown, 5-man protections. It's I don't know. The whole game had a feel to me of the Miami game they lost in the heat stroke game, only because the Bills were so banged up, so injured, and looked like they were in a, metaphorically, in a war. And if they had come out of that game with a win, I was preparing as their, after the hook and ladder, listen, if they win this game, we'll be mad about some things, but I would tell you it was it'd be one of the gutsiest wins I've ever seen. For Allen to stand in and take that many hits, to be overmatched like that, to still find a way, it would have been one of the gutsiest wins you could possibly see. On the road, short week. For the division, whatever. You'd still be an underdog maybe, but...
Oh, you'd be a lot better shot. There's so little margin for error. They almost did it, too. It's kind of amazing they came as close as they did.
It takes... Well, that's what Josh Allen does. He, lifts you up. Even though he took 8 sacks, he lifts you up.
And he made his share of mistakes. Like I'm looking, the more I'm watching this last play over and over and over, I'm like, I can't believe he threw the ball where he did.
Instead of to Knox?
Right. Like I think it's fine to say would anybody debate he's playing at his best right now?
No.
He was great last week.
Yes, he was.
But he was wild, even in that game, and missed throws, and he made a two-handed interception. So even in that game, it's like, oh, this isn't as perfect as we've seen in the past. And he sets a very high standard. So I think when you look at that standard, it's pretty acceptable right now to say he's not playing at his best. But when you say that, it's, what are you going to do? That's Brady's job. That's Bean's job. That's the players around him's job to get him playing at his best.
Sabres and Blackhawks tonight.
Yep. Forgot about them.
Are they going to touch last place? Are they going to touch 32nd this year?
32nd in the whole league?
Yeah, they got a 3-point lead.
What's
Calgary with 2 games in hand? Calgary looks pretty firmly there. Anyway,
for now,
we're going to check in on the chat, the YouTube chat, and also take your calls. It's a Friday. Is it nice out? My back's to the window.
It's been worse.
It's raining. Sweet. Not actually sweet. It was nice last night. Watched the game outside. Beautiful night. What are we going to do with this team? It's Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550 here on WGR.
4-man rush. Allen throws it over the middle. It's complete to Palmer. Hook and ladder, and they're going to get the first down. Up the sideline is Shakir, and he's out of bounds at the 26-yard line. The hook and ladder, baby.
I mean, the defense, though, at least had a good half.
Sure.
I feel like the offense didn't have even a good half.
No, they didn't.
The defense, no doubt. That drive at the end of the half, the first half, is that's an embarrassing drive to give up to Davis Mills in that offense.
It's brutal.
It's an embarrassing drive. But if I put it this way, this has happened a lot. This happened in the Atlanta game. This happened a little bit in the Miami game. There are these games where the Bills' defense is giving the Bills opportunities, the offense, to claw back into it. If I told you, let's go back in time, and I'm the defense, and I'm going to tell you're the offense.
Jeremy, wait here to
hey, it's halftime. We're down. I'm going to hold them to 3 in this half. They're going to get a bunch of punts. You're going to get 6 chances to score 7 points. There you go.
Yeah.
That's my gift to you. You had a bad first half. I didn't have a great first half either, but I'm going to show up to work, and I am going to give you 6 drives to score 7 points in the second half. That's what the defense gift wrapped to the offense yesterday, and the offense couldn't do it.
One of the things I want to think is Josh the same guy?
Is Josh the same guy?
Is Josh Allen the same guy? You want to go mentally? You want to go physically? I want to ask that question. Because who on earth thinks he can turn backwards and run away from Will Anderson?
Mm-hmm.
Why does he think he can do that?
Mm-hmm.
Did he used to be able to do that?
I mean, he did do it against Miami 2 weeks ago.
Okay, that's Miami.
Right.
And he runs away from... Had you scouted this team? Have you seen their rush and their defensive ends? In what world are you ever going to turn your back? Man, I'm going to go to a...
You're talking the one where he gets to the sideline and he signs that's when you could throw it away.
Yes.
That's why he does it. It's because it's third down. His option there is... I throw it away or I try to get away again. Those are his only, unless he's forcing a ball to someone who's probably covered.
Or try an arm punt. Is anybody down there for an arm punt?
Yeah,
I would settle for an arm punt.
Chuck it as far down the field as possible.
An arm punt might be 30 yards better than what they do out there. I mean, he continues to look like the guy that turns back here and there and it's like, is he the same guy? I remember a time when Josh Allen stiff-armed Aaron Donald in the face.
Mm-hmm.
Is he the same guy? And it's not exactly his fault if he's not. But to the Bills, this kind of gets to the breaking down of Allen. Is he losing a half a step? Is he losing some stuff? Because did the Bills just think that their quarterback was going to be the kind of guy that should throw 300-pound men to the ground with regularity and they'd be like, yeah, that's fine. That's what we got. That's the plan. The plan is for him to stay Superman all the time and we'll be fine. And he is not that right now. Last week he looked like that, largely unpressured and made a bunch of great throws and a couple great runs.
Come on, Vaughn. I know he hadn't done very well against this guy, but I got a hunch he's due.
Good morning to the chat on YouTube. The chat we're treating now as a character on the show.
See, that's why I love it. We don't even have to mention a guy and just bam, everyone's fist fighting in the chat.
The chat is like, you look out in your backyard and you see like, what are the dogs doing out there? And you just find out like they're after something. All right. If you join us on YouTube, you can stream us at any time and, comment and chat with other people and yell at each other about things if you'd like. The WGR 550 YouTube page. Give us a like, a subscribe, pop in, and leave a comment. At one point during the show, I checked in on the YouTube page, and the comments were just like, none. So I don't know how you keep up with it, but, fire them off. Owen is moderating, as he is often doing in this chat.
Indeed.
How's the temperature in there today?
It's hot.
Yeah, hazmat suits.
It's hot in here today. It seems pretty hot just about everywhere. I post all the social stuff, so I catch it all, and it's people are not happy about what's going on with this team right now.
Yeah,
it's ugly out there.
What's the craziest suggestion that we got in the chat so far?
Well, the one that you mentioned, what's Dabo up to?
Dabo Sweeney
to coach the Bills. That was a good one.
I mean,
we had somebody say realistically this is a 2-10 football team.
That seems not realistic to say they're a 2-10 team.
Realistically, they're a 7-4 football team. Isn't that how
2-10
real works? I don't know. That was an interesting one for me. We got mini buy is the perfect time to bring in Dayball.
Listen, the Brian Daboll, you want to talk about a fundamental change? Like, make it happen next season. Make that happen.
Piggybacking off of that, we just had what are the options there realistically at coordinator? There's a lot of people asking, we've talked a lot about Brady and all the issues now he's getting Allen in trouble health-wise, and it feels like the change is coming there. I think a lot of people would be curious to hear what you guys think are some options aside from the obvious, Brian Daboll coming back.
Davis Webb.
Mike McDaniel.
Mike McDaniel's not a realistic option.
Why?
Well, he's probably going to say.
A lot. Why?
But here's
why
what
is that?
Here's what I actually need out of my next offensive coordinator: someone to say, "Yes, I need specific players."
Okay.
Yes,
That's not Mike McDaniel.
You don't. Yeah.
Well, I'm basically talking about Joe Brady here, who said, "You don't see guys running away from coverage." What?
Right.
Joe Brady 2 weeks ago said they have to start forcing the ball to Keon Coleman. He said that. And now the head coach says that guy's out of the lineup when we put our best chance to win on the field. I mean, man, is there ever a disconnect, I think, between the coach and the coordinator right now? There's got to be. How could there not be? I've got to do a better job of getting him the ball. Forcing him the ball was what was said against Miami. 2 weeks later, he doesn't get a jersey because he doesn't give them the best chance to win. Oof. All right. Well, jump in the chat. Say hello.
Nick Sirianni for our next offensive coordinator.
Whoa.
Clint Kubiak. He's in Seattle. He's not coming here.
There was also a lot of questions about why they struggle on the road. If you guys have any sort of idea of why you think they might be they're losing games on the road that they should not be losing.
Yeah, it's 11 and 12 since 23. Why are they losing on the road? I don't know. It's a good question. They better figure it out by playoff time. Impressive road wins. Do they have any recently? It's their last great road win.
Last great. I mean, they won in Kansas City. They've won an Arrowhead last year.
Okay.
Right? They win an Arrowhead. They win.
They didn't play an Arrowhead last year, though.
2 years ago, then. They won an Arrowhead.
2 years ago.
Okay.
Last year, they won in Detroit. That's a good win.
That's a good win. Yep.
They won in. I guess they didn't have really any others last season.
Kevin in Florida. Hey, Kevin.
Gentlemen, I'd ask how we're doing, but I know how you're doing. I know I'm hot down here. Of course, everybody in my household was in bed after, that game last night, so I've got a little steam to let off, so I apologize. A couple things here. So, Brandon Beane. I get what everybody loves Beane. Yeah, he drafted a generational talent and a quarterback that, in my opinion, he lucked into. I love that. Obviously, I love the fact that Josh Allen's our quarterback, but enough is enough. The guy can't put together a team. The salary cap is what it is because of him. Yes, I understand the guys he re-signed, they've gotten hurt. I totally get that. But for him to come on this show this year, and say what he said, which I'm not going to repeat, and that's a problem. That is a problem. They need to self-reflect, and they won't self-reflect. And that is a problem. Is there any team in the National Football League that does less for their superstar quarterback than the Buffalo Bills? Tell me, is there? Because I can't think of one, right?
Hold on, Kevin. I would say they have built him. Today's not a great day to point this out. A very, very good offensive line and run game. So they would say that's helping your superstar quarterback. From a pass catcher standpoint, it is tough to find another team that does less.
Yeah, agreed. And they've built the offensive line, obviously, to protect him, right? But McDermott wants us to be a fully functional running game. And I agree. A couple of years ago, people were complaining about the fact we couldn't run the ball, we only could pass the ball, right? And we needed to be, we need to be two-dimensional, right? Well, now we're one-dimensional and just running the ball. And is that because McDermott can't trust his defense, that can't stop a nosebleed?
His defense stopped plenty. His defense played well last night.
So, agreed. In the second half,
yeah,
they were terrible in the first half.
Well, I mean,
Mills.
That's right. But 20 points. I mean, how many times would you not take 20 points in a game to win? Like his defense gave up.
I take it every time.
His defense gave up less than 2 points per drive. There were 12 possessions for the Texans. And they got 20 points. You should take that every time.
Yeah. It's on the offense. Yesterday's loss is solely on the offense. I'm not blaming the defense. I'm just not a McDermott guy. Enough is enough, right? We've had, what is this, year 9? There's no there's no other quarterback coach combo in the NFL that has given them this much time without firing them. And I know Pagula is not going to do it, but enough is enough. It's time to go. We have not been a complete team in forever. McDermott should have been fired after the 13-second game, but yet we pawned that off on Leslie Frazier and walked him out because, to somebody's point earlier about, McDermott only wants young guys in there because they're all yes men. McDermott's ego won't allow him to hire somebody that actually is competent. And back to your point about the next OC and Davis Webb. Love Davis Webb. I know him and Josh have a great relationship, but I don't believe that Davis Webb is anything but a yes man, right? We need somebody in there that is a pure offensive coordinator that's done it before and knows what they're doing. And I love the idea of Mike McDaniel. I think the guy's a geek, right? But the guy knows what he's doing when it comes to calling offensive plays. Enough is enough. We need a real offensive coordinator and a real defensive coordinator because McDermott's defense doesn't work. It just doesn't work. It is basic. The offense is basic. It's three concepts. The mesh, I hope I never see the mesh again, which I know that's not going to happen. But it's terrible. It is terrible. He has three concepts. He's a generational talent, and we don't do anything. And one last point that I thought was funny. Josh Allen last night ran around for more yards than all of our wide receivers outside of Khalil Shakir. That's a problem. That is a problem.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
It's so frustrating. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you.
Thanks, Kevin. It's not lost on me. Like, today's a day to vent. The roller coaster of beat the Chiefs, we're back. Lose to Miami, wow, this is a disaster. Scorch the Bucks, we're back. Not just back, we're back. I was all the way in on that. Winging the ball around. Lose to the Texans, it's over. Beat the Steelers and put up 50. We're back. Lose to the Bengals. It's over. I mean, they were 4-0, and they're 7-4. That's kind of rough. And this is also a season where the lull is. This is not the typical lull. Not anymore. This year's different. This year's probably different. So anyway,
how culpable is McDermott in the offense?
Here's
the idea. There is what that he's hiring Brady and Babbage because they're yes men. And because that implies that Brady is running basically what McDermott wants.
Which, who knows?
Which I don't know. The coach does not sound this year when he talks like that's just everything he wants is what they're trying to run out there right now.
The coach wants better receivers. He does.
Yep.
I know people think he wants to win every game 3-0. I don't think that's true. He wants receivers. He wants speed. He talks about speed all the time, how important it is, how valuable it is.
That's where... Like you said, I want a coordinator to come in here and tell, what do I need? That's why I kind of McDaniel appears to me is McDaniel's going to come in here and say, you need to get me guys with speed. I need that. I'm going to be your coordinator. I need that.
Yeah, one thing about McDaniel's offense, and I do not think this is ever going to happen, but I'm just going to give you the stat.
It's impossible?
Yes.
Why?
Personality.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. He's quirky?
I did see a clip, though, of Deebo Samuel, coming over, hugging him.
He's been more fiery lately.
I just...
very much so. He is after refs, his own players.
Yeah.
And you would probably say it's too little too late, right? The culture is what the culture is in Miami.
Right.
Also, there's the part of, I think every report I'm seeing is that they might run it back with him. But I don't know. I guess...
Listen,
don't him and McDermott always seem to have mutual respect for each other when they're talking. And
at the risk of thinking it'll be Lindy Ruff 2.0. Why does everybody want the old things again? Daboll's the answer. It's the right answer. One of the reasons. Here's another reason it might be the answer if you want. Because I get continuity if I get that. He doesn't have to leave.
Right.
He doesn't ever have to leave. If it works, it never has to be broken up. And a month ago, 2 months ago, we were thinking, well, we're going to lose Joe Brady to a head coaching job. I don't think that's the case anymore. Now we're talking about how it will end.
Right. If Daboll works, in theory, it could be a 10-year relationship. Or not 10, rest of Allen's career relationship. Which is a very big positive or perk to whoever you would bring in next. This guy might never go. This could just be Allen's last coordinator. That'd be nice.
Yeah. 803-0550. All right, Extendo Sports, the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is coming up. Sal will have that. He is in after a late night in Houston and a flight back. He is here for you to take your calls and chat about it. We got one more segment as well. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. So everyone saw that. What are we doing, right, after a fourth down call? And Allen was asked about that. Why he did that, why he said that on the sideline. You can see him saying it to Mitch Trubisky. Here's his answer.
On the fourth down play, it appeared on the sidelines on the TV broadcast that you might have been saying, what are we doing on that play? Was there some miscommunication, or were you just not happy with the play? Or
just frustration on my part. In a situation like that, probably should have just banged a timeout. We got the play in late. Didn't give ourselves a chance there.
Play comes in late. We didn't give ourselves a chance there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This will be the second loss in a row. They didn't lose 2 games. No, they won a game in between. But the second loss in a row where I'm going to want to live in that pause.
Yeah.
As he's deciding whether or not to say the play came in late. Yeah. We were not prepared.
Or trying to think of some other way to put it.
Right, just
other
frustrated.
Than what actually happened.
The play came in late.
Yeah.
Okay, so the offensive coordinator, you didn't get to play in time. And you couldn't get things set. You couldn't get where you wanted to be. Play came in late. Okay?
And basically then he's kind of saying, I didn't have an opportunity to change the play. Right?
If he wanted to, sure. Just didn't give ourselves a chance. He's deciding if he wants to say it, and then he's saying it. The play came in late.
Yep. Or maybe not even just change the play because he didn't like the play, but because you could have looked up and saw Texans are about to sell out to stop a run up the middle. Maybe you don't do it.
Yeah,
maybe you run something different. I agree. I think every game that passes, the odds that Brady is back next season.
I think
I can't picture it.
I think it's definitely not happening.
How could you sell? What do we think the offense would look like next year? I think it would just morph into this totally different looking thing, or they would just keep rolling out the same types of concepts and the screens and everything would just come right back. Because that's where I think it would be. Mm-hmm. And who wants to sign up for that again? The coach also has. Talking about play calling being too cute earlier in the year, right?
Sure. His comment yesterday about getting the quarterback hit. Think of it this way, right? If you have an offensive lineman that you can't count on because he's getting your quarterback hit, what does he do? He gets benched. Yeah. And if it goes on long enough, he's gone. What you have with this situation is an offensive coordinator. I know it's not directly his fault. Allen's taking all these hits, but hey, you run the offense and our quarterback is getting lit up. Yeah. You don't have answers for that? His third down sack rate is being sacked on 15% of his third downs.
That's the craziest number I've heard today.
Yeah.
15%.
15% of his third downs. He's being sacked.
That's nuts.
The numbers last year, you know what that number was last year? 4%.
Man.
More than
triple.
Almost quadruple. From 4 to 15, almost 16% of his dropbacks on third down is being sacked. He'd never touched 15% before. In his rookie season, it was 11. In his second season, it was 12. It is at 15. And if you are the offensive coordinator and you can't protect my billion-dollar guy over there, you got to go.
All right. What else we got this weekend? Colts and Chiefs.
Return to the Premier League.
Did you know Daniel Jones has 6 fumbles in his last 2 games? He's starting to turn the ball over again.
Yeah?
Yep. 4 interceptions and 12 sacks on top of that. Vikings and Packers. Oh, we didn't talk about today how the Bengals game got flexed.
Flexed to a 1 o'clock kick, and it was Packers-Bears that moved into that spot?
Yeah.
The Bears. Look at the Bears here.
Isn't it a little surprising they moved a Burrow-Allen game off 425?
I bet the call was made before Burrow-Allen could have been a thing. Burrow-Allen could have been a thing.
They couldn't have changed it, though, once they realized Burrow's back?
Once they start to do it, like, oh, Joe Burrow's full practice. Like, all right, they got 7 losses already.
True, but he was supposed to be back next week.
Right.
They should have always thought he was back.
But if it's
by
a
the Bills
backup
game.
quarterback to the, they're going to be dead in the water if they lose to New England.
True.
Maybe.
I'm very curious in that game. What does Burrow look like? He doesn't have Chase. They're at home. I don't know. Of the teams New England has played, Burrow and a bunch of dudes is like as good as a team as they've played.
Yeah. Well, folks, it was rough. We got a whole. Well, actually, we got a long week to talk about it because it's a mini bye, but half it's like Thanksgiving. So that's
right. So really, it's actually the same amount of shows between games.
The Thanksgiving night game and the Black Friday game are both good games. Thanksgiving night is Broncos Chiefs.
Yep.
And Black Friday is Bears Eagles.
Yep.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
I can't get my mind around the Bears being a good watch, but I guess they are that now.
They are.
Yeah.
All right, that's it for us. We're back Monday.
Sabres Blackhawks.
Sabres Blackhawks. Have a great day. We'll get through it together.
Tailgate Trivia is back, presented by Total Sports Enterprises Buffalo. Listen during every Bills game for your chance to call in, answer the trivia question, and win autographed Bills merch, courtesy of TSC Buffalo.
Late motion from Hawes, handoff to Cook, cuts it inside, he's got the first down, through a hole, 30, 20, 10, 5, touchdown, James Cook, 45 yards to the end zone for a Buffalo touchdown. Four-man rush, Allen has time, looks down the left sideline, and it's complete to Gabe Davis, who's wrestled to the turf, but he's out to the 28-yard line. It's a 22-yard pass play and a first down. No, it's a play-action fake. They fire to a wide-open receiver in the end zone for a touchdown. It's Christian Kirk for a 2-yard touchdown reception. The Bills bid on the play-action fake to Chubb, and Kirk was wide open. Looks right, now left, throws in the flat to Marks, who's buried in the flat. Matt Milano labeled him for a huge loss at the 39. Back to pass, pocket collapsing, Allen in trouble, and he's tripped up and dropped for another sack. This one by Daniil Hunter. Pocket collapsing, fires, and it's complete for a first down, but the ball is fumbled by Shakir, scooped up by Houston, and coming the other way is Jalen Reed, the safety. It's a turnover for Buffalo as the fumble was forced by Kalen Bullock, the safety.
Okay, well, this is could be an interesting show today. We have a reaction extra point show today on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Friday on WGR Sports Radio 550. Sal Kapacio with you here today to talk all about everything you just heard and more about what went down in Houston last night. The Bills falling 23-19 to the Houston Texans. And of course, every single Friday on the Extra Point Show, it is brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8 by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922. The differences today are today's show becomes more of a Monday type of reaction show. Not a normal Friday where we have Sean McDermott. We're obviously not having Sean McDermott. We will have him later. He will speak, I should say, to the media a little bit later today to update injuries and things like that. There are plenty of injuries to get updated on from the Buffalo Bills last night. So we'll hear from Sean McDermott a little bit later. And we're going to take your phone calls today on what went down. So a reaction show today. And, of course, you can jump into the YouTube stream as well and the bullpen. And that is at WGR 550 on YouTube. So check that out. Let me just adjust my camera a little bit there. So you have to go up and down. Because I am today at Studio Kapacio. There you go. So I'm at Studio Kapacio today. And hopefully everybody can see me and hear me okay, because we're ready to hear from you on the phone lines at 803-0550. Thanks a lot for coming in. As always, we got Robert, IDL716. We got Mega. We got Jiglia. We got Bill C, user T numbers. I'd just like to say AC Man, as always. Thank you. 999 something here. JT from USA. So, yep, I'm seeing you. I got you there, and you guys can kind of talk right there. And as I always say, the bullpen is free to you for you to talk, but it's really probably not for me to talk to you in very much today, because I'm going to be taking phone calls and walking through what's going on and what happened last night in Houston. So we'll get right to that here. A really tough night for the Buffalo Bills offense, especially. Started off with a tough night for the Buffalo Bills defense. They actually turned it around, though. The Bills defense held the Houston Texans to 60 yards of offense in the second half. In the first half, the Houston Texans had a total of 201 yards of offense. I mean, think about that. You're like, how do you give up 200 yards of offense in a half to a Davis Mills-led offense? 201 yards. The Texans finished with 261 yards. So they finished with 60 yards in the second half. First half, not a good performance by the defense. They turned it around. First half, not a great performance by the offense. Second half, even worse by the standard of scoring points, making critical plays. And there's a lot of reasons for that. And you've had time to digest it. I have not listened a ton this morning to Jeremy and Joe. And partly, well, there's a few reasons that I actually joined them. If you want to hear my segment earlier with them, you can find that. But I actually joined them this morning. Otherwise, I really didn't listen much. And there was a couple of reasons. Number one was I got back on from Houston last night at literally the sun was coming up, I think. It was like 5 a.m. And had to get some rest in before this show. But the other part is, I just didn't want to be kind of tainted in what I thought you might be saying and wanted to be more organic today. Although I can kind of predict it, because that's what we do here. This is a reaction show. And I know where a lot of the reaction is going to go, but I want to hear you talk about it and your thoughts, which are basically fire this person, fire that person, right? Get rid of the OC, bring Brian Daboll back. It's time has come for McDermott. It's time has come for Bean. If that's what you feel, you have every right to call up and talk about it. I'm not going to stop you. I think there's important things to remember here. That is that the season is not over, although it feels like it. Even Deion Dawkins said that last night. It feels like it's the last game of the season. It's not. Season's not over. But what the Bills' goals are for the season feel like they're slipping away rapidly, right? Feel like they're slipping away rapidly. Meaning, not only getting the 1 seed, which is pretty much kind of, at this point, you'd say like a pipe dream, right? You'd have to win out and have a bunch of teams lose. But even winning the division, which I think going into the season seemed to people, and even myself, I would say, like a foregone conclusion. And I know you shouldn't think that way, but because of who the Bills have been and are, and because of who the division has been and we thought might be, it seemed like almost a foregone conclusion that the Bills would win their 6th straight AFC East championship. You wake up this morning, there are 2 losses behind the Patriots and a head-to-head loss behind the Patriots. So, as of right now, not only do you have to beat the Patriots head-to-head, you basically have to hope for them to lose 2 more games on top of that and you to win out. Because you got to finish ahead of them in the standings due to tiebreakers. Unless the Patriots were to lose to the Dolphins or the Jets, then the tiebreaker becomes a little bit different. Then it's conference. And even then, Patriots have a 5-2 record. The conference Bills 4-3. So it's an uphill climb. Bills find themselves right now in the 6th seed of 7 teams in the AFC. And this week, the Jacksonville Jaguars play the Arizona Cardinals. I mean, I think they're favored in that game. They should win. And if the Jags win, they tie the Bills in the standings. and I think they would be passing them, actually. Bills would be a 7th seed. They can't fall any further than that this week. But if the Jags win this week, the Bills could go to 7. Now, Chargers are off, so I guess that wouldn't matter. Pittsburgh is playing, so that could matter with Baltimore. But you get the point I'm making here, which is the Bills are a lot closer to the playoff cut line at this time than they are to winning the division. And that's not a good thing to see. We've seen it before. After 12 weeks of season let me just go here. In 2023, after 12 weeks in 2023, the Bills were actually 6-6 and in the 10th spot in the AFC. They still won the division because Miami collapsed and Deontay Hardy returned a punt a long way for a touchdown to win. But the Bills were 6-6 and in 10th place in the AFC after 12 weeks of 2023. In 2022, after 12 weeks, the Bills were in the 5th seed at 8-3. Better record, but one spot higher. And they still went on to win the division. The difference this year is you have a New England team in front of you. Hey, there's two differences. You have a New England team in front of you who just isn't slowing down and has a very doable, gettable, winnable schedule, if you will. But the second difference is I think we all see and feel that this team is not the same team that it's been. And that's where we need to start. It's not about last night's game, right? I think last night's game has been a bit of a microcosm of what this season has been for the Bills. It is a roster that does not have enough answers when things are pressing on either side of the ball. Yes, they have injuries, and that plays into it. You can't make excuses for that. Every team has injuries. No doubt the injuries are hurting the Bills. Michael Hoyt's injury certainly hurt the defense. When he came back, he was going to be somebody that could help them. Offensively, they have some wide receiver injuries, but I don't think that's been an issue. Dalton Kincaid's injury, certainly not being on the field, he probably definitely would have helped last night. But let's be honest, even with Dalton Kincaid in the lineup, this offense has serious flaws. And I think that's where a lot of you have been going and want to go. Yes, the defense does too. And yes, the defense has issues and gets run on. The defense stepped up time after time last night, I thought, to give the offense opportunities. It's never about one thing, one side of the ball, one person. The offense isn't just about Joe Brady. It's not just about play calling. It's not just about the roster and the wide receivers. It's not just about Josh Allen. It's everything. The offensive line last night, certainly. And that's where I think when I get a lot of reaction on social media at Sal Sports. By the way, last night, I knew it, right? Game's over. I'm like, hey, what's your arrow up, arrow down? And how many people said, no arrows up? Terrible, terrible. Nobody deserves one. Well, I know. And that's your job as a fan, to be emotional, reactionary. And I get in the moment you feel that way. But that's how you feel, right? Which is everything's going wrong. It's snowballing. And this team is just not in position. I'm not about to sit here and maybe you want to just give the season up and think that, play for draft choice. I think that's dumb. You don't do that. You still need to try and get in the playoffs and try and win. And in fact, there could be an argument made, to be quite honest with you, that this year being in the playoffs, I know you want the 1 seed, but if you're not going to get the 1 seed, the argument could be made it might be better to be a wild card than there is actually be the 2, 3, or 4, because the 2, 3, or 4 are going to host either Buffalo, Baltimore, maybe Kansas City, whereas the 5, 6, or 7 might go to Denver, Indy, or Pittsburgh, or New England, right? I mean, it's kind of wild like that. I'm not saying it's a better position. I get it. But get in the playoffs, you never know what happens. But right now, I'm not confident that how many wins this team's going to get down the stretch. I think they're still better than the Pittsburgh Steelers, better than the Cleveland Browns, better than the New York Jets, better than Cincy, I think, even with Joe Burrow, because of their defense, I think, but who knows about that? Don't know. I doubt they're better than Philly. I don't know. They got a lot of their own issues. So you're probably still looking. And then New England, right? I think they're right there with New England. I can't say they're better than them right now the way New England's playing. I think they are, but not with the way the Bills are playing and New England's playing. So you're still looking at probably a season where sitting it here at this particular juncture, 7-4, maybe 11-6, gets you okay, we're the 5 seed or 6 seed. And then you see what happens. But I want to get your overall thoughts on what you saw last night, where you want to go with it, and how you fix it. There is one thing I will tell you that's not going to happen. They're not firing the head coach today. They're not firing the general manager today. You might want that to happen. It's not happening. They're not. If you want that to happen, and maybe it happens at the end of the year, if this team misses the playoffs or even bows out early, who knows? I mean, there could be a change. But as much as you may be frustrated or want them or have wanted any of them fired, now the OC, I don't know. I mean, there was a change made at OC in December a couple years ago. So I would never take that off the table, especially with 10 days to go, 10 days before the next game. What I mean by that is, even though Sean McDermott said, Joe Brady's the offensive coordinator, no consideration of changing him a couple weeks ago, we've seen that happen before in December. Granted, it was maybe a couple weeks even before this, this particular time period, but it did happen. So how do you get the answers from internally? Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't have them. And you just try to hold on for dear life and see what you can do. 803-0550 is the phone number to call. Where do we want to go first? Okay, let's, by the way, thank you very much for calling up here. Oh, you know what? I'm going to have you, for the first caller here, Joe Kelly, bring up Jeff and Depew, and then I will refresh my call screen from here. So you bring up Jeff, and then I'll do that. Go ahead, Jeff. You're on first. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, well, where do we start? Joe Brady, got to go. How many times do we see the same plays over? Number two, the end of the season, McDermott, goodbye. You're not taking us to the Super Bowl. I called last year and I said that. He wouldn't take us to the promised land. He's not going to. And number three, Mr. Pagula, wake up. You see what's going on. Do something. You are the owner of the team. You run the show. Wake up. And the last comment, playoffs? Did you say playoffs? Ain't happening.
Okay, I disagree with the last point. I still think they're a playoff team. Let's go to Clover in Texas. Thanks for the call. Clover, hi.
Hey, Sal, good morning. Thanks for taking my call. Appreciate you, Sal. I know you had a long night, long week. After sleeping on it, I thought this was just a tough assignment for these Thursday night games. They don't really set you up for success. What I saw on Sunday, I thought after coming off that Miami loss, I thought they just made some great adjustments in the game planning to win at Tampa Bay. And that was still a tough game. I mean, they went all out. And then to turn around game plan for this, travel, still dealing with injuries, and the number one defense I heard you guys talking about all week was just really tough. And then, there were so many things that were set up, that happened that just put them in a tough spot. The field position I heard you mention on Jeremy Joe, that was rough. I heard Joe talking about that last touchdown drive before the half, and how it was so bad they gave that up. I mean, if they didn't do that, we might have won the game. But I was just wondering what you saw as far as the defense being tired, because I know there was kind of a decent drive and then they got a stop, and then Allen had the interception, so they had to get back on the field, and then they got another stop, and then Davis had the return, so then they had to get back on the field again. So I was thinking that they were probably tired, with that minute and a half drive to go. And maybe that's why they just had a tough time stopping. But I think moving forward – oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. You asked what I saw. I agree. I think they were tired. The time of possession, Clover, in the first half was only a minute difference. Texans a minute and a half more than the Bills, 15:42 to 14:18. But I do think that last drive, you go back and look at it. Let me just take a look at it real quick. They got the ball. They had the ball. They went 12 plays, 57 yards, the Texans.
Oh, wow.
And then, wait. And then they get the ball back. They punt. They go 4 plays, 5 yards after the turnover, and then you have the kickoff return touchdown, and it's 6 plays, 75 yards. So, they were on the field in that second quarter quite a bit.
Yeah. But, I think moving forward, we saw Sunday, they have the ability to look at problems and respond. That was a really great response on Sunday. I think Gabe Davis is going to be really key moving forward. And then, maybe they could get a different role for Coleman. But I think with 10 days to prepare for Pittsburgh, I think they're going to be fine, and I just don't think the sky is falling. I just think they're going to be okay. But I appreciate the call. Appreciate you, Sal.
Yeah, Clover, thank you for calling from down there in Texas, where I'm sure it was tough for you yesterday in the Lone Star State to watch that happen. Yeah. By the way, 9 minutes to 6 minutes in the second quarter for the Bills, Texans to beat the Bills into time possession. But I do think, just overall, that's right. They were a little bit gassed, and what I saw in that last drive was it just looked like they were playing almost like a prevent. We'll give up the yards, but then yards after catch hurt the Bills, and that was a huge, huge swing in the game, no doubt about it. As far as Gabe Davis, man. Keep thinking this morning, if Gabe's second foot comes down in bounds and it's so close, what is the conversation this morning? We're still like, oh my God, they got by and they can't keep winning games like that because of the offense. But you're still, what a difference, waking up today to 8-3 because of his foot comes down in bounds, not by any fault of his own. He made a nice catch, but foot doesn't come down and he's out of bounds. And here you are at 7-4 this morning. John in North Buffalo. Hi, John.
Hey, Sal. I must say, Joe Brady in the offensive line last night had the backbone of a chocolate eclair. 8 sacks. Josh was hit over 20 times, I think. The reason why we aren't winning the division this year is because of coaching and a weak GM, without a doubt, and it starts at the top. At the end of the day, though, it doesn't matter. Nobody will get fired. And, the book is out on the Bills, I think, and how to stop them. They're probably, at this point, one of the most predictable teams in the NFL.
Yeah, some of that was on Josh, but certainly most of it was not. You do have to say Josh should have thrown the ball away a couple of times, took a couple really bad sacks, stepped up into a couple pressures, but there was just too much pressure right away. And rarely have I seen this Bills offensive line get beaten physically the way they did last night. They were beaten physically last night, and rarely have I seen that from this offensive line. It happens once in a while, but usually not to this degree at least. Those two edge rushers, we said it going into the game. Will Anderson Jr., Danielle Hunter, those guys getting after it. Really got after it. And it was a tough assignment and task, but the Bills didn't help themselves. And Joe Brady maybe coming up with answers, chipping, helping out, double teaming on the edges. That didn't happen enough maybe. But Josh also didn't help himself a couple of times trying to play hero ball. But why does he play hero ball sometimes? It's because he's looking for something to develop that doesn't develop, and it's not there. And that's tough as well. Let's get to Rush in Amherst. Hi, Rush. You're on WGR.
Hey, Sal. How you doing?
I'm great. Thank you.
I want to talk about the offensive line here.
Yeah.
You got two huge tackles that are very good players. And you're going up against the number one defense, and neither one of them guys showed up. I know Brown was hurt, but I saw Dawkins quit on a bunch of plays, just let the guy go by. They're asking Allen to do way too much in this situation. Number one defense. These guys got to step up. Come on. You got the greatest football player ever played a game behind you. And they can't hold a block for more than 2 seconds on these two guys. Granted, those guys, they're the best in the game. There's no doubt. I haven't seen that. That 51 is probably the best rusher I've seen in a long time.
Wait till you see Myles Garrett in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, this guy is better than him, believe me.
No, I don't think so. He's great, but Myles.
Dude. I don't know.
Okay, well, let me tell you this. Deion Dawkins, just for a little preview, has said before, and he will tell you, the toughest guy for him to ever block is Myles Garrett, and I think Myles Garrett is the best in the game. But anyway, the point is, you're right. He's really good. He's great. Last night, what you saw from that. But I'm just telling you, think those guys were really good. Wait till you see Myles Garrett. The difference is they have 2 of them in Houston, and they showed it last night. Let's get to Brian down in Florida, Boca Raton. Hi, Brian.
Hey, good morning, Sal. I hope you're doing well today. I know the tough one there last night, but now that I'm thinking about it, I just want to say the Deion Dawkins false start penalty on 4th and 1, inexcusable. You can't do that. The game on the line. You're a 10-year veteran. You're making a mistake like that. But I think Sal, this goes to a bigger thing here. I called into your show before. I've mentioned about the program that the Bills have. We're now in year 8. We do not have a Super Bowl. We do not have a Super Bowl win. We have no. We don't even have an AFC championship. We have let the prime go by with Josh Allen. We have continually every year drafted poorly. We have made poor free agent acquisitions. We are now past the prime in the NFL within that first 5-year window. That really is kind of your window to win with a once-in-a-generational talent like Josh Allen. We are past that. Now we can see where the cap is. We can see the talent around Josh Allen. I hate to say this, and it's extremely critical of me, but the accountability now with the program and the whole trusting the process, defending our dirt, everybody eats, this is not working anymore for this team. I know it's a drastic change, Sal, but in order for this team to take the next step, Terry Pagula is going to have to make some incredibly difficult decisions here in the offseason, and I think they need to be made with both your GM, Brandon Beane, and the head coach, Sean McDermott. I'm looking to bring, honestly, Brian Dabble. I think he had a great rapport with Josh Allen. He got Josh Allen on that offense to go, and I would also try to bring in Joe Schoen if he gets let go of New York. But I'm telling you, from a program standpoint, this is not the same Bills team from 4 or 5 years ago. You don't see that energy. And with it's like every year there's something leaky. You have a defensive line that can't stop anything this year. You're 31st in the league. You have 153 yards a game going against you. In other years, it's our secondary has struggled, or lack of wide receivers for Josh. I mean, what do you think really needs to change in order for them to finally climb that mountaintop and win a Super Bowl for Buffalo? Because other than making a severe change, I don't know how this team can go any further. And I do think they'll go to the playoffs, but they're getting bounced in the first round. You can't stop the run in January, you're finished. So I know it's critical, but
all right, Brian, thanks for the call. It's Daboll and Shane, by the way. That's how you say their names. Just so you're aware. Brian Daboll, I've heard his name floated around a lot since last night. I mean, Sean was asked McDermott point blank if he would consider bringing him back in any capacity. He said that's not under consideration. I think it's, there's out there like about the two in their relationship. I don't know. I think that's a bit overblown, but either way, I don't see it happening. Brian Daboll's getting paid by the New York Giants to do nothing essentially while he can wait for his next move. I'm sure he'd love to be a head coach again. And if you want him to be the next head coach for the Bills, so be it. I would point to the fact, though, that, he did not have a good record as head coach in New York, but also looked like they found their quarterback in New York, and he did have a rapport with Josh Allen. But if you want those kinds of changes made, they are drastic, and it's something that I don't know if Terry Pagula would have the appetite to do. It is interesting. I've read people today, and I want to, by the way, Paul Hamilton is going to join me in an hour because I do want to at least get a little preview on the Sabres tonight. But I want to ask Paul, too, this really interesting question because I think you can look at it both ways. There are people who say, fans, I've read you and heard you say that, like, Terry doesn't do anything in hockey. Why would he do anything in football? He actually has done. The Sabres have had 7 head coaches in the last since the drought, since they fired Lindy in 2013, in 11 years. I'm sorry, 12 years now. And several GMs, right? So that's a lot. So I do think there have been shakeups and changes made. I think it's your perspective, though, because the GM they currently have has been there a while, and they haven't made the playoffs. The Sabres, that is. So I think that's where people get to, he's too patient. So I don't know. I don't want to get to right away. It would never happen. I don't know what it would take to happen if that's missing the playoffs entirely. And a lot of you want it to happen sooner rather than later. I think you still need to let the season play out. We'll see where it goes. 803-0550 is the number to call. Good start to the program. Really appreciate all of you. Thoughtful calls. I know a lot of you are very upset today, and rightfully so. The Bills played a poor game last night from top to bottom. And now they find themselves in a really tough situation here in mid to late November. 803-0550 is the number to call. Watch it, the show. Watch it out there. Watch the show on YouTube at WGR 550. Get involved in the bullpen as well. We'll take a timeout here. We'll come back with more of your phone calls on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Friday.
And Josh Allen comes to the sideline to Trubisky. What are we doing? Kind of frustrated there.
That is Kirk Herbstreit. Last night, Amazon Prime. Joe, how was the broadcast last night? I haven't gone back and watched the TV broadcast yet.
It was okay. It wasn't. I just. Owen and I were talking about this earlier this morning. I have trouble getting behind the whole. We both pointed out the Herbstreit thing where he just doesn't seem to know the players' names. And, I mean, if you want to go back and listen to any point in the morning show, Owen had a phenomenal point made about it, but he's just calling out numbers 90% of the time. Like, he doesn't, I don't know. Like, that's one thing I pointed out. And then the play clock stopped working. Did you notice that down on the field at all? Like, did you see the play clock stop?
Oh, yeah. They announced it in the stadium that the play clock would be held from the referee.
Yeah, okay. And then one other thing with the referee, the unfortunate injury that happened in the end zone, they showed a replay of that on the broadcast.
What happened to Adrian Hill? Did he hurt his calf or Achilles? I don't even know.
It looks like he popped his Achilles. All of a sudden he was jogging and then he lifts up his foot, he's hopping, he can't walk.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Yeah, we didn't see exactly the injury, but we saw him go off the field, helped off, and then we saw him get into a cart. And I was just adding that to the monstrous injury report, by the way, from the night, right? I mean, it's like at that time you're like, okay, let's add Adrian Hill. By the way, Adrian Hill went to the University of Buffalo, the referee last night. Did you know that?
I did not know that. It's pretty cool.
And he went to the University of Buffalo, and he's literally a rocket scientist. He like propulsionary nuclear engine rocket engineering or something. I don't even know. Something like that. It's crazy.
Yeah, officiating's the part-time job, right? Is that?
Yeah, it's exactly right. That's exactly right. I didn't have a problem with the officiating last night. Bills made a couple of critical penalties, especially on returns. The field position all night was terrible partly because they were hurting themselves with penalties on returns. The first kickoff and the first punt, they had returns penalties that put them back inside their 10-yard line.
Yeah.
So
it was like clockwork. Every return, it was just yellow on the graphic down at the bottom. You couldn't get away from it at all.
And then you're like, okay, let's hope there's not a penalty on this one. And Ray Davis takes one to the house on his birthday, by the way. I was wondering how many people have ever had a kickoff return on their birthday in the NFL for a touchdown.
That's a good question.
Ray Davis did that last night at the age of 26. Herbstreit, by the way, I posted a picture on social last night, on not on Twitter, on my Instagram, but in case you haven't seen it, his dog Pete.
You met him?
It's great. I did. I got to meet Pete on the field. And the reason I say it is Pete wasn't at the Bills game. He was, but he wasn't up in the press box area, so I didn't see him. And then, so I saw him on the field. I'm like, I got to meet Pete. Pete is a great dog. And literally, they take the picture like, Pete, look at the camera. And Pete looks at the camera. It's crazy.
He's media trained.
He is media trained, yeah. So it was really nice to meet Pete down on the field with Kirk Herbstreit last night. All right, by the way, the Barnes Firm injury report is when we talk about all these injuries, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. A lot last night that happened that we'll hear from Sean McDermott later today in the at 4 p.m., I believe it is, where he will speak to the media, give an update on Spencer Brown, Terrell Bernard. That looked bad. He was in a sling afterwards, friendly fire, so to speak, if you want, with Matt Milano coming in at the arm, and it seemed like the arm and elbow bent the wrong way. Spencer Brown, his arm was in a sling in the locker room after the game. He went back in, but then he came back out. You had A.J. Epinesa get his neck checked out. He went back in. Khalil Shakir, I think it was a shoulder, but he was clear to go back in. Max Harrison left the game early, did not return. Head evaluation for him. I don't even know. I might be missing somebody because there were just guys that were dropping out. And that's this Thursday night stuff, man, that people talk about. Right. Yeah. So last night, not only, losing the game, but losing players last night for the Bills. And that's been happening all year for them. Okay. We will, if we have time, we'll hear from Sean McDermott. But in the meantime, let's just keep firing up the calls because I'd rather hear from you than play that sound at this point. But I will play the sound at some point if we have some time. But I want to hear what you have to say about last night. Let's get to Mike in Colorado. Hi, Mike.
Yes. Good morning. First of all, I want to tell you I personally appreciate your dedication. I know you have a family and you're working on a lot of short days a lot of times. So I don't want that to be dismissed by some people. But
I just say that, I know what I got into in this business, and I love it more than anything. I appreciate you saying that. It is a rough morning sometimes like this, but especially when the Bills lose and you know that you're going to have to kind of walk through it with the calls and things like that. I appreciate that. But you know what? We're here, and then we'll have a couple of days to kind of reset a little bit. So thank you for that, Mike.
Okay, let's get into it here a little bit. the offensive line got totally emasculated last night. Deion Dawkins, I think he's getting a little too comfortable in his own celebrity. Key to the city. Oh, I race cars. Oh, yeah, I'm quite the personality. How about staying with some blocks for a while? How about that? Second of all, defensive line. Who is the coach for the defensive line? This has been an issue for quite a while. Who's the coach? So can somebody give me a name?
Yes, they have defensive line coaches. They have several of them. Marcus West is one. Ryan Nielsen is another, and Jason Rebrovich is another. They have several defensive line coaches.
Well, okay. Well, the one or two or three of them, whoever it is, some second-tier firings should be in line. I realize you're not going to get rid of the main people. It's mid-season. They're just not going to do it. But some second-tier firings should be in line, and maybe, just maybe, it would shake up this team. I think you need something that's going to maybe shake this team a little bit to maybe start, having some people think, you may be able to coast to a 10 or 11 season, victory, But at the end of the day, unless some people get shooken up on this team, maybe that's what they need to light a fire under them for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the season, all those things are always on the table. There are changes every year. There's always changes in the coaching staff. Some are by their own volition. They take jobs elsewhere, and then we hear nobody wants to work with McDermott stuff when they go and take another job for a promotion or something. And then you have the firings and changes, and those things happen every year under the surface. Sometimes you know a little bit more about it, sometimes you don't, but nobody really focuses on it unless it's really a coordinator. And I think those are the ones, and I understand what you're saying though, but I will tell you though that at the end of the year, those things get evaluated. You're right, not something that happens at this point in time. Let's go to Billy in Toronto. Hi, Billy.
Hey, Sal. Listen to a lot of these calls. I'm glad I'm not near a bridge, for God's sakes. I mean, Sal, to me, this is what you call a football season. I mean, last week our offense looked dominating, and then we didn't look good at all in yesterday's game. Our defense looked terrible last week. It looked good. It looked, more than good this week. This is just a football season, and it's been a topsy-turvy season. I get it. I get the frustration and all that stuff. But Sal, I've said this once. I'll say it a million times. Just get me to the playoffs. This season is I think the Bills just want to get back to get into the playoffs, and once they get there, Sal, I will take them against anybody, especially this season. I'll take them as long as we got Josh back there. Games were going to look good, games were going to look bad, but I am telling you, this team is still as good as we've always thought they're going to be, and I'll take my chances with them in the playoffs. That's all I got, Sal.
I would say that if the Bills get to the playoffs, and they should, I agree that anything can happen. When you have Josh Allen, other teams have injuries too, anything can happen. I think the difference is, Billy, and I appreciate your optimism, I do, and I love when you call and you're like that. I think, though, the difference is people see that this team has too many flaws and inconsistencies compared to other teams we've seen in the past get to certain points, All right, Jerry, hold on. Bruce, hold on. I'll get right back to you. And your phone calls, 803-0550. We'll take a timeout here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. We have open phone lines as well. We'll do that after this timeout here on a Buffalo Football Friday on WGR. All right, back here in the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show, we'll get some more of your phone calls. I put a little note in the chat just to let you guys know that I'm there for you, thinking about you, watching you, I should say. And I appreciate you being there for me and everybody else and talking along here. So we got Bass, Buff Bills 83, Paul Wentz, UAV Doug. We got 999, Deox, lots of other guys coming in, and guys and gals, I should say. Joey, thank you. I don't know. Sal got roped in a media plant for the Bean team. Their way out. I have no idea what that means. That's okay, though. Thank you very much for coming along. Joey as well. Everybody, including Jerry and Kenmore, who's up next on the phone lines. Hi, Jerry. Go ahead. You're on WGR.
Hey, good morning, Sal. Before I get to my main point, the killer last night to me was the Dawkins penalty. I think they had a design Allen run on that 4th and 1, which times he's scored on from 12 and 15 yards from a spread formation. And at the very least, he gets a first down to the 12 or the 10. Use their timeout. You get 3 plays into the end zone. There's still a really good chance to win that game. But 4th and 6 is way different. That's a huge, huge mistake, which leads me into my problem with this team, and it's not just last night. I'd like to know the percentage of times we snap the ball with under 2 seconds on the play clock. We seem so disorganized with the game clock. The defense knows you have to snap it and you're running out of time. You've given the defense more rest. Our offensive players have to hold their position slightly longer, which leads to some motion penalties. There's so much in that we seem like it's a panic when it gets under 4 seconds. It's always, even at home, it gets to 0 and 1, and it bothers me because it feels rushed.
Yeah, Jerry, I agree. At times that happens. I think the issue happens when they come out of the huddle late, because sometimes it's designed to where Josh lets it go down because he wants to take the full breadth of what he can to see what he's doing, and he knows where it is, and he knows he's got 3, 2, 1, and I have no problem with that. What I had a problem with last night was that 4th down, the play gets in late, and then you get out of the huddle late. Now you don't have time to see everything for 6, 7, 10 seconds, and then you have to snap the ball. So no, you're not wrong about that, and it's happened down the road a little bit too much. Even at home, yep, I agree. But sometimes it's designed to snap it with 3, 2, or 1 left because Josh is taking his time to see everything, and there's nothing wrong with that. Last night, the operation of getting the ball call in late is why Josh said after the game he was seen on the sideline saying, "What are we doing?" It was the play coming in late. He should have, he said, call the timeout. And I agree with you 100%, Jerry, that 4th and 1 false start on Deion was just a killer. It really was. And Deion took ownership of it after the game, so everybody knows he did. He said he's got to be better. That's on him. He prides himself on not making mistakes like that and, being the best, as he said, but he wasn't in that moment, and he knows it. He knows it, but you can't let that happen. You just can't in that situation. Bruce in North Tonawanda. Thanks for holding, Bruce. You're on WGR.
Hey, good morning, Sal. First-time caller to your show. Thank you.
You got it.
I wanted to digress for a minute. The 3 penalties on the kickoffs, 2 by number 38 and 1 by number 35. I'm pulling a Herb Street because I don't know the names. But anyway, I want to confirm with you, when 4th down calls are made, is it the offensive coordinator that makes the call or is it the coach?
Do you mean like the decision to go or the play?
Yeah, the decision to go, yes.
Oh, it's the coach. I mean, the head coach controls all of that. Head coach always decides if they're going to kick a field goal, punt, or go for it.
Okay, so my point being is that we're down by 4, and it's 4th and 2, and I think it's just before Josh says, "What are we doing?" That play where they try to run up the middle and get completely blown up. If they would have kicked that field goal, they're down by 1. The defense plays pretty decent in the second half. They give up 3 points, and Now you're not even looking for a touchdown. You're looking for a game-winning field goal, and this whole mess could have been avoided simply by 1 darn call. And the decision McDermott used to be the guy that never goes for it on 4th down. Now he's doing it like maybe a little bit too much, I guess. I don't really know what to say. I'd like to see your thoughts on that or hear your thoughts.
You're talking, let me just go back to it again. Let me just get everything straight here. You're talking about the 4th down in the 4th quarter, correct?
Yes, correct. 4th and 2, where they tried to run up the middle and got blown up completely.
Yeah, so 4th and 2. Bills go for it. It's 4th and 1, actually, at the Houston 23. Fourth
sorry.
and
Yeah,
one, and they get the negative 2 yards. My thought is there at that point in time, the game is 23-16. Since 23-16, you're down 7. What does a field goal really do for you there?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was 6 points. My fault.
No.
My bad.
You're down 7. I go for it there too. It's 4th and 1. You got to go for it there.
All right. My bad.
Yeah, I hear your point. You know what really hurt him though, Bruce? To further your point, you're not in that situation, and then you have that decision if you make the extra point on the first touchdown.
You're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, buddy. No problem. I'm glad we worked through it. Thanks for the phone call, and thanks for being a first-time caller. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. More of your phone calls on the way. The second hour, the 11 a.m. hour of the Extra Point Show. I will get Paul Hamilton at 11:30. I do want to ask Paul's thoughts on Terry Pegula and his approach to the Sabres, his approach to the Bills, because a lot of you have a thought that he's too patient with the Sabres, but I look back at all the GMs and head coaches, and I don't know if that's correct. And I just want to get Paul's thoughts on that, but that's at 11:30. Sabres do play tonight. We'll have that for you on WGR, of course, and, of course, more of your phone calls. So stick with me here. Good first hour of the show after a tough loss last night in Houston for the Buffalo Bills. We're talking about it on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR. All right, I know there's not a ton of smiling going on right
and they've got him beat on the screen. Shakir racing, cuts it back, tries to shake a defender. He's got the first down. He's up the sideline. 35, 30, 20, and out of bounds at the 21-yard line. Steps up in the pocket collapsing, and he's wrapped up, and he's going down for another sack. Way back at his 35-yard line. Four-man rush. Allen throws it over the middle. It's complete to Palmer. Hook and ladder, and they're going to get the first down. Up the sideline is Shakir, and he's out of bounds at the 26-yard line. The hook and ladder, baby. Allen back to pass, has to throw it down the middle, and it's intercepted.
All right, some of the sounds last night from Chris Brown on the Buffalo Bills Radio Network. Sal Kapacio with you on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Friday here at Studio Kapacio today. Glad you could join me. Got in last night, walked in the door, I believe, at 5 a.m. Went on with the guys and at a couple hours later and tried to digest everything as quickly as possible from last night. Wrote arrow up, arrow down. You can find that at WGR550.com. And now it's time for a bit of a reset in a couple of ways. After that game and getting 10 days before the next one when it comes to the Buffalo Bills, and also here on the program going to hour number 2. So let's tell you, here on a Buffalo Football Friday, it is brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino, call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs, Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. Good first hour. You can watch us on the stream on YouTube at WGR 550. Thank you very much for everybody who's come in today. Had some fun interaction during the break with a lot of you, but back I go. Back to the phone lines we go. Back talking with you. Paul Hamilton will join me here in this hour at the bottom of the hour. And tonight, the Sabres are at home to take on the Chicago Blackhawks. And that will be a 7 p.m. puck drop with pregame at 6 here on WGR. Connor Bedard coming to town. We'll talk with Paul at the bottom of the hour, and also ask him just going to do a little, comparison between the hockey team and the football team and how Terry Pegula has treated things over the years, since a lot of you are asking that. Let's go to Don in Southern California, who's up next. Hi, Don.
Good morning, Sal.
Good morning.
Hey, you and I are the same age, so we've been through the ups and downs of these Bills for quite some time. Hey, question for you. So, what's the communication between Joe Brady and Josh Allen on the side? Never see a headset. He says what's going on. What do those two talk when the defense is on the field?
Yeah, I think I have seen them. You're right. I don't see a headset on them necessarily, but I think a lot of times the communication is really from Josh to Ronald Curry, his quarterback's coach, who's in constant communication with Joe Brady. And Josh with his backup quarterbacks, they're all kind of listening in a little bit. He has the ability to talk to him, and I think he does once in a while. But it's really more Josh, I think, talking with Ronald Curry, his quarterbacks coach, and other staff members, while Joe Brady is, formulating what's going on for the next drive.
I'm getting to the point where we need to go K-gun, let Josh just run the offense and get us to where we need to be.
Yeah, Don, it's funny. I had somebody say this to me the other day too, and I actually like the up-tempo. I do think that part of it would benefit the Bills. I thought they should have done that a little bit more last night. But let's just remember here, and I know it's easy to say, put Josh back there, he's a better play caller, let's say, than Joe Brady. It might seem like that. He's not the one game planning. He's not the one that is seeing the still pictures, what they're doing. He can identify stuff at the line of scrimmage, but to actually do that and to go into a series, you have to really understand what's going on. And I'm not here to tell you it could never happen and work, right, Don? I am saying, though, I think there's way more that goes into it to think that it's that simple to be able to do. Do you know what I mean?
I got you. One last thing, Sal. Next week is a must-win. We got a tiebreaker loss now against the Texans. They're in the hunt. The Steelers will be the next one on potentially. We need this game next week, or else we're in trouble for the playoffs.
Yeah, that's
a sad state of affairs.
Yeah, you have two straight AFC North teams, and then an AFC East, and then another AFC North. You have your next 4 games, like the 5 in a row, counting last night, are AFC games. And if you're going to be in this wild card position, you better win these games for tiebreaker purposes. You're right about that, Don. Thank you for the phone call. We'll go to Nate, who's in St. Louis. Hi, Nate.
Hey, Sal, I got a question for you. Moving forward for next year, I hear a lot of other hosts talking about that, that they're not going to make any changes up top. So, what are we going to do in the offseason? How are we going to retool? What changes are they to make? But it's just going back to the 2020 season of, after that AFC Championship game loss, it's always been, what are we going to do in the offseason? What are we going to do next year? And I just oppose to you, what do you think do they need to change in that front office and the coaches-wise, or if they're even capable to change, that we're going to see a different result?
Well, I don't know the result yet, Nate. Here's the problem with this conversation. It's not you. It's the whole thing that surrounds it. Everybody wants to get to January and make changes. How about let's get to January? We don't know that they're going to miss the playoffs or get to the AFC Championship and lose or get to a Super Bowl and win, which is still possible. We don't know. I can't answer that until we know what happens there, right? If they miss the playoffs, sure, I'm all for it. Make a lot of changes because obviously the direction of the organization might need to change. I don't know, but I just think it's so much jumping the gun and putting the cart before the horse. Yeah, you can watch this team now and go, well, they ain't making it. They got to make changes. We're not there yet. There's 31 other teams going through the same process right now as the Bills, 31 others. And really far less than that who know they're going to be probably in the playoffs but have no idea, right? I don't know. I can't answer, and none of us can. And can we let the season at least try to play out? I know it doesn't seem great right now. It's 7-4, which is weird to say, right? 7-4. A lot of teams would love to be that. They're 7-4. They're in a playoff spot right now. I don't know. They could get to the playoffs and play Indy and Denver and match up well and go on a run. I don't know. It's unlikely. Not telling you it's likely. Why is everybody so quick to make changes in February when it's November? Because you have you have an idea of what's going to happen, but we don't know what's going to happen. And that's always the issue that bothers me about this conversation. What are they going to do about next year? Well, when next year happens, wait till next year. What are they going to do in January? Wait till it happens. I don't know. Let's see how it plays out. Yeah, you can look at salary cap and all these decisions have to be made. Well, guess what? Between now and next year in March for salary cap, even more things will happen that you have to start deciding what is best or not best for the roster. You can't make decisions about March right now. You can't make decisions about February right now or January. If you want to make a change now, you can do it. If Terry Pegula wanted to fire the head coach or the GM now, he could do it. If the head coach wanted to fire the offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator, he could do it. You could do those things. But we're talking about at the end of the season changes. Then let's wait till the end of the season. Let's go to Nikki in Connecticut. Hi, Nikki.
Hey, guys. Hey, Sal. Thank you for taking my call, man. I need this therapy.
You got it, buddy.
Say, this season is weird, right? And it's one of those weird seasons because it's not just last night's game. I mean, take the play call timer. It's also the Miami game and a few other things. And the way J17 has just been playing, it almost seems like he's back to his old ways of being too in his head. And I just go back to the fact that every year before this year, right, we've been so close. And whether it's because of a defensive coordinator or because of this or XYZ or, 13, 14 seconds, whatever the case may be, this is why it's so important to make it happen when you can, because you never know when you're going to get the year that you're getting this year. And you never know when that regression is going to happen. But at the end of the day, regression comes down to one person, or maybe two in this case, which is the head coach and the GM. And I think it's time to say, as much as I love McDermott, and I truly do, and I'm grateful for what he's done for the organization, I think it's time to say you're not the one that's going to get us over the hump. It's not you. And we need to figure that out, because right now what we're doing is we're wasting Josh Allen's years, and it's bothering me.
I'll go back to what the previous caller said and ask you a question. Do you think they should do that today? And if you did, would it change anything about this season? Seriously, you know what I mean? GM and head coach.
Truth. The person that I think they should get rid of, especially after what Josh got caught on camera saying last night, it's maybe not the GM or the head coach, but it's definitely the offensive coordinator.
Okay, but that's not the question I asked, because you said, hold on. But I'm trying to work through that. This is the broader issue and the broader point I'm making. You said you think that it might be time to move on, which is fine, totally fine. What I'm asking you, Nikki, is and what I just made a point about the previous caller is, okay, that's fine, but can we at least let the season play out and then you make that decision, because you don't know what's going to happen. You just don't.
True.
And you're right. I mean, you could get into the playoffs, you could match up with Indy and Denver and go on a run, and oh my God, Josh Allen MVP, and everything's a lot different. So when people say that to me, I always think okay, Do you think that now, or do you think that at the end of the season, ... if things don't happen differently? You know what I mean?
No, fine, fair, and that's perfectly fair. And I'm going to answer your question then directly. Yes, my answer is yes. I do. I felt it since last year. I felt this at the beginning of the year.
That they should do it today, like right now.
That they should do it today. Honestly.
And do you think if they fired the general manager and or the head coach
more
today?
The head coach. Yeah, more the
Okay,
head
let's say they fired the head coach today. I don't know who are you bringing in today to be the head coach that would actually do it. Don't say Brian Dable. He's getting paid by the Giants to be the head coach. I don't think he's coming here to do that. Okay, it had to be somebody on staff.
What I was gonna say.
Yeah, but I mean that's just that.
The only reason I say
Nikki,
that is because he's the only one that's brought his best years.
Okay, but
he's brought his best years to life.
But Nikki, I mean, I can't speak for Brian Dable. It just seems like a very, 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 very minute chance that would happen in the middle of a season. He's sitting at home waiting for his next move. I guess it could happen, but you'd probably have to go with someone on staff. You know how this works. You fire a coach in the season. Someone becomes the interim coach is what happens with the staff that they're working with. And then does that person get the different result that what you're hoping for? And I just think that that's so foolhardy right now to think that would happen.
Yeah, I agree.
Right? You know what I mean, buddy?
Absolutely.
Now, if Brian Dable woke up today, Nikki, and went to your house and said, I would take the job, that's a little different. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I just, in a nutshell, though, it just comes down to just, Josh Allen's getting older, and we've been fortunate to not, thankfully, not get him hurt. Even though, if you ask me, I do think he's playing hurt this year. We just don't know the whole story. But it's a waste.
I get it.
A waste.
I understand, Nikki. I'm going to get some more calls. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate your call. And I understand your sentiment. I think that's where I land. When people call up, when people do on social, fire the coach, fire the GM. You can do that now. Do you think, and maybe you do, maybe you out there think that would change the trajectory of this season? They're not going to go out and get a GM from outside the building to bring in right now to change this roster. You're past the trade deadline. All of the staff that's been doing all the work on the draft is here. That's this staff. You're going to have to elevate an interim head coach. Again, I don't know. If you want to talk about the Brian Dable equation, we could do that, but I just think it's a non-starter at this point, for something like that. But would it change? Maybe it would. Maybe people feel like, no, Sal, that would be a different voice and different direction. And, hey, I mean, we saw in hockey, we see it sometimes, right? Long season. The Blues went and won a cup when they did that. I think a couple teams have done that in the past as well. In football, it's different. At this time of year, do something like that. I guess it could happen. I just don't think it changes now. You have to wait till the end of the year, and then all those concerns and questions and calls could be very valid. AJ in Hamburg. Hi, AJ.
Hey, Sal. Thanks for taking my call. First time calling into your show.
Okay.
I just have a few points I wanted to bring up about the offense and then maybe pose a question after. But, I mean, my main frustration, last night, that you could point to a lot of things, but it's that 3rd and 1, 4th and 1. It seemed like we were in that situation a lot of times. And you look at a team like Philadelphia or, and in a situation like that, Nick Sirianni says, you know what, we're gonna sneak it twice. You got to stop us. What are we doing? We're getting too cute, as the coach wants to say. We're running it up the gut with James Cook, so Josh Allen has to take 4 steps back, so James Cook can have to run 6 yards to get 1. And it's just incredibly frustrating when you see in the beginning of the game, we run that sneak and we get it with ease. Josh makes a terrific play. It's like put the ball in his hands. That's what you need to do in those situations. And time again, we're straying away from it. And it's because that Kansas City playoff game, it broke Joe Brady. He thinks that we can't do it. It's like just do it and force your will on this team. And then, on top of that, just with Joe Brady, everyone wanted to point the finger at Diggs. Oh, he's washed. He's this, he's that, because of that second half fall off. Well, look at where we're at now and look at what Diggs has done. I mean, he went to Houston. He balled out, then he tore his ACL. Now he's playing very well coming off a torn ACL for the New England Patriots. And meanwhile, we're here saying everybody eats and trying to, make this offense work with no number one target because that's Joe Brady's philosophy and how he thinks it'll work. And it's panned out horribly. At this point, I think, like, if there isn't some systemic change going on, at the end of the season, I know what you've been saying to these other callers. I'm just saying that, I just think nothing's going to change. And one last point, I mean, this D-line, we have invested 5 years. We put in premier assets, premier money into this D-line, and it's amounted to nothing. like absolutely nothing. I mean, it's just so incredibly frustrating, and I want to hear your thoughts, and I mean, what are your thoughts on, you know, the Diggs and Brady situation? Because I just think that, you know, Brady, I think now it's proven that, you know, we were wrong with. I think Diggs said choose me or Brady or McDermott are gone, and
but we don't know that. No, we don't know that. I don't have any reason to believe that at all. I just think that the relationship wore itself out between the two sides. I would say this, AJ. I don't know if it's Stephon Diggs. I think they miss a guy like that, though. And I think, though, his personality was weighing on the organization. That's what I would say. I think on everybody, on Sean McDermott, on Joe Brady, on Josh Allen. Like, that's my read of it and how things ended here. I don't think it's choose me or him. I don't even know if he wanted to be here anymore. I have every reason to believe he didn't want to be here anymore. I mean, seemed like the year before that he was trying to get out and he didn't. So I don't want to go that far. But I do agree, AJ, that it feels like they need a guy like that. And their approach since then has been, we're not going to have a guy like that. But now you kind of need one, right? I think that's where you're going with this. And you don't have that critical guy to make that play. And this number one guy who, you know, can win in all situations. So I don't disagree with that part of it. So but yeah. So anyway, so I agree with that part of it. I also think it's him specifically. But yeah, a guy like that could really help this offense. By the way, I mean, Tyrell Shavers has this great game on Sunday last week. And then this week, I mean, he's hardly heard of. I went and did the snap counts, and he wasn't on the field that much. He was on the field for 39% of the snaps, 26 snaps. He was the fifth wide receiver on the field, Tyrell Shavers. I don't know if he would have helped. Maybe not, the way that the pass rush was and what they needed personnel-wise, but it just felt like, you know, that could have been a guy that could have helped you after what you saw last week. I'm not really sure. And that's another issue where you say, that's Joe Brady who makes those calls, and him and Adam Henry, their wide receivers coach, going through the process of the week and who's on the field in what situations. Let's go to Jim in North Tonawanda. Hi, Jim.
Hey, how you doing, Sal? Long time no talk. Listen, I don't want to waste any time. I'm going to get straight to the point. The first thing that needs to be done before close of business today, Brandon Beane has got to take a look at these healthy players. There's 31 other teams in the National Football League with practice teams or practice squads, whatever they're calling them now. And get some healthy players in here. Figure out who's banged up, who needs to go on injured reserve, and you automatically upgrade your team by bringing in healthy bodies. And the second thing that he should do before close of business today, get a list of the top 5 defensive all-star players from the United Football League. Bring them in tomorrow morning for a tryout. The Bills got everything to gain and nothing to lose by doing it my way. It's just try. All I'm saying is give it a try. And if these 5 guys from the United Football League don't pan out, cut them. Get rid of them. But give them a tryout. Let's do something. Shake the system up a little bit. Think outside the box.
Okay. I'm going to totally disagree with you on that would actually help. But, hey, I guess anything is possible. Yeah, every team does have a practice squad. You know who else has a practice squad, Jim? The Buffalo Bills. And they have healthy bodies they can bring up. And those guys are more valuable to this organization than some guy that doesn't know the system. And by the way, anytime you bring a practice squad guy onto the team, whether it's your own or someone else, it actually does cost on the salary cap to start paying them. And you're going to have to do it either way, you know, whether it's somebody else. They do every day go through the injury list. They do every day think about who needs to go on IR. They just put a guy on IR yesterday before the game, Mecole Hardman. So, you know, I mean, sure. UFL, XFL, European High School League. I don't know. Is that what you want, Jim? I mean, maybe you think it'll help, I guess. Mike in Rochester. Hi, Mike.
Sal, how you doing? I'm trying not to let my emotions get the best of me today and teetering between this play it out the season versus burn it all down. But here's where I'm at right now. And listening to everybody talk, I kind of share in all of it. But I guess I have a question regarding the blitzing last night. I feel like, and this might just be a subjective opinion, but I feel like McDermott's always done really well with whether it be rookie quarterbacks or backup quarterbacks and just making them not feel comfortable. And watching Davis Mills early on, it seemed like he couldn't really get anything going. And what I don't understand is why did he just rely on the inconsistent pressure of our front four instead of bringing more blitzing to try to rattle him? Right? That to me it doesn't make sense. And then when we needed to get a stop later on in the game and we did blitz, it worked out perfectly and we got the ball back and we were able to kind of have a chance there at the end. That's number one. Number two, with respect to the offensive line struggles last night, what's happened to bringing in guys like Alec Anderson? I remember being at the playoff games at home, and it's like number 70 is reporting as eligible, and we're always bringing in another guy to help Chip and to just give that extra protection to Josh. It just seemed like everybody at home, everybody knew that Spencer Brown and Deion Dawkins were getting beat except for them. And so I guess I just don't understand why we're not making those in-game adjustments when everybody can see it. And obviously Houston saw it too. That's why they kept doing it. So that's kind of those are
okay, well, I'll answer that question for you. Because when Alec Anderson would come into the game last year, they weren't protecting Josh. Yeah, they might have a play action here or there, but it was to run the ball. He was a 6 offensive lineman to run, and what they're doing this year is using Jackson Hawes in that role because he's an excellent blocker, as good as any backup lineman, I guess, at least close to it, and he can go out for a pass. I have no problem with that. I think it's actually a good strategy because you can actually show that you're going to run with 6 linemen because Jackson Hawes can be like a lineman, and then he goes out and catches a pass maybe. I'm all for trying anything different, but it wasn't like Alec Anderson was in for pass protection all the time. They would bring him in to run the ball. Now, I do agree with your other point, though, Mike, which is I would have liked to see a little more blitzing early on, too. But, Davis Mills was very off early on. He was like 1 of 8 or 1 of 9 to start the game. It's like, hey, we don't need to blitz this guy. He's just going to be off. Once he started connecting, I think he did hit on like 11 of his next whatever passes, 15 or something. And, maybe they should have started to dial it up a little bit more. I would have liked to have seen that. I agree. I would have liked to have seen a little more blitzing a little bit early, but I don't really have a problem with how they're not using Alec Anderson this year because it's really just the same. They're using Jackson Hawes, and they're running the ball well. I mean, that Alec Anderson came in to help run the ball last year, not to really be a protector. What's he going to do? Is he going to sit on the outside of Deion Dawkins and be an edge guy? I don't think so. That's not really what his role is or what his job is. But they didn't protect well last night. So, hey, maybe your idea or any idea could work and help out because they did not protect last night. It was a very bad night for the offensive line last night. Not a good night for the Buffalo Bills. They lose 23-19 to the Houston Texans. They now go to 7-4 on the season. We'll take a timeout here. Paul Hamilton on the way. Gonna ask him a little bit about how Terry Pegula treats the Sabres versus the Bills. Get his thoughts on that. Take a look ahead to tonight's game against the Chicago Blackhawks. Connor Bedard and the Blackhawks in town to take on the Sabres. Tough couple of nights for a Buffalo sports fan. Sabres lose to the worst team in the NHL, the Calgary Flames, who come to town and beat them 6-2 on their own ice. And then the Bills go down to Houston and get beaten up physically and beaten on the scoreboard 23-19 to the Houston Texans. We'll do all of that with Paul when we return here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR. Hey, Joe, you know tonight that Niagara in basketball is at Duke at Cameron tonight.
Yes, I think it's the first ever matchup between the two teams, too.
And obviously, Greg Paulus, the head coach at Niagara, played for Coach Krzyzewski at Duke. Coach K, he was a guard on the Duke basketball squad. And then Greg Paulus was Mr. Football and Mr. Basketball in New York State in high school. He was such a good football player and recruited everywhere. He actually then, after 4 years of playing basketball, played quarterback at Syracuse University. So, now he's going back to Duke to play a game, to coach his team. Niagara's 2-2 this year. They have beaten Binghamton and Delaware State. They've lost to Lemoyne and Duquesne. And now they go to Duke tonight to take on the Blue Devils at Cameron in Durham, and that is a 7 p.m. start. So good luck to Niagara and Greg Paulus tonight. Sabres at home tonight. We're going to get with Paul Hamilton in a minute. 7 p.m. start against the Chicago Blackhawks. That game can be heard right here on WGR Sports Radio 550, along with the pregame show, which begins at 6 p.m. tonight. Bills do not play on Sunday, but these teams do. Jets at the Ravens. Tyrod Taylor now getting the starting role for the New York Jets. Ravens, Lamar Jackson pops up on the injury report, but he's kind of sore and dealing with things. Should be no problem with him playing. But Ravens, depending on how the Steelers do in their game at the Bears, could be tied for first place with the Steelers in the AFC North after this weekend. Jets 2-8 at Ravens 5-5. Steelers 6-4. They could be 7-4, taking on the Bills when they meet next week. The Bears 7-3 right now, having a nice little season. A lot of close games. Aaron Rodgers going back to kind of his hometown, basically, right? I think he's from that area, to take on the Chicago Bears. And he's got a fractured left wrist, broken left wrist, same thing, I guess. So we'll see how that impacts him. What's going to happen with Joe Burrow? Any word on that yet, Joe? He's not. Is he? Do we know he might play? Right? Burrow might play against the Patriots this week.
If you're asking me, I think he's going to. He's been a full participant in practice all week. I don't see you practicing and then having the Bengals, who still, I mean, if they go on a heck of a run here, they might have a chance, right? So I don't see them sitting him if he's available to play. Flacco's also on the injury report and limited. So
I think you're right. No Jamar Chase, no Trey Hendrickson. Still a tough battle and tough hill to climb against the 9-2 Patriots and Drake May, who is one of the front runners for league MVP, and now, of course, a chance to get to 10-2 and take a really commanding lead on the AFC East in the Buffalo Bills in the AFC East. That is a 1 p.m. game. Patriots at Bengals. Giants are at the Lions. Lions 6-4, try to keep pace in the NFC North with the Bears. That's a really tight division. 7-3 Bears, 6-4 Lions, 6-3-1 Packers, 4-6 Vikings. Giants 2-9 right now. They go to Detroit this week. They go to New England next week in a primetime game. No Brian Daboll there anymore. The Vikings, though, and the Packers, very, very important game in the NFC North. Still plenty of time if the Vikings can get a win here to get to 5-6. They could drop the Packers to 6-4 and be only a game behind, or 6-4-1, I should say, and be only a game behind. Then you have the Colts and the Chiefs. I mean, at this point, I think you might just want to keep rooting for the Colts, keep the Chiefs down and out of it. I don't know. Maybe you want the Chiefs to win if you still feel the Bills can win the division and catch the Colts. Last night's loss might have changed a lot of how people thought about this game and where you want to go and what you want to do with the Colts at the Chiefs. Daniel Jones shows up on the injury report for the Colts, so that's not good. The Chiefs coming off a loss last week. They are 5-5 now. After that loss 22-19 last week to the Indianapolis Colts. So a very, very important game there at 1 p.m. in Kansas City. Seahawks 7-3 at the Titans 1-9. Cam Ward starting to play pretty good football for the Tennessee Titans, but they're still only 1-9 in line maybe for a number one pick again. Seahawks they look really good. Even though they lost last week to the Rams after 4 interceptions from Sam Darnold, still looks like a good football team, real good football team on defense especially. Jags are at the Cardinals. 6-4 Jags have a chance to go to 7-4 and pass the Buffalo Bills in the standings and put the Bills in the 7th seed. Cardinals are 3-7. I mean, I just want to watch Jacoby Brissett sling the ball around, to be quite honest with you at this point. You know what I mean? Yeah. So Brian Koziel just told me Pat Malacaro is calling the game tonight with Todd Callan. Great for Pat. He was at the shoot-around yesterday. All right, great for Pat. Pat Malacaro calling the game tonight, so appreciate that. And thank you, Brian. Appreciate you telling me that. So good luck to Duke tonight at Cameron. Good luck to Niagara tonight at Cameron Indoor against Duke. Okay, Browns at Raiders, 2-8 at 2-8. Raiders not having the season they thought they would, but this is not a surprise to me. I thought the Raiders would not be very good, but I thought they had more than 2 wins by now, I guess. Tough division, but they just haven't gotten off the mat. Browns can't figure it out offensively. It looks like Shedeur Sanders is now going to be the quarterback. Maybe he's the quarterback the Bills face. Who knows? When that game takes place in a few weeks, their defense, Myles Garrett, still very, very good, but a little more leaky as of late, giving up 23 last week to Baltimore, 27 to the Jets, 32 to the Patriots. What happened to the Browns defense? I don't know. Still really good, but I don't know. Maybe they're not as good as I thought. Eagles at the Cowboys. Rematch of week 1. Remember the spitting incident with Dak and Jalen Carter. Remember that? Jalen Carter and Dak. 8-2. Eagles at 4-5-1 Cowboys.
Yeah, they shut the Cowboys down pretty good. The Eagles got shut down pretty good, I should say, that week in week 1.
Yeah.
A.J. Brown
Eagles
had one fantasy point.
Eagles are 8-2. Like the Bills are 7-4, right? I get it. And Eagles are 8-2. So you win, you're 9-2. It's not the same scenario, but man, there's just a lot of questions about them by their own fan base and media over there, just like the Bills. It's crazy. Chiefs are 5-5. There's so many questions. Ravens, look at them. I mean, I always say this, folks, okay? That fans look at the team, the Bills, their team, in such a microscopic lens that you don't see what's going on around the league enough. And every team goes through struggles and goes through ups and downs and goes through, oh my God, this coordinator sucks and fire this person and up and down to week to week league. Every team does. You got to look around the league. Look at the Eagles and what they're going through with their fan base right now, what they think. Look at the Ravens, and I know they're starting to charge here, but what they went through for 10 weeks, basically 9 weeks. The Chiefs for sure at 5-5. We'll get to Paul Hamilton in 1 second. Let me wrap up the Sunday slate. Falcons at Saints in the NFC South. Tough for Michael Penix Jr. out for the rest of the year with that knee injury. Buccaneers at Rams, a good football game, I think. I was impressed with the Bucs last week. 6-4 Bucs at the Rams at 8-2 are playing good football right now. And Matthew Stafford is especially as well. That is your Sunday night game, by the way, Buccaneers Rams. Your Monday night game is Panthers 49ers. In the NFC West. Who would have thought they'd both have winning records right now? Panthers especially at this point in the season. Okay, let's get to Paul Hamilton, who joins me on the West Her Hotline. The Sabres are at home tonight to the Chicago Blackhawks and Connor Bedard. And I heard Paul say the other day, and he's right, this is not your same Chicago Blackhawks team, folks. This is a team playing good hockey right now. They're 10-6-4. Bedard's having an outstanding year. After what some felt was maybe a bit of a sophomore slump last year, not the case this year. They come to town against a Sabres team that just looked awful the other night against the worst team in the league, the Calgary Flames. Good morning, Paul. How are you? And are you down at the arena? Any news to report from Lindy Ruff, who just spoke with you guys?
Only one Blackhawk is on the ice right now. Benson was a possibility for tonight, but he was out there, and Lindy said he's not able to go. I'm getting the impression maybe Sunday might be the time for him to come back. Zucker will be back for this game. Okay. I knew Colton Ellis probably wouldn't start here. I think this was his, even if he had a good game the other night, I think this was his day off. I'm a little surprised Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen is the starter. I thought maybe Alex Lyon would be. But Luukkonen is in net for the Sabres. But you talked about the Blackhawks. I look at, all right, why, but Bedard, of course, is a big part of it, 29 points in 20 games. But look at their goaltending. Spencer Knight has a goals against a .247 and a .922 save percentage, and Arvid Soderblom has 2.52 and a .912 save percentage. When you're getting goaltending like that, you're going to be a good hockey team. And this is a team that had been rebuilt. Anaheim's in the same boat. They were rebuilding. They got good young players, and now they're coming out of it. And that's the difference between these two teams and the Buffalo Sabres. They just never seem to come out of it. You know, I mean, they've rebuilt and then ripped it down and then rebuilt, and here they are again, and they just never seem to roll out of it. And that's what the Chicago Blackhawks are doing.
Okay, this is a really good segue. I'm glad. I've said I'm going to ask you this today because I've read and I get people calling me saying, well, Terry Pegula will never make changes. Look how he operates the Buffalo Sabres. And I say, okay, let me examine that for a minute. Because the Sabres have this 14-year playoff drought. And since 2013, when they originally fired Lindy Ruff, they'd had 7 head coaches, counting Ruff coming back a second time. 7 over the last 12 years. They have had 1, 2, 3, 4 general managers, 3 since firing Darcy Regier in 2013. So 3 since this they got rid of Darcy and he was part of the beginning of the drought. All right, so it's 3 in 12 years general managers who don't usually get changed out as much. Now I understand that Kevin Adams has been his position quite a long time, 5 years, 6 years going on, basically not making the playoffs. So my question to you is, would you characterize Terry Pegula with the Sabres as too patient, or no, he's not too patient, he even might be impatient?
Well, for a while, you said it. I mean, he was firing GMs every 2.5 years. That whether it was Tim Murray, after he fired Darcy Regier, and then Jason Botterill, and now Kevin Adams has had the job going on 6 years. This is the 6th year, so he's been given a bigger opportunity than and they were going to keep Jason Botterill. I mean, Kim Pegula had come out and said that we know things that you don't, and and within a month he was gone, and that was the last time Terry Pegula talked to the hockey media, which was 2020 or 21. I can't remember when Adams was hired.
It was June of 2020.
Yeah, 20. So that was the last time he talked to the media and said, we felt we weren't being heard. And that's why Jason Botterill didn't get another year. It sounded like he was going to, but Jason Botterill wouldn't demolish the hockey department like Terry Pegula wanted, and Kevin Adams would. So that's how that happened. And here we are 6 years later, and the team's no better. You could even make a case that it's worse. And let
me go back to and ask it maybe a different way. But would you agree that he's not he's too patient? I mean, 7 head coaches to me is not too patient. And I guess I'm trying to just kind of squash the narrative, I guess, from me to think that when people say, well, he'll never make changes with the Bills because look what he does with the Sabres. I'm like, no, he has made changes with the Sabres.
Yeah, and he made changes with the Bills before he came down on Sean McDermott and Bean. I mean, they were making changes all the time, too. So that's the thing. Yeah, he was impatient for a long time. Has he changed? Well, with this GM, he has. I mean, he's still changing coaches out. I mean, Don Granato got maybe 1 year longer than maybe other coaches have, but he's still changing coaches out. This is only Lindy Ruff's second year, but he's he is comfortable with Kevin Adams. He obviously likes what he sees and is comfortable with what he sees and is fine with it.
Sabres Blackhawks tonight down at the KeyBank Center, 7 p.m. start. What's happening in goal tonight? Do we know?
Yeah, it's Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, which I was a little surprised by. I knew Ellis this was probably his off game, that he, good or bad in the last game against Calgary. And he wasn't good. That was the first game where I would say he wasn't good, but none of his teammates were either. He was right there with his teammates. It's the first game I've seen him play where rebounds were all over the place, and Calgary did capitalize on that a couple of times. But even if he played really well, I think this was the game that he wasn't going to get. I kind of thought maybe Alex Lyon would get this game, but it's going to be Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, and it wouldn't shock me at all if Ellis was back in goal on Sunday afternoon.
How would you put them 1, 2, 3 in the pecking order? Is there a clear 1, 2, 3 right now in goal for the Sabres?
I don't think there is, but I think Ellis is trending towards being number 1.
Okay.
And I think but the thing is, everything is kind of a first for him. That was his first bad game in the NHL. How do you come off it? How do you react to it? We'll find out next time he starts. As I said, I would think it would be on Sunday, but nobody has said that. But now, all right, can you shake it off? Can you just, all right, that's fine. I'm going to get back to where I was. That's a key part there. So even when he was playing well, I would say he's getting the opportunity, but he's not the number 1 goaltender on this team yet. I think he has a long ways to go for that, but he was the one getting the opportunity, and he held on to it for a while because he was making big saves at big times and playing pretty well. Lyon really started off well. I hate that his last game was 6 minutes and he got pulled. I mean, that was an awful game, and it wasn't his fault that you get a breakaway right away, and it's Natchez who's the guy on the breakaway. So yeah, he didn't make a big save there, but still, I mean, how does that happen? Where that quick in the game, a breakaway, it's in, and there's a goal. So that pulling of him was more trying to wake the team up. And it's all right. That's it. I mean, we're going to try to wake the team up here, and that's the last time he's played goal. So I'm sure he's just would love to get back in the net to kind of erase that from his memory.
Anything on Josh Norris after we saw him skate the other day?
Same thing. He's more day to day. He's still skating. He was out there today, still working. They knew he would be longer than Zucker. Zucker's back a little bit earlier. I think they were originally thinking maybe the weekend, but because he had to get his strength back, he had to start eating again. He had to get his stamina back, which he said was awful his first day on the ice when we talked to him. So he's probably back one game sooner than they thought. Norris, it's hard to tell. It's just how does he feel? I think they ramp him up a little more every day. How do you feel today? You good today? Any pain? You fine? Okay, let's ramp it up a little bit. And that seems to be what they're doing with him. How long that takes, I can't tell you.
All right, Paul. Well, it's getting late early, I think, here for the Buffalo Sabres. They need to start grabbing some points, even though this is a mishmash and everybody's kind of together in the East. But they're falling behind when they lose a team like the Calgary Flames. They win tonight, they get to 20. They'll still be in the bottom, but still within striking distance here as they go forward towards the holidays. Got to let you go. I got to get out of here. Thanks a lot, Paul. We'll keep in touch tonight, and of course, WGR550.com and at pham1717. Thanks, buddy.
All right, take care.
All right, that is Paul Hamilton. We'll take a timeout here. We'll wrap up the program on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. And by the way, before I do that, Paul's appearance is on WGR, as always brought to you by Equitable Advisors. Planning for your future is about more than just money. Let Equitable be your guide. And by Relax Honda. Relax, we got this. All right, Buffalo sports fans, I know you're not super happy today, but let me tell you about happy hour tonight with FanDuel Friday for the NBA happy hour. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of WGR, and every Friday, that's tonight, 6 to 7:30 p.m., FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. They got boosts, they got bonuses, they got surprises, and it's all designed to bring that Friday energy. This is your weekly pregame, not just another promo I'm giving you. It's NBA happy hour, and it's every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern, only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel.com/Sal. SAL is what you got to do and where you got to go to grab your reward before the clock expires. 21 plus and physically present in New York. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. All right, everybody, ready to take your game to the next level? Enter online now at WGR550.com for your chance to win a $300 tailgate tray certificate from Alibaba Kebab to feed 12 football fans each Friday. A winner is going to be announced during Football Friday with Shope and the Bulldog. So stay tuned today. Fire up your taste buds at any of their 3 locations. Got to run. Thanks a lot to Joe Callie, to Owen Parker, and, of course, you for calling. Good show today. We'll be back next week getting ready for the Pittsburgh Steelers a week from Sunday. Sabres Live up next.